Chapter 101 Earth 101. Flanders flew up and kept provoking the Earth-violent Bear King. The violent bear naturally fought back and roared towards the sky. The sound waves shook, but when the three people heard it, they felt that the Bear King seemed to be confused. The next moment, the Bear King looked down. Originally, with his own sound waves, the ground should have grown some thick spikes. Sharp stone thorns. Now they have become small low earth shoots. Roar! What happened? Flanders fired several soul force attacks from mid-air, interrupting the Bear King's thinking. The Bear King was furious and shook the ground with both palms. Lu Kaiban's face turned pale, and the ground appeared with chessboard patterns. The Bear King ignored Flanders' harassment and attacked the ground again. It's strange to say that such a great force did not cause any damage to the ground at all, and the invisible wave spread. Lu Kaiban couldn't hold on. Flanders, retreat quickly. I can't control it. I didn't expect that the power of this Bear King was so terrifying, and it had a special connection with the earth. His soul skills couldn't delay for too long. Flanders hurriedly pulled up, and the next moment, a huge stone peak rose from the ground, passing through his previous position. Oh my god! Tianrui widened his eyes. This casting speed? This is really a soul beast less than 60,000 years old. Tang Yin showed joy on his face. This guy has a good power of the earth. He is already very familiar with the use of earth elements. His previous third soul ring was somewhat related to the power of the earth. At this moment, he also sensed the energy fluctuations on the Bear King. He turned to the two people and said, "If you want to defeat this guy, you have to weaken the earth's blessing on him." In a short time, the three people thought of different tricks in their minds. Tianrui wanted to try his best to test the current level of electric current to see if he could kill this guy. Zhou Suifeng wanted to use the blue-silver grass. The power of the earth was indeed terrible, but he was afraid that there was nothing he could do with the growth power of his blue-silver grass. Tang Yin wanted to try to get it off the ground, maybe it would work. But Flanders was a soul saint after all, and he had eaten Xiao Xian's auxiliary sugar beans in advance. The Bear King looked majestic, but Flanders didn't take him seriously. The fourth soul ring on his body flickered, and several sharp air blades flew out and hit the Bear King, pulling out several wounds. Flanders is not weak either. This Bear King has the power of the earth, so it goes without saying that his defense ability is also very outstanding. He only has the fourth soul skill, but he can actually break the Bear King's defense, although the wound is very shallow. Tianrui was shocked and began to look at Flanders. Zhou Suifeng narrowed his eyes, looked at him for a while, and said to the two, "You guys go up too. If Flanders alone wants to consume this soul beast to a safe level, it will probably take a long time." He was flying a kite on it, which could certainly consume the Bear King in waves. But it wasted too much time going back and forth. The purpose of looking for them was not to deal with the Bear King, but to verify the explosion of the soul bone. The two nodded and released their martial souls. Tianrui soared into the air, and his martial soul made a sharp cry. The Bear King and Flanders paused for a moment at the same time. The former felt a natural enemy, and the latter felt a kind of pressure from the martial soul. This feeling, according to Xiaogong's previous statement, is the king-level martial soul among birds. Flanders was shocked. When he was adventuring, he got a lot of knowledge from Yu Xiaogang. That's the clear sky hammer. There was a crackling sound in his ears, and he looked down subconsciously. He saw the one who had been silent among the three, holding a black heavy hammer and swinging it at the Bear King, with fine black and blue electric light wrapped around the hammer head. Before his death, Tang Yin's fourth soul ring came from a power soul beast with lightning attributes. After his death, the soul skill became the passive ability of the martial soul, and the clear sky hammer also added a little lightning attribute. After a simple charge, he played a lightning hammer. The Bear King wanted to repeat the trick, and the ground fluctuated invisibly. Tang Yin noticed it at the first time and gave Zhou Suifeng a signal. Zhou Suifeng raised his sword, and several thick blue-silver grasses rose to the sky under the feet of the Bear King, and quickly climbed up along its legs. The spreading earth fluctuations were disturbed and scattered. In the blink of an eye, the blue-silver grass climbed to the Bear King's head. It smelled a strange fragrance and felt relaxed and happy, as if it had returned to its mother's arms when it was a child. It shook its head violently and shouted. How could it return to its mother's arms when it was in battle? But it was completely unable to break free from the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass was constantly absorbing the power of the earth from its body for growth and transformation, and at the same time, it also weakened its defense. What are you doing? Attack! Tianrui passed by Flanders, his hands closing and opening. The first soul skill, the fire feather blade, several huge feather-like flying blades pierced through the body, leaving several charred blood holes on the Bear King's body. Flanders realized it later and continued to launch air blade attacks. At the same time, he observed the three people suspiciously. With such tacit cooperation and such strength, it seemed that there was no need to hire other people to help. Why spend money to hire people? Became alert secretly. The Bear King felt pain, and his dark yellow pupils lit up. The blue-silver grass sensed the surging soul power fluctuations and fed back to Zhou Suifeng. Zhou Suifeng changed his gestures, and the thick blue-silver grass split into countless filaments, quickly drilled into the body along the wound, and devoured its soul power from the body. The Bear King's violent energy stagnated, and the bones, flesh and blood felt dense gnawing pains, which were unbearable and wailed in pain. The three people did not change their expressions, without any psychological burden. The strong prey on the weak, the law of nature. If the Bear King was better and beat the three of them to death, the three of them would have no complaints. But it is not now. While wailing, the Bear King's anger decreased, and he felt that something was wrong. Today it could be in trouble. Its body suddenly shrank a little, and it broke free from the restraint of the blue-silver grass and ran away. Zhou Suifeng naturally let it run away on purpose, in order to consume its physical and mental strength. The three chased after it. Flanders had not yet received the money, so he also took the two to chase after it, and whispered to the two that something might be wrong. The Bear King felt safe and slowly slowed down. He felt hungry and planned to find two prey to fill his stomach. Three people suddenly appeared. Tang Yin hit it with a flying hammer, knocking it back. Tianrui connected with the third soul skill, and a golden light flashed in the air, and at the same time, an electric current burst out to push it. A light shout, 20,000 volts. Flames and thunder, a shocking punch knocked the backward Bear King over. But Tianrui didn't seem to feel well either. The arm that punched was half useless, and the nature of the flame and electric current was quite violent. A green grass giant of the same size as the Bear King rose from the ground. Due to the presence of Flanders and others, Zhou Suifeng did not switch to the glazed tower to use the second soul skill to add vitality, so he had to control it through the martial soul. The crow took a plane, took off into the air, and fell on the Bear King. A small earthquake broke out around him. Then, Zhou Suifeng controlled the giant and pulled out a phantom punch at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his huge body, beating the Bear King to pieces. 102 Chapter 102 The Wind is Rising. 102. The violent fist wind was like a mad storm, the earthquake continued, the surrounding tree trunks swayed constantly, and the more delicate branches were broken, and the broken branches and leaves were scattered everywhere. Da-da-da-da-da. Ola 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 ola. Flanders and the other two stopped unconsciously, their faces dull. The blue-silver grass martial soul, can it be so cruel? The affected area was too large, and Tianrui and Tang Yin could not intervene, so they could only watch from the side. It's like Iron Man is hammering the Hulk. Unfortunately, the Bear King was not as buggy as the Hulk. He tried to fight back several times, but he only moved his limbs a few times, and then he was hit by more powerful punches. The blue-silver giant is not just sitting on it. With such a large body, the speed of extracting the power of the earth from it is faster and more powerful. After several failed attempts, the Bear King felt that he was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, after receiving countless punches, he was knocked unconscious. It was rare to vent so happily, and Zhou Suifeng felt refreshed as never before. Controlling the blue-silver giant's body to dissolve, countless blue silvers quietly extracted the energy, blood, etc. in the Bear King's body, but he did not absorb it himself. Through the method of seeding, he temporarily condensed a few blue-silver grass seeds to preserve. Weaken the Bear King again. When the giant disappeared completely, the extraction was almost complete. Send a signal to Tang Yin to make a move. The Bear King was relieved in his coma. Tang Yin killed it, and the soul ring appeared and began to absorb. Tianrui was guarding beside him, and Zhou Suifeng dissected the Bear King's body. No trace of soul bones was found at all. Turning his head and looking at Tang Yin, could it be an external soul bone? On the other side. That hammer should be the Clear Sky hammer without a doubt. Now the spirit hall seems to be a little relaxed towards the people of the Clear Sky sect, but if you can't get involved, try not to get involved. Or should we leave first? Flanders quietly discussed with the two. Although he was reluctant to give up the gold soul coins, it was a matter of life and death, so he had to give it up no matter how reluctant he was. These three people were really too strange. With such strength, the Bear King was almost unable to resist, and he hired others. And what are the soul rings of these three people? The third ring of the Clear Sky Hammer will absorb soul beasts that are more than 50,000 years old? Could it be a twin martial soul? The guy who set fire and thundered, turned out to be the fourth ring of 10,000 years? Is it normal that the blue-silver grass can fight the Bear King head-on? The three Shrek people wanted to retreat and prepared to leave quietly. Zhou Suifeng floated a sentence. Where are you going? The reward hasn't been paid yet. Ah ha ha ha. Flanders laughed heartily. No need for reward, anyway, we didn't put in much effort. I'll take my leave first. After being called out, he didn't intend to hide it, and he sped up his movements to slip away. He was stopped by Zhou Suifeng again. In the world of martial arts, the most important thing is integrity. Since we have agreed to a deal, we must do it well and complete it. Please wait for a while until my brother absorbs the soul ring. The tone was calm, but the threat was very obvious. If you don't want to stay, you can only take action. Flanders was in a dilemma. He could release his spirit to fight, but he was very likely to escape by himself, but it would be troublesome to take Xiao Xian and Liu Kaiban with him. Moreover, the boy who was still guarding the law also had a bird-type spirit, and he also had blood pressure, so his speed would be greatly reduced. He will stay for the time being, and he may not necessarily take action, right? Your Excellency is right. When a person walks in the rivers and lakes, integrity is the second face. Then the three of us will continue to disturb him. After dealing with Zhou Suifeng, Flanders quietly warned the two of them, asking them to prepare secretly and run away as quickly as possible if they were to take action. If they really fought, he didn't know if he was an opponent, and the blue-silver giant would be difficult to deal with. The Bear King couldn't break free with his physique and strength. Once he was entangled with a cat-owl spirit that was not known for strength, the consequences would be unpredictable. Hey, who are these people? Flanders felt that his decades of experience had all been wasted. These three people seemed to be completely different from the soul masters he knew. If I could leave alive, write a letter to Xiao Gang, maybe he can have some insights. I don't know what the fragrance of the blue-silver grass is. Safe for the time being, with nothing to do, Flanders was thinking wildly. He felt that there were countless mysteries about the three people, and subconsciously thought of his good brother who was knowledgeable and well-educated. More than 2 hours later, Tang Yin finished absorbing. Shaked his head at the two people, indicating that he had not absorbed the external soul bone. Zhou Suifeng and Tianrui looked at each other. No external soul bone either? 5,000 years of soul bones, even if the five people have a high vision, this age is not bad. Unfortunately, there is no. The three people's mood instantly became a little bad. People should be honest, and throw the remaining reward to Flanders. Indicated that they could leave. The information exposed during the battle was irrelevant. Even if the three of them talked nonsense everywhere, it would not be too much trouble. Flanders didn't even know the real names of the three people. After they walked away, Zhou Suifeng controlled the blue-silver grass to create a big hole in the ground and buried the Bear King's body, leaving behind the bear's paw and bear's gallbladder. Tang Yin briefly explained the effect of his third soul skill, a defensive soul skill. In 2 words, it is a domineering body. The simple effect is to increase defense by 70% and double physical fitness. However, after merging with the previous third soul ring ability, it mutated and the effect became that as long as you stand on the ground, you can ignore the 70% control effect. Defense? The longer you stand on the ground, the higher the defense improvement. But the rules restrict you from separating from the ground. If you can maintain the same effect after leaving the ground, you are probably not far from becoming a god. 1 more soul ring can restore the original number of 4 soul rings, but after absorbing them, this guy is guaranteed to be at level 50. The 3 of them still have to find 2 soul beasts. However, the 3rd ring is already 56,000, and the 4th and 5th. Take it 1 step at a time and look for it slowly. If it doesn't work, notify Ning Yulan and ask him to ask Dugubo to take action. Now Duguyan has the upper hand, and is not worried about the old man's mess. Continuing to look for soul beasts, the 3 discussed the matter of no soul bones exploding. Tianrui, could it be that we can only find people we don't know and have no relationship with? Tang Yin, I think it may be a relationship of action. The process of hunting soul beasts must be done by others, and we are only responsible for the final harvest. Zhou Suifeng, I'll buy a few death row prisoners and capture a few nobles to try, you stay here and don't move. Summoning a flying eagle, Zhou Suifeng took off and flew away in an instant. This time, the two really didn't move. The next soul beast, conservatively estimated, will take at least 65,000 years to improve its level. With one person missing, the two may not be able to beat it. A sneak attack and killing it may not be a problem, but if there is no tug-of-war to consume the energy of the soul beast, Tang Yin will have a great risk of absorbing it. 103 Chapter 103 Soul Ring Supplement 103. Zhou Suifeng brought back several death row prisoners and several bloated nobles. They were tied up with blue-silver grass and hung behind him to continue looking for soul beasts. He went back every 7 days to nourish Zhu Zuqing's meridians. He was looking forward to the final result of Zhu Zuqing's martial soul awakening. A month later, in a corner of the forest, he found a soul beast that was quite satisfactory. The 66,000-year-old Thunder Giant Rhino King. Zhou Suifeng pulled the people tied with blue-silver grass in front of him and asked them to fight the Giant Rhino King. Everyone trembled. Sir, why don't you just kill us? Such a powerful soul beast, let alone fighting, even if we go there, it won't be enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. That's right. They were captured by Zhou Suifeng all the way to the Xingda Great Forest, and they already knew that they would not have a good ending. But if they went to fight a 66,000-year-old soul beast, it would be better to die directly, but they were afraid that they would be stepped on or bitten halfway, and they would not die for a while and linger there. Don't go? Then I'll throw you to the wolf bandits. It's naturally not appropriate to let them fight unarmed. Zhou Suifeng took out 3 things. Several bottles of unknown red and blue liquid, and the spring water in the double flavor pot. Dagubo's poison. Several indigo-colored pills the size of fingers mixed with unknown yellow spots. The seeds that were condensed from the blood and energy of the Bear King before, which should be able to create half-orcs when eaten by people. After weakening with the spring water and poison, they should be able to fight the Rhino King for a few rounds. Seeing that they were still indifferent and screaming hysterically, it would be better to kill them directly. Zhou Suifeng gave them hope. If anyone can survive, I can let him go. After these words, they were quiet for a while, and the voices gradually lowered. After several hesitations, someone stepped forward and took 3 things. I hope you keep your word. He swallowed the unknown seed in one gulp and rushed towards the Rhino King with 2 bottles of liquid. Halfway through the run, he suddenly knelt down, roaring in pain, the muscles of his limbs bulged unnaturally, and his martial spirit was possessed uncontrollably. What the hell? Bear martial spirit? Tianrui was shocked. This guy is so lucky? If he could hold on and let his martial spirit digest the contents of the seed, he would probably not become a half-orc, but his martial spirit would usher in a wave of epic enhancement. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to hold on in the end. Although the changes were not very obvious, his body hair became much longer, and the color was exactly the same as the Bear King. Seeing his changes, the other people who grabbed the seeds shrank back immediately. He was controlled by Zhou Suifeng and forced in. Then the people were thrown to the side of the Rhino King. All of these people deserved to die. The power of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was so strong that even the dark demon evil god tiger and the deep-sea demon whale king could not compete with it, let alone a small rhino. With the weakening of the spring water and the toxin, the people were not trampled to death by the Rhino King in the first place. They began to maneuver and entered a tug-of-war. After a day and a night, only the last 3 half-orcs who had taken the seed of the Bear King were left in the field. Their original martial spirits should be snakes, cows, and some long swords. Although they were generally bear-like after mutating into half-orcs, the details were very different. The snake guy was thick from top to bottom, but his body was very flexible. The cow guy had muscles all over his body, full of strength. The long sword guy turned into a long-haired skinny monkey. The Rhino King did not look very good either. His body was full of holes, and his head was alternately ice red and red, but behind him was an unhealthy green color. Through the perception of the blue-silver domain, its life is like a candle in the wind. It's a pity that this is not a card game, and its hairstyle is not a rainbow-colored hairstyle, otherwise it might be overturned. Tianrui muttered, turning back to Tang Yin. It's almost time, it's your turn. Tang Yin has been accumulating strength for a whole day and night since the beginning of the battle. Okay. Step by step, slowly moving, a few meters later it turned into a run, the hammer dragged behind like a guandao. Pulling out a trail of dust, it came close, and suddenly jumped up. Zhou Suifeng. Tian Rui. What the hell is this? Why is he jumping? Earth Tiger hero behavior, damn. Tang Yin didn't know why, he subconsciously jumped up, feeling more refreshed this way. The clear sky hammer was raised high, wrapped in black and blue electric light, and behind him, a 10-meter-long energy hammer fell synchronously with his movements, covering the three orcs together. Ah! Mao Huan Kin Lai Long. You don't keep your word, ah! Tang Yin, he is the one who promised to let you go, what does it have to do with me? Boom! The entire Xingda Great Forest seemed to shake. A hammer fell, and half of the Rhino King's body turned into a piece of paper, and the soul ring rose, and there was a piece of glittering crystal material. The soul bone exploded. The left arm bone of the 66,000-year-old thunder giant rhino. Tang Yin absorbed the soul ring, and the two picked up the soul bone and took turns to admire it. Fortunately, it's not the skull and torso bone. Before finding a higher-aged soul bone of the same part, it can be used temporarily for a while. But once such a high-year soul bone is fused and then peeled off, it may lose its level. The previous low-year soul bone didn't matter, the energy was not high, and the gain was not very strong. But now it has been replaced with a soul bone of 66,000, it seems that the two soul bones inherited from the Haoshan sect on Tanghao are only at this level. It's okay if it loses its level, it won't take long to rebuild it. The Rhino King was tortured by the spring water and poison, and the power of the residual soul vibration was extremely weak. Tang Yin absorbed it very smoothly. However, it took a long time to completely digest the soul ring with a strength of more than 60,000 years. This fourth soul skill, I named it Thunder Shock. The specific effect it feels a bit like Huo Wu Shui Bing'er's resistance to fire and ice rings. Release soul power all over the body to form a thunder halo, which will release thunder vibration waves with repulsion or attraction. At the same time, my speed is increased by 65%, and when moving, it will release strong vibrations to form dizziness control. Tian Rui and Zhou Suifeng both like it. It has attack, control, and dominance. At the same time, according to the previous calculation results, Tang Yin's soul power has now reached level 50. Therefore, we still have to continue looking for soul beasts. However, I am afraid that the method of exploding soul bones on the Rhino King will not work. This fifth soul beast must be more than 70,000 years old. Even if it is weakened by spring water and toxins, it may be able to kill all the baits. Now let Ning Yulan notify Douluo to take action and let Douluo know the relationship between the few people. If soul bones can continue to explode, it's okay, but if it's like Flanders and the other two, there is not a single hair, isn't it a loss? Come on, let's analyze what are the disadvantages and benefits of letting Douluo know the relationship between us now. Tian Rui opened the conversation and motioned for the two to speak. Talk about the interests of this matter, and then decide on the plan for the fifth soul beast. 104 Chapter 104 Aba 104. The two of them pondered. Benefits? It seems that there are no obvious benefits. The biggest benefit is that everyone has already obtained the Mandarin duck pot fairy grass. Similarly, there seems to be no obvious disadvantages. With Duguyan in hand, Douluo will never have the idea of harming Ning Yulan. If he knows the relationship between the few people, he is more likely to help cover it up. If you think about it, Douluo seems to be a very suitable high-level fighter. However, you can't guess other people's thoughts 100%. Douluo has seen you two perform martial soul fusion skills before. Zhou Suifeng suddenly uttered a sentence. Tian Rui and Tang Yin were stunned. Oh yes, almost forgot about this. Before absorbing the fairy grass, he found a place for a Mandarin duck pot in the Sunset Forest and hunted a new soul beast by the way. He was bumped into by Douluo and asked Ning Yulan to investigate the information of the two. Look at the two after deep thought, Zhou Suifeng said again. It's best not to pin all your hopes on the enemy, although Douluo is not an enemy. After hesitating for a while, the three finally decided to hunt soul beasts by themselves. It's just a soul bone, and it may not be 100% exposed. It's not 100,000 years old. Isn't there a dragon cemetery, Longwu? There are a lot of soul bones there. After solving the problem of the continent, we can find them slowly when we have time. Take a short break and relax for 2 days. Then continue to look for soul beasts. Zhou Suifeng sensed through the blue-silver field, and Tang Yin searched through the fluctuations of the earth. Seeing the two people's high-level abilities, Tian Rui felt that he couldn't fall behind. He tried to use the ability of electric current to sense the biomagnetic field to judge. Although the biomagnetic field was successfully sensed, there were too many of them. The surrounding weeds, trees, insects, and even various microorganisms, the massive amount of information directly caused Tian Rui's brain to crash, and he fainted without a sound. If the two hadn't reacted in time to find that one person was missing, this guy might have been taken back to the nest by a passing soul beast, and then harvested an endless eternal buffet. This time, he fainted for 3 days before waking up. The two kept looking at Tian Rui after he woke up. His eyes were full of clarity and a clear stupidity. "Are you okay?" Zhou Suifeng asked. Turning his head slowly, Tian Rui looked at the two happily. "Tang Yin, what the hell? He has become a fool. He's not dead. Can the ability to share space be repaired?" After pondering for a moment, Zhou Suifeng proposed an idea. "Before, I and Xia Furen blocked the soul power after resurrection. Let's try to see if the martial soul fusion can work." "Okay." After a reply, Tang Yin summoned the clear sky hammer. However, the silly Tian Rui had no idea what the two were doing. Seeing such a big hammer suddenly appear, he shrank back, thinking that Tang Yin was going to hit him. "This won't work, he doesn't summon his martial soul, can't fuse, and can't be cured." Zhou Suifeng knocked his head. He thought of another way. "I remember that magnetic field push seems to be able to treat, although we are only pushing electric current. Let's try it. Input our electric current into his body to see if we can repair his magnetic field." After taking back the martial soul, the two of them, one in front and one behind, put their palms on Tian Rui's chest and back, driving the electric current, which slowly flowed into Tian Rui's body. 2 days later, under the dual effects of electric current push and shared space, the clarity in Tian Rui's eyes gradually disappeared, and he returned to the state of being polluted by the secular world. Recalling the experience of the past few days, he took a breath. "Oh my god! I almost became a fool." Somewhat scared. Obviously, there was Tang Yin's previous experience. He messed around with the heaven and earth and recklessly tried to sense the magnetic field. He was rushed into an idiot, not much different from Tang Yin. Perhaps the 5 people were impulsive in addition to lust. Or, it was the influence of practicing electric current that gradually developed towards the direction of amazing wisdom. How does it feel? Zhou Suifeng was a little curious. If this magnetic field perception was successfully cultivated, it might be integrated with the blue-silver domain and directly surpass Yin's blue-silver emperor domain. The blue-silver grass could also have more subtle operations. Tian Rui recalled for a long time, and only felt that his mind was a mess at the time, as if someone was kneading it with hands. He shook his head at the two. It feels better than him to turn it into art directly, which is still simpler. This magnetic field perception can only be gradually developed and slowly explored. Looking for soul beasts, continue. High-level soul beasts are not difficult to find. At this stage, the number of soul beasts is far greater than that of humans. There are always some powerful soul beasts that avoid human harassment during the development stage. It is rare that they can still take them down after they are found. According to the alternating perception of Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin, a vague target was quickly locked. A valley with a large radiation range and no other soul beasts approaching. This phenomenon is usually the territory of powerful soul beasts. As for what race it is, the 3 have not seen it specifically. In fact, at this time, more than 70,000 years, race is not very important. As long as you don't do anything fancy, it's not that the attributes and martial souls restrain each other, such as a water attribute martial soul insisting on absorbing a fire attribute soul beast, etc. Generally there will not be too bad abilities. The blue-silver domain concealed its breath, and the 3 slowly approached. "You said that it's okay to team up with humans, but can you find soul beasts?" Exploding soul bones? Lying on the top of the mountain, searching for the location of the soul beast. Tian Rui suddenly said something, and Zhou Suifeng shook his head. "It won't work. Most soul beasts of this age subconsciously follow the principle of not meeting each other. Unless the races are naturally opposed or they are warlike by nature and like to hunt and devour, such as the human-faced demon spider, there will not be too serious conflicts." What a big pig! Tang Yin found the location of the soul beast, and the two followed his sight. Sure enough, it was a big pig. A rough calculation shows that it is already more than 10 meters high. With its hoof, it is easy to kill 3 or 2 people with 1 foot. The red, black, and purple vertical stripes all over its body look devilish, and there are 2 huge fangs. There seems to be some kind of runes on the fangs that flicker faintly in the sun. What kind of soul beast is this? The soul power is very strong, but the 3 people don't seem to have any impression. Zhou Suifeng recalled carefully and compared the information in his mind. The information provided by Inlan seems to have mentioned the violent demon pig. Possessing a strong body and strength, but the strongest thing is the ability to devour and digest. It can eat anything and digest it into its own energy. Tai? Dowdy. Tianrui blinked. I remember someone said that the Dowdy in Douluo continent is actually the Earth Element Dragon King. So, this pig has the blood of the Dragon King? Is it true? A pig. Although it seems that dragons are inherently lustful, this is too abstract, isn't it? A pig. What are you thinking about? Zhou Suifeng rolled his eyes. The Earth Element Dragon King is the Mountain Dragon King. There is only one from beginning to end. I heard that it turned into the mountains and rivers of Douluo Star. The ancestors of this pig-like soul beast should have been lucky enough to absorb some of the power of the Mountain Dragon King that was not completely transformed, and naturally mutated. 105 Chapter 105 Supplement completed. 105. Okay, stop talking, just this one. My hammer is already thirsty. Tang Yin rubbed his hands. Don't worry, observe it first. This soul beast is not easy to deal with. Zhou Suifeng called a halt. The previous methods used by this soul beast to deal with the Bear King and Rhino King may not work. This guy's strength, endurance, and defense are far superior to the previous 2. Moreover, if it is true as the records say, this guy's digestion ability is real, and it can also replenish its status anytime and anywhere during the battle. The 3 secretly observed that it went out to hunt 2 groups, and then returned to the valley to dig around, digging out several large and small earth pits, and chose a pit to lie down and sleep. The sun was getting darker. It's almost done, I'll test it first, and you guys are ready to merge. Zhou Suifeng quietly radiated the blue-silver field, preparing to use the blue-silver grass to test it. Although the 3 people's fusion power is powerful, it is not a problem to fight this soul beast head-on, but this is the Star Do Great Forest. The 3 people are completely fused and spare no effort. Once something happens, they can't resist. Kill 3 points of the enemy and keep 7 points for yourself. It's just that this pig is too strong, and the 3 can only kill 7 and keep 3. The field radiates, assimilates the surrounding blue-silver grass in a short time, and launches a tentative attack on the Pig King. The result is that it doesn't hurt. The sleeping Pig King didn't seem to notice that he was being attacked. After a moment of silence, Zhou Suifeng's clone controlled some blue-silver grass to go deep into its mouth and nose, intending to try to attack from the inside. As a result, the blue-silver grass that got into its mouth was torn and swallowed by unconscious grinding teeth. Seeing Zhou Suifeng's expression was different, the 2 wondered. What's wrong? This guy's ability to devour and digest is indeed extraordinary. He ate the blue-silver grass. Although the blue-silver grass radiated by the domain is not as strong as Zhou Suifeng's martial soul, it is not so easy to be destroyed. But in the mouth of this Pig King, it seems like ordinary weeds, without any resistance. The part that entered the nasal cavity is fine, and is moving deeper into its body. After a while, it avoided the stomach and spread to the rest of the limbs and bones, and Zhou Suifeng nodded. Okay, you guys go ahead. The 2 stood up and tore off the casually made-up ghillie suits. At the same time, they released their martial souls, and their soul power echoed, performing martial soul fusion skills. The black and golden soul power blended perfectly. A few breaths later, a huge dark golden flying phoenix with black and red flames lingering around its body and feathers glowing with metallic luster soared into the sky and flew towards the Pig King. When the 2 merged, they could choose the martial soul of one party as the main performance. Now it is mainly the golden feathered phoenix bird, and the clear sky hammer is the auxiliary. It can be called the Sun Flame Red Luan for the time being. Compared to it, choosing the clear sky hammer as the main body for performance has stronger attack power, but choosing the flying phoenix can maintain the air advantage and pull consumption. What are those? When they flew over, there were tiny dots of light around them. The light flickered and disappeared. Zhou Suifeng thought it was a fallen Mars. The high temperature caused the air to distort, and it was a mirage. But in the perception of the blue-silver grass, Each light spot emitted a familiar energy fluctuation. At night, the sun completely set, and the blue-silver grass fed back to Zhou Suifeng what it was. Starlight and moon essence. When Tianrui was in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the fairy grass he absorbed was the star spirit pearl. This thing has the ability to absorb the essence of stars and moons to practice. It usually does not show its strength. I didn't expect that this time the martial soul fusion would have such a strange phenomenon. The golden feathered Luan bird itself has the attribute of the sun. After fusing with this fairy grass, could it be that it has become the one that absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon? This guy has never revealed it, or did he not notice it? Zhou Suifeng frowned. Tianrui seemed to have never mentioned this matter. The ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon seems ordinary, but if there is no upper limit, the future is immeasurable. Looking at Hongluan who summoned dark red flames to attack the Pig King, Zhou Suifeng couldn't help but complain, this guy, could it be that he has been studying electric current propulsion and has relaxed his practice of martial arts? If this is really the case, he must be taught a lesson. Hongluan flew to the top of the Pig King's head, but did not see any movement. Several dark red soul rings appeared out of thin air, instantly encircling the Pig King's neck, limbs, tail, and fangs. Shishikachi-kaka. The high temperature caused the Pig King's defense layer formed by the combination of soil, gravel, and grease accumulated on the surface of the body to crack and fall off in a short time, followed by the smell of burnt skin and flesh. The Pig King jumped up in pain. But it didn't have any long range. It has no attacking ability, nor any energy release tricks. It can survive until now, all thanks to its fat body, outstanding digestion ability and ability to eat. It just lowered its head and nibbled it randomly, not caring what it ate. The fire ring wrapped around its body was directly lifted up by the dim light, and then it ran away quickly. It went into the cave. Since it can't hit the bird in the sky, it will change the combat environment. This scene was not surprising to the three people. Pigs have a high IQ, not to mention that it has been practicing for more than 70,000 years, and its intelligence is no less than that of humans. It was well prepared. It ran to the front of the cave, stretched its body with two blue-silver grasses, and threw two red and blue water arrows under the wrapping of Zhou Suifeng's soul power. The yin-yang eye spring water of ice and fire is always effective. Before the Pig King ran far, it melted its left front leg directly. Suddenly losing strength, it couldn't keep its balance and stumbled to the side of the cave entrance. Zhou Suifeng continued to exert force. Layers of blue-silver grass pressed it to the ground. Three small straw men appeared, hugged its remaining three legs, and their bodies melted instantly, revealing the spring water inside. Hum, hum, hum. The Pig King's four legs were all broken. Then, the blue-silver grass dragged its huge body back to the valley bit by bit. Tang Yin and Tianrui took over. In such a short time, the form of the martial soul fusion has undergone new changes. It seems that it has gradually absorbed the evolution of the stars and moons, and has changed from the initial dark red to bright red, like blood, but full of fresh vitality, without any evil wind. At the same time, the body is more slender. There are 7 more feathers made entirely of flames on the tail, and a circle of golden red feathers around the eyes. A golden halo of ethereal flames shrouds its back, and the flames burning on it jump in response to the flapping of the wings like breathing. The fire ring rotates and the flames burn. A red bird that is exactly the same as the fusion skill, but made entirely of flames, flies out from it. In the blink of an eye, it cries to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it hit the Pig King. The flames burned the surroundings into white, and the soil and rocks in the center turned into crystals. However, the Pig King ran away. Oh my god! The two men dissolved the fusion and were stunned. With such a large body, it can dig a hole so quickly. Just now, it seemed to have consumed most of its own nutrients, quickly reduced its size, used its fangs to dig the ground, swallowed the soil and escaped. The perception of the blue-silver grass was very clear. Before it was burned, it fed back everything to Zhou Suifeng, who was also very shocked. The text description in Enlan's information looked very ordinary. I didn't expect that a few words of description would have such a terrifying ability. It took no more than 5 seconds for the flame bird to form and fall. In such a short time, the Pig King swallowed the soil and digested it into energy and escaped directly from the valley. 106 Chapter 106 and 2 106. The two looked at Zhou Suifeng, asking if he could still sense the location of the Pig King. Before the test, Zhou Suifeng left some blue-silver grass in the Pig King's body. But in the short time just now, the Pig King exploded and consumed its own nutrients, and at the same time evaporated the blue-silver grass in its body, so Zhou Suifeng had no way to sense its location. Such a gifted soul beast, it is better not to let it go if you can. Although it cannot directly lock its location, Zhou Suifeng has remembered its breath. Through the blue-silver field, it slowly surged, and it consumed so much nutrition in an instant in order to escape, and it must need to replenish. This Pig King is really smart. It even knows how to feint. It left its breath thousands of meters away from the valley. With the advantage of cultivation, it hunted many soul beasts, recovered some of its status, and then quietly returned to the valley. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If the blue-silver grass was not everywhere in the forest, it might really be fooled by it. Back in the valley, the battle broke out again. The Pig King's limbs grew back, but its size was a full 3 sizes smaller than before. But it looks full of strength, not the fat and excess fat before. A small movement shows the muscle lines of the whole body. This time, the three planned to fight quickly. Tianrui and Tang Yin merged again, and Zhou Suifeng still did not participate, preparing to clear the scene afterwards and prepare for possible problems. As a result, they really saw the power of the 70,000-year soul beast. The two changed to the clear sky hammer martial spirit as the main body to perform. After the fusion, the clear sky hammer has the sun, moon, and stars on one side and the mountains and rivers on the other side, and is wrapped with flames and thunder. The two controlled it together, and they were ready to kill with one blow. Then they were knocked away by the Pig King. Tang Yin's invincible ability standing on the ground seemed to be made of paper, and did not play a role in delaying time. The two flew into the mountain wall on the side. However, they were just knocked away. The martial soul fusion skill volume passively protected the body, and the two did not suffer much damage. Quickly regroup. Tang Yin took a deep breath, actively accelerated the effect of absorbing the power of the earth, and drove the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers earth hammer to provoke the Pig King. Come! This battle was fought until the road was wiped out. The road literally means the road. The terrain of the entire valley was rewritten, and more than half of the surrounding mountain walls collapsed, burying the originally empty valley, and everything in the valley was destroyed. Most of the credit belongs to the Pig King. On the earth, this guy can really resist and fight, and can also eat, anytime, anywhere. After eating, he replenished his status and fought against 2 people. The soul power of 5 people could not withstand the endurance of this guy. In the end, it was the spring water of the double-flavored pot that made a great contribution. The 3 people's stock was completely consumed before they took him down. After Tang Yin absorbed it, the soul skills he produced had nothing to do with the power system. The specific effect is that every attack will cause forced damage to the enemy according to the strength of his current soul power, shock the enemy's soul power, and according to the damage ratio, take away a part to restore his own consumption. According to the simple fighting and sparring of the 3 people, the lowest damage is 4%, the highest is 15%, and the recovery ratio is the same. Tang Yin's soul power strength, the first soul ring is 30,000 years, and he has also absorbed the fairy grass. The powerful output of 5 people, 4% under this data. He named himself Unyielding, and originally wanted to call it Immortal Grip, but it seems to have nothing to do with grip. He uses a hammer to attack. Soul power, stays at level 55, the same as Zhou Suifeng. What are you going to do next? After the soul hunting was over, the 3 of them left the forest. On the road outside the camp, Zhou Suifeng asked Tang Yin. My soul strength should be enough now. After absorbing so many 10,000-year soul rings, my mental strength should not be bad. I will implement the higher level forging as soon as possible. Then, after thinking for a moment, he continued. My tolerance standard should be the highest among us. After the forging is implemented, I will immediately cover the high-year soul ring. However, the first martial soul covered. Which one should I choose? Grass? Tower? Luin bird? Dragon? Let's start with my blue-silver grass. After calculating for a moment, Zhou Suifeng proposed his own blue-silver grass. Of course, it's not a rush to take the lead. The order of priority is not important to everyone. Enlan and Ning Yulan have too many people around them, and they need to show up for a long time. This sudden change of color of the soul ring is completely inexplicable. They don't have enough strength yet, so they need to play within the rules. The less trouble, the less trouble. Tianrui, his main martial spirit now overlaps with Onlin. If he chooses the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, now is not the time to expose it. Moreover, he has locked 2 soul beasts that match the new first soul ring of the blue-silver grass. One is the old blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest, and the other is the golden tree that Onlin helped to investigate. That's fine. Summoning the flying eagle, first sent Tianrui back to the Blazing Academy, and then Zhou Suifeng took Tang Yin back to the Botanical Academy. Tang Yin didn't care where to go now, and he might need Zhou Suifeng's help in forging. On the way back. By the way, when are we going to get the crystal blood dragon ginseng? Calculating the time, Tang Fozu has already, or is about to awaken his martial spirit, and will officially debut soon. That thing, let Ning Yulan get it, spend some money, and don't make trouble. The Min family has a blood relationship with Tang San, and maybe there is some luck. Be cautious and prudent to achieve great things. Tang Yin touched his chin and said. I remember that old man Bai, he always wanted to improve his martial soul bloodline. He even wanted people like the phoenix in the brothel. Let Tianrui or Onlin go over to seduce them. Wouldn't it be free? Why don't you go? Zhou Suifeng rolled his eyes and was speechless. You also have that martial soul, plus the clear sky hammer. The old man has a lot of buffs in his eyes. If you go over there, you will definitely have 17 or 18 female disciples who are sharp-tailed swifts. Tang Yin smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. But he subconsciously thought about that scene and felt that it seemed not bad. Spending a lot of money, he bought a small courtyard near the city gate to live in temporarily. Tang Yin cleaned up his room and Zhou Suifeng left. If you have anything, please contact me in space. Seeing Zhou Suifeng coming back, Zhu Ziyun suddenly felt a little dazed. During this period, she spent a very peaceful time in the Botanical Academy. The atmosphere in the academy made her feel at ease. Although she was not a plant martial soul and was not a formal student, she had a good relationship with some students. After a moment of trance, she sorted out her emotions and went to meet him. She was conscious that she did not let Zhou Suifeng see any clues. However, Zhou Suifeng captured her emotional fluctuations very clearly. The same soul power cleansed the meridians. Although the blue-silver grass soul power fused in her body was not as much as her sister's, it was still a considerable part. Even without these, Zhou Suifeng often trained his mental power through the blue-silver field perception, and did not miss Zhu Ziyun's reaction. 107 Chapter 107 Wow! 107. Without waiting for her to come over, Zhou Suifeng walked over first. He approached suddenly, pinched her chin, and lifted it slightly. Fortunately, Zhou Suifeng focused on cultivation and had a good physical development, otherwise he would not be able to do this action, and he would probably be looked down upon by Zhu Ziyun. Slowly approaching, breathing could be heard. The pupils can see the other person's appearance. You, don't seem happy? It's been so long, you still haven't gotten used to it. Eyes evading, Zhu Ziyun's tone was erratic. How could it be? Zhou Suifeng suddenly licked her lips, and Zhu Ziyun froze. Close to her ear, Zhou Suifeng whispered. It tastes good. She told herself that she had prepared herself mentally, but this time, her mind went blank. Obviously, when the soul power was cleansing the meridians before, Zhou Suifeng's hands went all over her body, but she didn't feel this way. At this moment, he just touched her lips lightly, but she was caught off guard. The soul left her body, and the spirit flew out of her head. But Zhou Suifeng didn't take the next step. Zhu Ziyun. Zhou Suifeng walked away, burned incense and bathed, worshipped the Kingdi tablet, and prayed a few words. Reappeared again. Zhu Ziyun had consciously led the two sisters out. Checked Zhu Ziyu's cultivation situation and continued to clean Zhu Zuking's meridians. How is it? When can I awaken my martial soul? Zhu Zuking looked very much looking forward to her martial soul. Don't worry, it won't be long. To this new Zhu Zuking, a little kitten that he had cultivated, Zhou Suifeng was still very patient and good-looking. Touching her little head, smiling and speaking. Great! Waving his fist to cheer himself up. In the next few days, Zhou Suifeng completely entered the relaxation time. As usual, he played the role of assistant teacher in the Botanical College, occasionally inspiring some students wonderful ideas about their own martial arts, or acting as a practical teacher and training the students hard. After get off work, enjoy the knee pillow massage or brain pad wave. On this day, Tang Yin left a message in the space, intending to start forging. This time, he was confident that he could achieve the effect that everyone had been looking forward to. In order to avoid accidents, let Zhou Suifeng go to help watch the scene. If necessary, use the special ability of the martial arts fusion skill, plus a fire. Considering that there might be some strange phenomena in the world, Tang Yin moved the forging site this time to the wild, not a short distance away from the city. A small basin. Zhou Suifeng stood guard on the side, Tang Yin hammered down, and from time to time, a few feet of spiritual light would emerge from the hammer. Pieces of materials with different depths of spiritual fluctuations were placed aside in different categories. He was already very skilled in awakening the spirit. The next thing to do is to fuse and forge some materials with a high degree of fusion together, and through one's own spirit and soul power, sublimate the properties of the final product, so that it has real life. After finishing the purification of the last piece of material, Tang Yin let out a long breath, took a short rest, and turned his head. I'm going to start. Zhou Suifeng nodded, indicating that he would pay attention. Breathing evenly, Tang Yin emptied his mind. Forgetting Zhou Suifeng's existence, forgetting his own purpose, forgetting everything about Douluo continent, leaving only one idea in his mind. Try your best to create the work in your mind. The clear sky hammer is released to the normal forging hammer volume, and the 5 soul rings rise one after another. The hammer face flashes the thick light representing the earth and the faint blue light of lightning. The selected material is automatically rolled under the hammer. The special copper mother formed by copper essence and rare elements has a very good amplification reaction to soul power. The star silver forged by Shanayan and Tianxing iron spirit is very strong and has an amplification effect on martial souls. Spiritual gold purified from refined gold, mithril, and demon wolf bone powder has excellent element amplification ability. There are also some high-quality materials that have not been composite forged, but have been purified by thousands of forgings. Deep sea silver mother, cold heart iron essence, dragon beard needle outer layer, spiritual essence forged by sheet crystal spirit, etc. The most critical part is several pieces of colored glazed gems of different colors. Some of them are what Ning Yuan found from the collection of the 7 treasures glazed sect, and some of them are what Tang Yin found by sensing with the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit when he was in Zhengzhen city. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit has strong or weak inductions to these gems. After conceiving the shape of the pagoda in his mind, Tang Yin began to hammer. Ding ding dang! Ding ding dang! At first, there was nothing unusual, just the sound of a hammer falling. Gradually, it seemed to become a piece of music. A breeze inexplicably rose around, dancing with the landing point of the hammer. Every sound is a note, like a piece of music in nature. As time went by, many materials merged together. The sound of the hammer seemed to have become another kind of sound. Each wave carried a special meaning. At sunset, thunder exploded in the clear sky. Zhou Suifeng looked up. At some point, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, and fine raindrops were scattered, but it did not affect Tang Yin's concentration at all. The shape of the fantasy pagoda gradually solidified. Tang Yin's last hammer fell violently. The bright vibration swept the rain away. In an instant, Tang Yin's face was as pale as paper. That hammer seemed to have exhausted his energy. The pagoda, which was as long as an adult's forearm, fell quietly on the casting table without any movement. Zhou Suifeng raised his eyebrows. Failed. Tang Yin leaned on the Haoshan hammer and tremblingly stretched out his finger to the pagoda. A faint electric light flashed and fell on the top of the pagoda. This is Mila's triple. Do it for me. Crack. A lightning snake occupied all the light between heaven and earth and fell on the pagoda. Tang Yin was blown away by the violent energy fluctuations. Zhou Suifeng didn't care about him and squinted his eyes to observe the situation in the lightning. The lightning weakened, and the shape of the pagoda began to flicker. With a whoosh, it flew out. It disappeared several times and was about to be out of sight of the two. Quick stop, stop, stop. Tang Yin struggled on the spot, but he didn't move. Zhou Suifeng was prepared and didn't expect it to run far. Several blue-silver grasses that looked like dragons, thick and long, blocked its way. The thin wire tied it up and brought it back. Pulled it over, the electric current wrapped around it after a few fierce swings of his fist, it finally calmed down. He planned to try to directly integrate into the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul to see if he could break through the levels. But after thinking about it, his glazed pagoda martial soul had already added 2 soul rings, so he decided to give it to Tang Yin for the experiment, and the data would be more accurate. Seeing that he looked exhausted and drained, Zhou Suifeng had to carry him back to the city first and slowly recuperate. In terms of soul power, he recovered quickly, but mentally, he still had a headache after a whole night. Zhou Suifeng used the blue-silver domain to help him relieve it, watching him integrate the pagoda into the martial soul, close his eyes, and meditate and practice. It lasted for more than an hour before he opened his eyes and separated the pagoda from the martial soul. 108 Chapter 108 Soul Forging and Xian Shui Pill. 108. How is it? How is the effect? Zhou Suifeng had some small expectations. If he had the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul, other weapon martial souls would also be useful. Although the amplitude is not high, I can clearly sense that there is a little breakthrough. According to my current cultivation level, if this breakthrough speed is a constant speed, I should be able to break through the 9th level in about 6 years. Perfect. After snapping his fingers, Zhou Suifeng nodded. Then send it to Ning Yulan quickly. Give it to Ning Fengzi first. Ning Fengzi has been stuck at level 79 for so many years. Maybe it won't take long for him to break through the 8th level. This thing can increase Ning Yulan's voice in the sect. We will slowly collect resources and build it separately. If he increases his voice in the 7 treasures glazed sect, he can mobilize more resources and do more things. At the same time, in the 7 treasures glazed sect, the complete version of the mysterious water pill was finally completed. Under Douluo I's guidance, with the support of Zhu Douluo and Yang Wudi's data, hundreds of sect disciples helped with the experiment, dozens of doctors and pharmacists, and nearly 100 auxiliary spirit masters worked hard and finally completed it. Ning Yulan immediately copied the complete pill formula and production process into the space to avoid losing it. Holding a Xian Shui pill, he looked at the people in the R&D team in hesitation. To be on the safe side, everyone should be killed to ensure that the value of the Xian Shui pill will not be leaked. But it feels a pity to kill them directly. Since the Xian Shui pill can really be researched, then the Suan Jin pill, Suan Mu pill, Suan Huo pill, Suan Tu pill, etc. may also be possible. Forget it, keep it for now. This first finished product has commemorative value, so keep it for now. Everyone, the Xian Shui pill is of great importance and its value must be clear to you. So, don't spread it around. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ning Yulan told them to hurry up and make a batch of finished products, and then he left the institute. He saw Tang Yin's message, and Zhou Suifeng was personally delivering the soul forging pagoda. After getting it, Ning Yulan tried it himself. It didn't seem to have any effect, and he wanted to break through the 10th level. Isn't this normal? Zhou Suifeng complained, if the improvement of the fairy grass is not as good as the enhancement of a mere human forging item, wouldn't it be useless? That's true. Taking some more gems from Ning Yulan, Zhou Suifeng hurried back. Ning Yulan, holding the pagoda, went directly to Ning Fengzi. Father! I bumped into Ning Rongrong again. The little girl had a bun, wore a green jumpsuit, and held a windmill and a lollipop similar to a lollipop. Seeing Ning Yulan appear, she subconsciously hid the windmill and the candy behind her. Ning Yulan never let her eat too much of these things. He glanced at her. Now was not the time to teach his sister a lesson. Xiaolu, what's the matter? It's like this, father. Before, He told her the idea of using the instrument to nourish the soul, and showed the pagoda at the same time. This is the final product. Ning Fengzi still had a smile on his face, but his brain had stopped thinking. This little Laolu, how could he come up with such a thing without making any noise? He came back to his senses and hurried forward. He carefully took the pagoda from Ning Yulan's hand, but did not dare to try it easily. He confirmed with Ning Yulan repeatedly. Are you sure this will work? No one knows how the original 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit appeared. Ning Yulan shrugged and grabbed Ning Rongrong, who wanted to slip away. I can only say that this method of using the essence of external objects to supplement the defects of the martial spirit is very feasible. Father has been stuck at level 79 for many years and has accumulated a lot of energy. It doesn't hurt to try it. If it works, there will definitely be a breakthrough in a short time. Okay. Your father believes in you. Breaking through the limit of the 7th level is Ning Fengzi's dream. Although Ning Yulan has achieved this goal, it is not on him after all. Now that it is possible, he naturally cannot let it go. After saying that, holding the pagoda, he forced himself to suppress his excitement and rushed to the training room. Ning Yulan squatted down, snatched the candy that Ning Rongrong had kept, and waved to the maid to bring a handkerchief to wipe off the sugar residue on her mouth. It's only 3 months until the spring festival. Why are you still running around like this all day? What a mess. Ning Rongrong pouted because she couldn't eat candy. It doesn't matter how high or low my awakening is. Anyway, I have my brothers here, so I just need to play, right? You little girl, you only know how to play. After pulling her little face, Ning Yulan picked her up and walked out. He whispered to the maid. Go prepare a medicinal bath and give Rongrong a bath at night. What? Hearing the word medicinal bath, Ning Rongrong struggled desperately. No, no. I don't want to soak in that black and smelly thing. I don't want it. How could her arms twist over her thighs? Her small body was completely unable to resist Ning Yulan. Even Ning Fengzi and Jiangu did not interfere with Ning Yulan in this matter. He. Just scream. Anyway, no one will come to save you. Aya. After finishing the big things, there are still small things to do. In order to absorb the soul ring smoothly, Tang Yin absorbed the 4 low-level soul bones that Zhou Suifeng and Enlan had exploded before. For the future, he should take one off now. It happened that there was a 66,000 left arm bone of the Rhino King, which was just right for plugging in. He got started and prepared to take off Tang Yin's left arm. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, as long as the soul bone broke the connection with Tang Yin's soul power, it would restore the form of crystalline material. Originally, with the experience of the last time, it should be easy, but something unexpected happened. After half an hour after the scheduled time, the soul bone did not restore its original form, and it was still fused with Tang Yin's fallen arm. Hiss! Tang Yin subconsciously moved his left shoulder. The blue-silver grass temporarily blocked the blood vessels. There was no bleeding, but it was just a little painful. His head was a little confused. Now, what should I do? Maybe it's the pressure of the 5-10,000-year soul rings that made this soul bone completely merge with you. It's all cut off, now we can only take a gamble. After disconnecting the soul power that maintained the life reaction of the arm section, Zhou Suifeng turned to use the blue-silver grass to devour the energy in the arm. Now he can only try to see if the soul bone can reappear after the residual energy in the arm dissipates. If it doesn't work, then Ning Yulan can only try to see if the life edition of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower can use other things to reshape his arm. If that doesn't work, then he or Zhou Suifeng can only wait for him or Zhou Suifeng to find a 100,000-year soul ring with life attributes to make the soul skills undergo a qualitative change. Before that, be Yanguo for a while. The extracted energy was injected into a seed, and the two waited nervously for more than 2 hours. The residual blood in the arm flowed into a pool, and the cut surface was a little pale. Zhou Suifeng checked again. 109 Chapter 109 Anxiety 109. The soul bone was taken out. But the arm was completely turned into a mass of dead meat. Quickly rinsed it with the blue-silver grass soul power, then switched to the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda Martial Soul, and reattached it to him with the second soul skill plus vitality. As long as the arm does not fall off when the soul skill lasts, there will be no problem. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes. An hour later, the arm was still intact on Tang Yin's shoulder. The two breathed a sigh of relief. But I always feel a little powerless, and it seems light. After clenching his fists and waving them a few times, Tang Yin frowned slightly, with a strange expression. Besides, I only have a soul power of about 50 levels now, not even 51 levels. How is it possible? It's just a 100-year soul bone, how could it drop so much? No. Soul bones are a small matter. What's really important should be the lost blood and soul power. Mistake. I should have found something to hold the blood. Looking at the half-dried blood on the ground, Zhou Suifeng shook his head. After imagining the scene, he felt a bit like killing a pig and collecting pig blood. Handed him the blue-silver grass seed that was infused with arm energy. It may be caused by losing too much energy and nutrition in a short period of time. Eat this, and your own things should be able to recover faster. The seeds melted in his mouth. Smacking his lips, Tang Yin moved left and right, feeling a little recovered, but not much. Your current state may not be suitable for directly absorbing the 66,000 soul bone. Practice for a few days first, and then recover to level 51 soul power. After Zhou Suifeng finished speaking, Tang Yin nodded. He also felt the same way. For cultivators, except for some special circumstances, they know their own bodies best. In this state of deficiency of both qi and blood, if you forcefully absorb the 66,000-year-old soul bone, you may not be able to be replenished. The meridians are damaged, and the soul power is reversed. Zhou Suifeng took Zhu Ziyun away for a few days to add the third soul ring. When the three of them wandered in the Xingde Great Forest, she broke through for a while. Although finding a soul ring for her does not require the five of us to be as meticulous and attentive, it is still necessary to be clear. Keep improving. According to Zhou Suifeng's plan gave her a high attack, high-speed assassin flow that would flee far away if she missed a single strike. There was no way to deal with the first soul skill, the Netherworld 100 Claws, because she already had it before she was taken away from the Zhu family. The second soul skill had a buff that eliminated aura and reduced soul power consumption. This third soul skill could either continue to increase speed or increase attack. While searching for soul beasts, he once again considered the Netherworld 100 Claws and Netherworld Slash. The skill of the 100 Claws was still okay. The attack had a penetrating effect and delayed damage. The only drawback was the low attack power. If there was a marking ability that could perfectly connect these three soul skills, it would be simply perfect. Unfortunately, I don't think I've heard of anyone with the ability to mark. It still depends on luck. It took a few days to search. It was mostly among cats such as tigers, leopards, and lions. If you want the Nether Spirit Cat to have a stronger potential, evolution is necessary. Finally, a 3,000-year-old Nether Shadow King Lion was hunted. The soul skill is pretty good. It condenses the power of the Nether to increase its own attack power and speed by 50%. The attack has a penetration effect and has a chance to cause double damage. With the ability of the external soul bone, it can lock the weakness and attack, which is much stronger than grabbing dozens of times with 100 claws. Before absorbing it, Zhou Suifeng told her to think about the ability to mark, but in the end, there was no ability to mark the target. After completely digesting the soul ring, her figure has grown again. No one would think that she is just a 13 or 14-year-old girl at first glance. Let's go. The goal was achieved and they left the forest. Zhu Ziyun paused for a moment before catching up. Zhou Suifeng's eyes were not concealed, but she was always very strange. She only tried to do it occasionally, but never really did it. She thought a lot and was curious, but then she gradually became afraid. Is he trying to use her as a bargaining chip and trade her out in the future to exchange benefits or treasures with people who like her? This is not uncommon among nobles. In the Zhu family, she had seen her father give a concubine to someone else. However, after helping her find a soul beast so hard and absorbing a piece of external soul bone that can evolve, would he trade with others casually? Zhou Suifeng turned his back to her and knew nothing about her psychological activities. At this moment, he was considering which Soul Master Academy to send her to. He planned to let Zhu Ziyun participate in the Soul Master competition. As long as she appeared on the field, she would attract the attention of the Xingluo Empire. In order to ensure the inheritance of the Nether White Tiger, the Dai family would do everything they could to bring her back. As long as they do a little bit of manipulation, the 5 people will have a legitimate reason to attack the Xingluo Empire. It is very important to have a legitimate reason. If the existing inheritance of the throne of God does not work, then we can only try to unify the entire continent and gather the faith of the people. After thinking about it, it seems that no academy is suitable. Ordinary academies cannot withstand the pressure of the Xingluo Empire. Except for Tiandu Royal Academy and Shrek. The former is naturally needless to say, and the latter, as an important part of the protagonist's growth trajectory, has its own particularity. However, in the original book, they dared to accept Dai Mubai. One is that they may not know Dai Mubai's identity at the beginning, and the other is that the Xingluo Empire ignored it. But now, as long as they receive the news from Zhu Ziyun, the Xingluo Empire may directly send experts to arrest people and Flanders and others may not dare to resist. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng ruled out the option of Shrek. The original Shrek is so tough, and a considerable part of the reason is Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Now, Ning Yuan, needless to say, will definitely not let Ning Rongrong go to a useless pheasant academy. As for Tang San, if the 5 people did not interfere, the probability of going to Shrek would be 99%. Tiandu Royal Academy seems to be very suitable. Besides, it is easy to attract the firepower of Xingluo Empire. As a hostile empire, Tiandu has a lot of motivation. But the problem is that Tiandu Empire does not seem to have the strength to quietly destroy the Nether Duke's mansion. If a big move directly razed the Duke's mansion to the ground, it would be fine, but some servants were unscathed except for sleeping. This is more frightening than razing the duke's mansion to the ground. Even if these are not considered, there is a more strange question. Even if Tiandu Empire did a good job, all the direct descendants of the Zhu family were dealt with, so why did they leave 3 girls behind? The nether spirit cat martial spirit is not very powerful when viewed alone. In terms of strength, Shui Qinghe has become a disciple now, so maybe he can use a little trick to make the Dai family suspect the 7 treasures glazed sect. But Ning Fengzi's behavior doesn't seem to make people believe that he would do such a thing. Although the 7 treasures glazed sect is powerful, it seems that destroying the Zhu family will not bring any direct benefits to the 7 treasures, and merchants will not do anything without profit. Dugubo he has some dealings with Shui Xing, maybe we can exaggerate the relationship between the two and let the Dai family know that Shui Xing has saved Dugubo's life. This way, the Tiandu Empire will have the strength and motivation. But it still can't explain why Zhu Ziyun was left behind. 110 Chapter 110 I need some smart people. 110. Can it be linked to the Spirit Hall? If the Dai family can be associated with the Spirit Hall, no, with Bibi Dong. Zhu Ziyun's matter makes sense. Leaving Zhu Ziyun and stuffing her into the Tiandu Empire is to provoke a conflict between the 2 empires, so that the Spirit Hall can reap the benefits. We need to find time to discuss this with Lan. It would be more appropriate to send Zhu Ziyun and even the 3 sisters to Tiandu Royal Academy through the Spirit Hall. I wonder if there are any smart people in the Xingluo Empire who are good at using their brains. There are still several years before the last Soul Master competition. There is plenty of time. Let's discuss and perfect the details. On the way back home, I passed by Tang Yin's place and took a look. He recovered well. He had successfully rebuilt his soul power and recovered to level 51 in the past few days when he took Zhu Ziyun away. He made eye contact with Zhou Suifeng and prepared to absorb the 66,000 Rhino King soul bone in a few days. Zhou Suifeng was a little curious about the skills of the soul bone. Before leaving, he said to Tang Yin and asked him to tell him after he absorbed it. Back to the small palace arranged for him by the Botanical Academy apartment, only to find that something was wrong with Zhu Ziyun. This sudden emo, the grey feeling that makes life lose color, what's going on? When I first learned that my father was gone and I couldn't be the eldest daughter of the Duke's mansion, I didn't feel like this. Seeing the 2 sisters, she restrained herself a little. Then from the angle they couldn't see, she became more emo. Her behavior made Zhou Suifeng very upset, and even the little sisters who were studying the Botanical Academy, studying the development roots of their martial spirits, had no motivation. So, he trained her hard. He thought Zhu Ziyun might be idle, as long as she was exhausted and had no mind to think about random things all day long. It had some effect at first, but Zhu Ziyun had long been accustomed to Zhou Suifeng's training intensity. After a few days, she put on that dead look again. You're making me very angry. For the fate of her 2 sisters, she decided to test Zhou Suifeng's attitude. It's been almost 6 years now. What do you want to do to us? Ha, ha ha. Zhou Suifeng laughed. You've been doing this for the past few days? Okay, tell me. He slowly raised his finger and poked it into her chest. His finger was completely entrapped and wrapped. You are a collection to me. Are you satisfied? If I see you still look so disappointing tomorrow morning, don't blame me for being too ruthless. After saying that, he left Zhu Ziyun's room. Zhu Ziyun didn't get the answer she wanted, and she couldn't sleep at all. Collection? It shouldn't be traded easily, right? After a few days of silence, she saw Tang Yin's message in the space that day, briefly describing the ability of the soul bone. On the left arm, a materialized arm armor completely condensed by the power of thunder was condensed, which could wrap from the shoulder to the fingers. It has strong defense, improves some strength, and can also launch lightning to attack, but it can only be used at medium and short distances. He is very satisfied, at least it can be used until the 100,000 year soul bone is obtained. While reading the message, Ning Yuan and Lan suddenly appeared. It happened that Zhou Suifeng discussed with them the idea of each taking charge of the power. Lan, this is simple. Wait for me to contact Sarath and arrange them into the Tiandu Royal Academy. Bibi Dong will not sing against me on such a small matter. Ning Yuan, I'm afraid I have to make a detailed plan here. After my father breaks through the limit of the number of layers, my power in the sect should be able to expand a little bit. It's good that they don't object. Zhou Suifeng nodded. Do you think we should interfere with Tang San's spirit awakening? Although everyone jokingly calls Su Yun Tao the blind god king, it is unbelievable that he didn't report the innate full spirit power at all. Innate full spirit power, even though it is the blue silver grass spirit, but as a steward of the spirit hall, he should know what the innate 10th level represents. Or maybe, the news was sent up, but it was secretly suppressed by Bibi Dong. An Lan pointed at the round table and said suddenly. If we don't plan to get rid of him directly, then we need to grasp his movements as much as possible. Although the fairy grass was taken by us in advance, there is no guarantee that he will not obtain other treasures. The remaining 2 of the 3 treasure pots in Douluo continent are Kyunkan Questioning Love Valley and Dragon Valley. With the leadership of the protagonist Tang San, it might be easy to find them. The 5 people may not be able to use the Questioning Love Valley, but Dragon Valley is not necessarily, and it is of great significance to the 5 people. Ning Yulin's eyes turned, and a plan came to mind. Tang San's spirit is blue silver grass and clear sky hammer. How about you or Tang Yin become his life mentor? Zhou Suifeng frowned subconsciously. When he was hanging out with Tianrui in the soul hunting team before, when he mentioned Shrek, Tianrui joked about becoming Tang San's life mentor. Consider it seriously and carefully. Finally, he shook his head. No. In our future plans, the Spirit Hall is a very important part. The grievances between their family and the Spirit Hall will waste our energy. Although Kyung Sunji is dead, I am afraid that he and his son will not accept this result. For them, only the complete collapse of the Spirit Hall can relieve the hatred in their hearts. But we still have to go to Notting City. Whether it's for the 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit or the Blue Silver Emperor. The Blue Silver Emperor. If Ayin is resurrected in advance, can Tang Hao and his son be controlled in another way? I'm afraid that by then, Tang Xiaosan will not only not appreciate it, but will shout, "What qualifications do you have to dare to resurrect my mother? You have already chosen death. Hidden weapons will be thrown at us from all directions. And if we really do this, we have to verify one thing. The consciousness in the new Blue Silver Emperor is Ayin." Chuan Quan's original consciousness was transformed into Ayin again due to the influence of Tang Hao and Tang San. The 3 discussed for a while and finally decided that Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin would go to Notting City to explore the way, and Ning Yulin and Tianrui would provide support according to the situation. An Lan, with the identity of Kyung Sunji's disciple, was not suitable to be there. It would definitely make Tang Hao furious, and leaving one person behind was also everyone's hope of resurrection in case of an accident. Strangely enough, An Lan arranged for Ning Yulin to investigate the village near Notting City for a long time. During the time, no trace of Xiao Wu was found. Several people went back and forth to the Xingde Great Forest several times, but they did not encounter this rabbit. The meeting was adjourned. After practicing for a while, Zhou Suifeng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and he was not sleepy at all. Going to find Xiao Wu and Ayin, whether it succeeds in the end or not, means that the past peaceful time will no longer continue. The curtain is about to begin. At dawn, walk out of the room. I have to hurry up and train Zhu Ziyun well. When she stands on the field, she must have at least 1 soul ring higher than the original. 111 Chapter 111 Buddha Debuts. 111. Wuhan City. Wuhan Academy. Since An Lan developed that soul control training method, he has gained a group of fans in the academy. He also used this to expand his influence in the academy. Bibi Dong wanted to interfere, but the teachers in the academy didn't care about her at all. Originally, without An Lan's existence, Qian Rongxiu had a problem with her brain and went to play the undercover game. With her status as the Pope, she openly commands everything in the Spirit Hall, and the academy naturally lets her arrange it. But now, behind An Lan stands Qian Rongxiu, and behind Qian Rongxiu stands Qian Daoliu. The dean himself is also a veteran, and is not inferior to her at all. She is the Pope. It is okay for her to come to the academy to give a speech and express condolences after a long time, but it is impossible for her to appear in the academy every day like An Lan. It is even more impossible for her to modify the academy's textbooks like the Third Hokage, brainwash the students mentally, and portray herself as the strongest pope in history. Qian Daoliu is still alive. All she can do is to continue to show her presence among the young people in the academy through Hulina and others. But the students, although they are in awe of the name of the Pope, it is too far away. An Lan, who is obviously close at hand, is more impressive. For students who have not experienced too much experience, talent and extraordinary strength are the best pass. He did not interfere with Hulina's actions. Only occasionally did he bring the three of them together to have a very friendly exchange in public. Although she and Xiaoyu had a martial soul fusion skill that allowed them to fight against each other, and Lan was not a common spirit master, and the brother and sisters leapfrogging had no effect. Every time they exchanged, and Lan was very gentle and approachable. But only Hulina knew what kind of devil this was when no one was around. And Lan had no idea of the devil in Hulina's heart. In fact, he didn't do anything to Hulina, but just tried to make her recognize her position and stance, so that she wouldn't get confused when she met some third or fourth person, and leak information about the spirit hall everywhere. Maybe his attitude deeply hurt her little heart, so she thought he was a demon or something. Bibi Dong realized that she couldn't help the Spirit Academy, so she gave up decisively. And Lan wanted to take advantage of the future of the Spirit Hall, so she started from the present of the Spirit Hall and placed people in the various branch halls. At one time, he was very popular in the Spirit Hall, and the staff of the branch halls outside the Spirit City did not know the existence of the Worship Hall. It was okay before, and he could hold on for a few rounds, but now, in front of the pale golden flame, his unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus is just like a unicorn fire bug. Who dares to believe that the flame can even ignite the flame? Tian Rui did not expect this scene at the beginning. It has only been a few days since he absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, and he has improved so obviously. I don't know if the blue electric Tyrannosaurus will have this effect. I will try it when I go back. Ah ha ha ha. This is a personal talent. I can't teach you even if I want to. However, if he is willing to learn, he may be able to teach him. But the relationship between the two sides has not reached that point yet. On the side, Huo Wu puffed up her face. She envied Tian Rui's strength very much, and she longed to become such a person and have such a figure. Brother Tian Rui. Tian Rui was startled and waved his hand quickly. Don't try to be so rude, you're just a fool. Damn. I'm not a woman? How come I'm not suitable? She gets angry when she mentions this. She's not as gentle and charming as those little vixens in Tian Shui, right? Hey, hey, hey. I didn't say that. I mean you have your own style. Don't force yourself to be like others. You make me so angry. Come on, fight again. Today I'll let you see what my gentleness looks like. She was so ambitious, but she was kicked out of the practice field after a few rounds. But she's a girl after all, so Tian Rui's movements are gentle. She didn't admit defeat and ran in again. She was idle anyway, so it would be nice to have someone to cooperate with her to practice soul power. As they fought, they gathered half of the students in the academy for no reason. It became a group fight. Tian Rui had a lot of fun. Ha ha ha. Come again. So cool. Who can fight me? This is the amazing power. Wah ha ha ha. After the battle, Tian Rui wanted to dig a hole to bury himself. His brain was inexplicably screwed up. Why did he say so many second-year words that made people's eyes black? However, it's really cool to fight against the many with a small number of people and stand alone. Holy Soul Village. Blue Silver Grass, useless martial spirit. Uncle, you haven't tested my spirit power yet. There's no need to test a useless martial spirit like you innate full spirit power. Child, are you willing to join the spirit hall? I need to ask Dad. Tang San, martial spirit awakening, blue silver grass, innate full spirit power. Su Yun Tao walked out the door, and the old Jack who had been waiting for a long time hurried over. Dear Master of the Fighting Soul, may I ask the awakening results of the children? Your village is lucky, there is actually a person with innate full spirit power. What? Old Jack was overjoyed and asked hurriedly. Which child is it? The one called Tang San, but unfortunately he has a useless martial spirit like blue silver grass. Su Yun Tao was very disappointed. The children came out, and old Jack waved his hand to let the children go home quickly. Smiling and patting the dog's head. Xiao San, Grandpa was right about you. It's a pity that you have such a father and no good martial spirit to pass on to you, otherwise, you might become the second soul saint in our village, hee. He asked Tang San if he wanted to go to the Soul Master Academy to study, but Tang San said he would go back and ask Tang how. That's right, let's go, Grandpa will go with you. In the morning, when people should be busy, Tang San's house was quiet and there was no movement. Walking into the house, a strong smell of alcohol lingered. Old Jack frowned and wanted to find a chair to sit on, but seeing the broken things in the house, he didn't dare to touch them after all. Tang Hao! Tang Hao! Tang Hao, who was still sleeping, was woken up and walked out of the door curtain in dissatisfaction. Why are you shouting so loudly? Seeing him like this, old Jack was furious. 112 Chapter 112 Tang Hao, you are the most. 112. But he still held back his anger and told Tang Hao the result of Tang San's martial soul awakening. 3 months later, Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy will recruit students. There is still a quota in our village. I planned to. No. Tang Hao's eyes were heavy. The moment he heard that Tang San awakened the blue-silver grass, he seemed to have changed into a different person. What? Old Jack doubted his ears. What are you talking about? Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Our village has a single quota because we once had a soul saint, but other villages share one. This child is lucky to have awakened his innate soul power, and he may become a superior person in the future. You are already a waste, and you still want to lie to me in the future. No matter how angry old Jack was, Tang Hao was still the same attitude. Snorted coldly. So what if I am superior? Who will cook for me if he leaves? You. Having never seen such a rotten father, old Jack was so angry that he was shaking all over, and wanted to hit Tang Hao with his cane. Tang San spoke hurriedly. Forget it, village chief, I listened to my father. Alas! Tang San said so himself, and old Jack could only shake his head. Staring at Tang Hao. There are still 3 months before the academy starts. Think about it carefully. Come to me if you change your mind. At the same time, Tang Yin and Zhou Suifeng rushed to Notting City and waited for the opportunity around the Junior Soul Master Academy. Ning Yulan and Tian Rui had to wait a little longer. The former was waiting for Ning Rongrong's awakening result. He used the finished Xian Shui pill on Ning Rongrong and used soul power to temper the meridians in advance like Zhou Suifeng. He didn't know if Ning Rongrong could awaken the innate full soul power or the perfect 9th level pagoda. The latter finally saw Shui Binger, who was attending the party in the Tian Shui Academy team. He would come after getting familiar with her. Tang Yin was very dissatisfied with this. That guy is really annoying. When can Shui Binger not be recognized? Isn't it more important to catch rabbits and pull weeds? After a few responses, Zhou Suifeng was thinking about Yu Xiao Gang. Could the blue-silver grass extract the golden holy dragon bloodline in him? If it was fused with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, it might allow the latter to reproduce some of the true dragon style. But he himself directly presented the form of Zhu Luo Sanpao. The success rate of extracting his blood alone would not be too high. Feeling that Zhou Suifeng was distracted, Tang Yin asked casually. What are you thinking about? Zhou Suifeng talked about his thoughts. If there is a chance, I can try it, but the dragon soul of the Water and Fire Dragon King is not much stronger than the Golden Holy Dragon. They were at least the strength of a first-level god when they were alive. That's right. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Ning Rongrong's awakening result, innate full soul power. And the martial soul, 9 levels. She herself is a super genius of the innate 9th level. After the supplement of the Xian Shui pill, she completed that slight defect. It is normal to have an innate 10th level soul power. And the martial soul broke through the 9th level, which was obviously affected by Ning Yulan's martial soul. In itself, the first soul ring was broken by the martial soul to absorb, and the origin of the glazed tower had undergone some changes. Then, he absorbed the fairy grass and practiced the Qi method. The ultimate secret, constantly cultivating the origin, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, but in fact his qualifications have been subtly purified. The two are still siblings, with close blood ties. With similar martial soul forms, it is natural for Ning Rongrong's martial soul to be driven by Ning Yulan's soul power to evolve. Is this feeling a martial soul fusion skill? When Ning Rongrong's martial soul emerged, Ning Yulan had a strange feeling, as if it was a martial soul fusion skill, but it was completely different from the feelings of the other 4 people. In comparison, it was a bit obscure and distant. Seeing that her tower was 9 floors, Ning Rongrong laughed. Ha ha ha! This lady is really gifted. Dad, Grandpa Jian, and Grandpa Gu, and brothers. Don't you want to give this lady a little gift? The little princess of the sect awakened her martial soul, and everyone was present. Oh? Really? What do you want? Ning Yulan's words reminded her of the fear of being dominated over the years, and she shouted fiercely. I am a completely different lady now. I am not afraid of you, Loyalu. She made a face and hid behind Doguyan. Doguyan turned her palm and a crystal figurine appeared in her palm. Don't listen to your sixth brother, he has prepared it long ago, look. The figurine was exactly the appearance of Ning Rongrong, crystal clear, licking Dabantang with bared teeth. She didn't see the figurine's posture clearly and grabbed it directly in her hand. Thank you, Sister Yan. The others took out the things they had prepared long ago. Double happiness. The next day, Ning Fengzi, who had been stuck at level 79 for many years, broke through to level 80 with the help of the Soul Forging Pagoda. Chen Xin took him on a trip to replenish his soul rings. After returning, Ning Yulan came to her house, and a few words made his excitement disappear without a trace, and he even felt shocked. Congratulations, father, for breaking through the 8th level. I have a few ideas I want to discuss with you. I suggest that the fifth brother marry the royal princess Shueke to further deepen the connection with the royal family. Now Shueye is very old and it is difficult for him to have a new prince. If the 4 existing princes have an accident, we can use Shueke's identity as regent. With a little operation, we can replace her. Ning Fengzi looked at him and felt a chill on his back. In the past few years, he has cultivated his character, got along so well with his sister, and was inseparable from his fiancée. He thought this kid had changed a lot, but now it seems that not only has he not changed, but he has become worse. What if there is an accident? Is it possible to arrange an accident? Of course it is cruel. Absolutely refused. This is not possible. The Tiandu Empire treats the sect well. Besides, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus is eyeing us covetously, and the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire are trying to check and balance each other. Even if your plan succeeds, I'm afraid that will be the time when the sect will be destroyed. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters, and wealth and honor are sought in danger. Ning Yulan frowned, and his originally respectful attitude became indifferent, and he stood up straight. Father is too conservative. You are too radical. Ning Fengzi rebuked sharply, feeling that his attitude might be a bit harsh, so he slowed down his tone. Now that you have found a way to make the 7 treasures glazed pagoda evolve safely, why be so radical? As long as there are a few more 9 treasures glazed pagodas in the sect's status will naturally rise. By then, the sect will just change from a piece of fat meat to a bigger piece of fat meat. It is true that the 2 worshippers and senior Dogu, with the help of father, can resist several titles at the same time. But what about after that? The current Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall is ambitious and may start a war at any time. The sect can only avoid becoming a stepping stone for others by taking the initiative. Father, you claim to be very clear about the situation on the mainland, but I think your thinking has become rigid due to years of hardship. You should consider how to upgrade to the title level as soon as possible through seclusion. It is more appropriate for me to take charge of the sect. I will lead the sect to unprecedented heights. 113 Chapter 113 Conservative and Radical. 113. Ning Yulan naturally has his confidence to magnify the face. He developed the Xian Shui pill and the method of nourishing the soul with a weapon. Even if Ning Fengzi wanted to appoint another successor, he could not compare. In the end, the father and son naturally parted unhappily. Ning Fengzi thought Ning Yulan was too radical, and Ning Yulan thought Ning Fengzi was too conservative. The sect is the sect, and there is only the sect in his eyes. I had planned to tell Ning Fengzi a little about the existence of the other 4 people, but now it seems that it is better not to say it. After Ning Yulan left, Ning Fengzi sat in silence in the hall of the sect for a long time. Uncle Gu, do you also think my vision is too narrow? The ancient banyan tree quietly emerged, standing in the dim corner, like a dark iron tower. He did not think there was anything wrong with Ning Fengzi's vision. Cultivating to this level now is also limited by the subtle influence of the rules of the Soul Master world. It is assumed that the Spirit Hall will play games with everyone in an orderly manner, as if they never consider the possibility of others turning the table over. Although the Haoshan sect has learned from the previous experience, they are still playing stupid sect games here, not seizing the time to expand and accumulate more strength for backup. It is impossible for him not to know the existence of Jiande Oliu. After a long silence, Gu Rong suddenly said, I think Xiao Liu's suggestion is actually very good. Although he was trapped in the sect game due to his previous cognition. But at this time, he also felt that Ning Yulan's opinion was very good. Isn't it a good thing for the sect to take a step forward? Ning Fengzi, Uncle Gu, you. He looked at Gurong in surprise, thinking that Gurong was standing on the same side as him. Why did they go to Ning Yulin's side when there was no front line? But you are right, Xiaoliu is too radical. This kind of thing should be done slowly. The four princes. Uncle Gu. Ning Fengzi spoke up in a hurry. Although he also agreed with the idea of the sect to go further, he should never take the plot against the imperial prince lightly. In fact, compared with the invasion of other forces, Kai Bao is the only one in power. He prefers everyone to join hands and form an alliance to fight against the Spirit Hall. This can reduce the firepower attracted by Kai Bao, and let the other big ones take the lead. Thinking of Ning Yulin's expression just now, I have a headache. The joy of breaking through the limit of the number of layers and Ning Rongrong's direct ninth layer was torn apart by Ning Yulin, and I was upset. Pope's Palace. On the day when the cardinals reported their work, An Lan suddenly appeared. Bibi Dong was surprised and a little unhappy. This guy rarely came to the Pope's Palace. Is he trying to cause trouble by suddenly appearing? Master. I wanted to call her senior sister out of habit, and just opened my mouth for one word. Bibi Dong's eyes were raised, and her eyes were fierce. An Lan was shocked and changed her words. There was no point in provoking her at this time. I want to ask the Pope to check the records of martial soul awakening this year. Awakening records? What are you looking for this for? Could it be that you want to collect a group of talented children through the awakening records? Thinking of this, her eyes flickered. Bishop Rhodes, have the awakening records of the branch halls in various places for this year been sorted out? Your Majesty, it has been sorted out and is about to be presented. Then bring it up. As the Pope, she has more power and space to recruit talents from children who have awakened from all over the country than Ning Yulin, a former Pope disciple without real power. But after taking a look at the things sent up, she frowned unconsciously. There was no candidate worth training here. Regarding the matter of reporting awakening records, local branches actually have a lot of autonomy. Except for the local children of Wuhan City, if they are not of innate soul power level 5 or above, or have very rare mutations, they will not be sent directly to the Pope's palace. The probability of a genius appearing among civilian soul masters is extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. It was very disappointing to find someone who was not pleasing to the eye. Bibi Dong raised her hand and threw it to An Lan. An Lan coming here to check the records, looking for talent is partly, more importantly, to see if there is Tang San's name. No? Originally, he tended to think that the Nodding City branch reported the records, and it was Bibi Dong who covered up the information about Tang San. But now it seems that the local branch really did not report it. Is that Su Yuntao really so blind? Even if Su Yuntao didn't figure out the connection, but that Ma Xiaonyo is also an old man, and he didn't consider the particularity of it. Although the Wuhan Hall has a big plate, the training of grassroots personnel is far from in place. Qiaojin sent the information back to Bibi Dong, and An Lan bowed. Excuse me, everyone continue. Nodding City. Ning Yulin and Tianrui also arrived. Sit back and wait for the rabbit. When can you reach level 60? While watching people, practicing at the same time, Zhou Suifeng asked Tang Yin, with his current soul ring level, it is appropriate to wait until level 60 to cover the soul rings of other martial souls. Tang Yin calculated for a moment. If you don't continue to remove soul bones, it will take about a year. But if, after absorbing the 66,000-year-old Rhino King's left arm bone, the soul rings and soul bones of the same soul beast had a subtle reaction, directly increasing his soul power by 3 levels, and now it has recovered to level 54. After practicing for a while, the level dropped by removing the soul bones will be replenished, and it should be able to reach 57. In less than a year, it should be able to reach 60. But if you continue to remove soul power, I'm afraid it will be too late in a year. Then just remove the soul bones and cover the soul rings at the same time. Ning Yulin expressed a different opinion. Starting with him is just the first cycle. If the result is not good, we can start another one. Except Zhou Suifeng, the others still have 4 empty positions for martial spirits. Even if they are not satisfied this time, they can still find a higher level and more suitable soul beast. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng nodded. That's fine. Wait until his soul power is fully restored, and then remove a soul bone, and then take Yin to the blue-silver forest, and exchange it for a high-year blue-silver grass according to the conditions of the blue-silver king. Wait until his own blue-silver grass is covered, and then go find the golden tree. If you change to a soul ring with other attributes, will the original added passive attributes still be there? The third soul ring is taken from the water-attributed sub-dragon soul beast, the green water dragon, giving Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass the ability to absorb water elements in the air to repair itself, as well as a strong dragon body. If possible, Zhou Suifeng wants to continue looking for soul beasts of this race. The soul ring behind, on the basis of increasing vitality, continues to maintain negative state resistance and purification. The three of them were silent for a moment, turned their heads and looked at Tianrui. That guy. It was dusk, and Tianrui was sitting on the windowsill facing the sun, with a comfortable look on his face. The sunlight fell on his face as if a layer of holy light was sprinkled, and the whole person was wrapped in holy light. When he finished practicing, Tang Yin and Ning Yulan were a little envious. It's a pity that this person who absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon whose ability cannot be shared through space, it is a hardware problem. You can only share martial spirits after the later soul rings are covered. 114 Chapter 114 Waiting for the Rabbit. 114. When I become proficient, I will try to develop similar effects by pushing with electric current and binding with magnetic field. When his body is completely accustomed to the feeling of absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, he can push with electric current to pry the magnetic field, actively sense and capture the essence of the sun and the moon. Tianrui thinks it is very feasible. Tang Hao suddenly agreed that Tang San would go to Notting City Soul Master Academy to study. Tang San was overjoyed, but also strange. Dad, why did you suddenly change your mind? Do you want to go or not? Tang San opened his mouth. Of course he wanted to go, but it was really unpleasant to be so hesitant. A trace of irritability flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. As long as you agree to my conditions, you can go to Notting City. Okay, Dad, you say. Tang Hao was a little angry at his careless behavior. As a man, you can't make promises easily. You have to do what you say. Why do you just agree without asking? Whatever my father wants me to do, I believe it is for my own good. During this period after awakening his martial soul, he felt the fatherly love that he had not felt in the previous 6 years, and was very moved. Tang Hao's condition was that he was not allowed to add soul rings to the hammer martial soul without his permission, and he was not allowed to expose the twin martial souls without life-threatening danger. Tang San agreed. This night felt very long to Tang San. At dawn the next day, old Jack appeared at the door and called Tang San. We have to hurry to Notting City. Xiao San, now it seems that your father knows a little bit. Snorting coldly at the dark inner room, old Jack finally held back and didn't say anything. Fortunately, Tang Hao agreed to let Tang San go to school. Village chief, let's go quickly. Tang San kept urging, full of expectations for the upcoming academy, and didn't want Tang Hao to hear this, and then the two quarreled again. We got on the cart of old Li's family at the head of the village and went to Notting City. At the beginning of the morning, we arrived at the gate of the academy. Stop, what are you doing? Don't you see where this place is? How can country people like you come here? Old Jack smiled and took out his martial spirit proof. The guard was relentless and continued to ridicule, and wanted to get started. Tang San pushed him to the ground with a push the window to look at the moon move, and then grabbed his wrist. In the dark, Tang Yin dubbed silently. A mere guard, so arrogant, disrespectful to the elders, bullying the old and weak. You have already chosen to die, eat my sleeve arrow. Strictly speaking, this Tang San is also a lunatic. Extremely self-centered, moody, and a paranoid with strong execution. Zhou Suifeng's voice sounded next to him. He hid with Tang Yin, staring at the door, waiting for Xiao Wu to appear. Tianrui went to the 7th dormitory, and Ning Yu was on the road between the 7th dormitory and the gate of the academy. When the guard was about to die, Yu Xiaogang appeared and saved his life. You don't have to come next time. The guard apologized with fear and trepidation. Although he was just guarding the gate, he was looking at the gate of the Soul Master Academy. Not to mention his own salary, he felt proud of the students and teachers who came in and out every day, as if he had become a Soul Master himself. He definitely didn't want to be expelled like this. Yu Xiaogang acted like a master, commanding the guard with a haughty manner. Looking at Tang San's martial spirit certificate, his eyes were burning. He led Tang San in. This Yu Xiaogang looks so greasy. His short hair is divided into 7 points, he is unkempt, and he is a little fat. He looks like a middle-aged old man. How did Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong like this kind of person? It can't be because of a certain god. The two whispered secretly, and deduced slightly from Yu Xiaogong's current appearance, but they couldn't find any highlights in his appearance. Could it be that the two women valued his inner qualities? Master Yu's inner qualities, those who understand will understand. Tang San followed Yu Xiaogang to a deserted section of the road and thanked him for his help. Yu Xiaogang said that he was not a teacher at the academy, but just an idler who was eating and drinking for free. Following Tang San's words, he began to talk about his twin martial spirits. Tang San's pupils trembled, and he held the sleeve arrow again, ready to shoot this guy. One of the general principles of Xiantian Bailu, never let people who cannot be fully trusted know how much your real strength is. Tang Yin moved his fingers and wanted to hit Tang San's fingers. What would happen if Yu Xiaogang was shot dead in this place? After thinking about it, he gave up the idea. It would not be a problem if Yu Xiaogang died, only Bibi Dong would go crazy, but if Tang San really met a real teacher who could guide him, it would be troublesome. In comparison, keeping Yu Xiaogang to delay Tang San's development rhythm is more meaningful. Soon, Tang San was convinced by Yu Xiaogong's theory. One of them got a test subject, oh no, a disciple. One of them got a godfather, a teacher. I wonder what Tang Hao feels at this moment. He pretends to be a father when he becomes a disciple. But he probably doesn't care much, maybe he thinks Tang San is a bit too serious. The master and disciple returned to their positions, and the two of them did not interfere at all, just as spectators, witnessing this historic moment. When they left, they were nervous. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes later. A cute girl with a long scorpion tail braid, a carrot hairpin, pink pupils, pink clothes, pink and white gradient socks, and a simple bag appeared in the two people's field of vision. Xiao Wu. Seeing two students sitting on a bench not far away, she was about to go over and ask where the 7th dormitory was, when two strong men suddenly jumped out in front and behind her. One covered his mouth, and the other hugged his legs. Disappeared in an instant. The two young students who were talking about love on the bench turned their heads in confusion. Is it windy? Go. 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 Move. Move. Xiao Wu had not yet entered Tang San's field of vision, and it was unknown whether Tang Hao had discovered her existence. But everything was prepared for the worst, just assume that he had sensed Xiao Wu's existence. Tang Yin wanted to leave the academy as quickly as possible, Zhou Suifeng thought that he should keep quiet and leave quietly. In the end, Zhou Suifeng's opinion won. Xiao Wu was knocked unconscious and tied up like a dumpling. She was taken out of the academy and out of Notting City by the two. As soon as they left the city, the two burst out with all their strength and fled far away immediately, wanting to leave in the shortest time. But they were still blocked by Tang Hao. As an important accessory of the original protagonist, it is naturally impossible to be taken away so smoothly. Wearing a tattered cloak and a hood, he simply stood there, blocking the direction of the two people's departure like a mountain. Who are you? Although he knew it was Tang Hao, it was naturally difficult to directly expose his identity. Tang Yin immediately showed the clear sky hammer. Zhou Suifeng, no need to show it again, it can be seen that his martial soul is blue-silver grass. The combination of the clear sky hammer and the blue-silver grass made Tang Hao a little dazed. Subconsciously thinking of the time spent with Yin. Yin. Are you from the clear sky sect? The big hammer was leaning on the ground, and Tang Yin acted like he did when he was in the clear sky sect. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. 115. Chapter 115 Tang Hao. 115. Unruly, leaning on the big hammer, Tang Yin looked arrogant and calm. Yuan's Yuji. But in fact, his mentality was very serious and his mood was solemn. It was just delaying the passive, earth power's effective time. Zhou Suifeng was not suitable to attack, so as not to expose too much of the blue-silver grass martial spirit's aura, so that Tang San would become stronger. If he was alone, he would definitely not be Tang Hao's opponent. However, Tang Hao could not use all his strength, he was injured, and he was not far from Notting City. As long as he gave Tang Yin a little time, accumulated a wave of power, and took the first round, the battle would be fought. Unfortunately, he could not enter the charging state when he was not in combat. Otherwise, he would have accumulated power from the time he acquired the ability until now, and it was afraid that a hammer would make Tang Hao explode. Tang Hao was very considerate and actively cooperated. He did not attack, but just released his pressure there, wanting to suppress the two people by level and force them to surrender automatically. Because Tang Yin was a disciple of Haoshan sect. Not only for the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, but also to know the current situation of some sects. During his escape, he only heard the news that some sect disciples suffered heavy losses and were forced to close the mountain. But the two young men in front of him did not react to being suppressed at all. Tang Yin has undergone several high-year soul ring smeltings in succession, and his physical fitness has been improved to an exaggerated level, not to mention that he has absorbed the fairy grass and has soul bones in his body. As for Zhou Suifeng, his own mental tolerance is a perverted level. The two sides confronted each other, Tang Hao kept increasing the pressure, and even about to release the soul ring, but the two still showed no signs of surrender. What's wrong with these two guys? Xiao Wu woke up once, trembling. Although she was tied up tightly by the blue-silver grass and couldn't see the situation outside, the pressure of the title was close at hand. The Death Star was shining. Try to pretend to be a dead rabbit. Put her down, I can let you go. Let go? Let you go. The power is almost charged, go. Giant force. Broken army. Tyrant body. Unyielding. Full buff. One by one, the soul rings emerged. Tang Hao widened his eyes, what did he see? The first soul ring is the 10,000-year soul ring? How did he do it? Could it be that he has twin martial souls like Xiao San? If so, the clear sky hammer has been added to the fifth soul ring, what level will his first martial soul be? You are also twin. 80. The hammerhead rolled up a black and blue cyclone. Tang Yin rushed forward to attract attention, Zhou Suifeng was on guard in the back, quietly radiating the surrounding blue-silver grass as a precaution. If it was driven directly, the strength of the surrounding blue-silver grass would not cause any trouble to Tang Hao. Use the martial soul body to deal with him directly? What if he saw something and told Yu Xiaogang, affecting Tang San's acquisition of the Mandragora snake soul ring, it would be inappropriate. In addition, send Miu Mao to inform Ning Yulan and Tian Rui. The former can retreat, and the latter needs to come. Tian Rui, his fourth soul skill can theoretically even reach the speed of light, but his body can't bear it, come and take Xiao Wu away. This battle will definitely not be a life or death battle. As long as the conflict point is shifted, it will naturally end. Although title Douluo can fly in the air, except for title Douluo who have the ability to fly, their speed is just average. Some people can't even fly as fast as Soul Saint. It's just that Soul Saint usually has no chance to fly in front of title Douluo. The tattered cloak hood made a loud noise, and Tang Hao just punched to deal with it. On the one hand, he wanted to test Tang Yin's ability, on the other hand, he felt guilty towards the sect. It was rare for the sect to have such an outstanding disciple. If he was injured, he would be more sinful. He wanted to exchange fists and hammers. The next moment, Tang Hao's face changed. But he was forced to retreat several steps by Tang Yin's hammer. His arm trembled and even bled a lot. Great force, the attack has a heavy hit effect, 20% ignores defense. Broken army, 25% penetration effect. Unyielding, 4% true damage. Tang Hao underestimated the enemy and didn't dodge, and suffered a solid loss. The soul power level should be between 55 and 60, but why does it feel that the strength is a bit wrong? The power is so heavy? When I was at this level, I didn't have such a degree. And the weight of this Haoshan hammer is at least more than 10,000 pounds. One move made a contribution, Tang Yin took advantage of the situation and did not show mercy. Tang Hao had been immersed in the clear sky hammer for much longer than him. The 9-character formula, the explosive ring, and the Great Zimura hammer had already made him familiar with the clear sky hammer's abilities. It was Yin who held him back. Otherwise, this guy who inherited the name of Clear Sky Hammer would most likely innovate and develop further Clear Sky Hammer skills. Once he was serious, without using the fusion skills, this battle would be unpredictable. However, as long as he didn't use the explosive ring, it would be easy to say. With the 4 soul skills turned on, he swung the hammer continuously at Tang Hao. Air pressure lock, assisting the attack. But Tang Hao used soul power to shake the attack, causing it to deviate. Is this chaotic cloak? Tang Hao was naturally very familiar with the chaotic cloak hammer technique. He made a judgment based on Tang Yin's movements, but it didn't feel very similar. Chaotic cloak? Of course not. That kind of thing works well against stupid fixed targets, but it obviously doesn't work against more skilled Rishan or highly mobile targets. Here I would like to seriously name Feng Xiaotian. Tang Yin just habitually dissolves the backswing of the hammer. The power accumulation of Chaos Cloak? It doesn't exist. Isn't the power accumulation brought by the passive of the earth much stronger than the Chaos Cloak? As for the Chaos Cloak, after being practiced to perfection, it can roll up energy and form a soul power storm, which doesn't mean much to Tang Yin. After observing for a while, Tang Hao took out the clear sky hammer. He suffered a big loss in the first blow, and he didn't dare to be arrogant again. If the injury caused the hidden injury to worsen, he might not be able to do it in the future. The two hammers collided. Bang! Tang Yin had not accumulated enough power yet, and was hit back high. But Tang Hao was not at ease either. He originally thought that he could force Tang Yin back with just a martial soul, but it didn't work after a blow. He could only mobilize the soul ring and prepare to use soul skills. Clear Sky Hammer title? Tang Hao. You are Tang Hao. Tang Yin was angry and trembling all over. As a qualified disciple of the Clear Sky sect, how should he react to Tang Hao, the culprit? He had to show it. You. It's all because of you. The sect suffered, the old sect master died of anger, many disciples died, even Miss Yuehua. Leaving the words unfinished, giving Tang Hao room to imagine. Dad was angry to death? Tang Hao was stunned. Then he heard Tang Yuehua's name again. Yuehua? What happened to Yuehua? Seeing that he was exposed, Zhou Suifeng instantly summoned a flying eagle, picked up Xiao Wu and was about to fly away. This woke Tang Hao up again. Compared with the news that his father was angry to death and his sister, it was more important to capture this 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast for his son. The killing god's domain. The bloody breath was overwhelming. The bloody wave appeared in the eyes of the two people, the dark red wasteland, the densely packed limbs and arms, and countless corpses covered the ground. After a moment of trance, the two people were determined and quickly woke up. The simple hallucination of murderous aura didn't have much effect, so Tang Hao didn't take it seriously. Another effect suppressed 20% of the enemy's status, soul power mobilization, strength, attack and defense, etc., especially the mental suppression. He was very confident. Domain against domain is the best choice. But Zhou Suifeng didn't choose to release the blue-silver domain. Tang Hao was very familiar with the blue-silver domain, and retaining information was more important. He chose to resist directly, pretending to be hit, and unlocked the control of the blue-silver flying eagle. Flipped over and landed. Tang Yin, his clear sky hammer has no domain in any real sense so far, but to some extent, within the coverage of his soul power, the earth is his domain. Moreover, the third soul skill, Overlord Body, actively immune to 70% of the control effects, this state suppression ability has little effect on him. 116 Chapter 116 Careless. 116. As soon as the domain came out, Tang Hao felt that he had won. He felt that the battle was settled. He wanted to quickly capture the two people. After catching the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, he would interrogate the sect's news. However, Tang Yin seemed unaffected, and a heavier hammer smashed over. The young man who was watching the transformed soul beast not far away only breathed a little heavier. It seems that he must do something serious. He took a step forward, and a purple soul ring sank into the hammer, and the hammer head suddenly appeared in front of Tang Yin. Dang! The two hammers intersected again, the air exploded, and a circle of air waves rushed out. Zhou Suifeng's hair was instantly pulled back behind him, and he squinted his eyes slightly to defend against the strong wind. Tang Hao was shocked. Just now, a simple punch could knock the kid's hammer away. How come he used a hammer now, but it seemed not as powerful as a fist? What on earth are you? Grinning, Tang Yin was too lazy to answer. The power of the earth has not stood for so long in vain. If it still can't bear it, if you can't handle a simple hammer, then just give up and find a place to bury yourself. Looking closely, the two hammers didn't really touch each other, and there was a thin layer of air in between. That was the result of the sudden increase in pressure on both sides in a short period of time, squeezing the air together. How shin! Tilting his head, Tang Yin exerted force with his arms, and actually suppressed Tang Hao in the opposite direction, with a provocative look and tone. Tang Hao stopped talking, took the initiative to put away the hammer, turned around to borrow the force, the air hummed, and hammered again. Tang Yin was not at all weak, and handed over the same hammer, rolling up a faint black airflow. The third round. Tang Hao's hammer was swung away and tilted back high. Taking advantage of the situation, Tang Yin turned a little half a circle, the hammer face looming like a mountain, the hammer handle bent, and smashed towards Tang Hao's face with the force of breaking the mountain. Tang Hao was a little angry. In 3 rounds, he didn't even take down a young man who was not even a soul emperor. Even if he was injured, he shouldn't have fallen to this point, right? Third soul skill, Earth-shaking hammer, made up. Concentrate your energy on the hammer, increase its power by 40%, and suppress the target's spirit. If the target is afraid and shrinks, you will be doubly hurt and leave a deep psychological shadow. Haoshan 9 Absolutes, break. With a joint force, it breaks with great force. Tang Hao's hammer wind is black and red, and the air vortex tears the branches on both sides, making a rustling sound and tearing the grass. It is obviously a blunt weapon, but it hits with an unstoppable sharp momentum. This time, he has the upper hand. Tang Yin's hammer was opened, and the huge force almost let it go. A circle of faint oval transparent aura pressed Tang Yin firmly to the ground. It was originally derived from the ability of the dung beetle soul ring, originally used to restrain the enemy, but now he used it for defense. As expected of Tang Hao, he just got a little serious and almost broke my connection with the power of the earth with one hammer. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have flown out now. With his current physical fitness, if he had enough time to charge, Tang Yin felt that it was not impossible to confront Tang Hao head-on in the non-explosion ring state. However, now that Tang Hao was serious, it seemed that he didn't have that much time. Then, fight as much as you can. Zhou Suifeng gave him a signal that he could retreat at any time. Tianrui was ready. Without giving Tang Hao time, Tang Yin began to attack. Whether before he died or after he came back from the dead and added soul rings again, he had never obtained a super attack soul skill that could make the final decision. He could only attack with a flat attack, and he liked to attack with a flat attack. With the passive ability of standing on the ground and the ability of the 5th soul skill, he can become stronger with each battle. In addition to true damage, Unyielding can also absorb part of the opponent's soul power for his own use. It's just that the level difference with Tang Hao is a bit large, and the true damage and recovery ratio are only 4%. Although the true damage ratio is low, the longer the battle time, as long as it accumulates, the delay will also cause massive damage. Coupled with 1 or 2 soul skills, the 3-phase superposition will also cause huge damage. Enough. Come again. Ha ha ha. Is this weakness still considered Haoshan? You are just dragging your feet. You are a dead bastard. You are so weak. Eat my Lian Shan hammer. Tang Yin's behavior made Zhou Suifeng frown subconsciously. Why does he feel a little crazy? Tang Hao automatically blocked the meaningless nonsense. He didn't understand it either. No. This young man is not normal. Yes, the first soul ring is black, it is normal to be abnormal. I can't delay it any longer, I'm afraid someone in the city has noticed it. If the people of the Spirit Hall find my trace, it will be a trouble for Xiao San. No matter how small or remote Notting City is, unless everyone in the city is blind and deaf, there will always be someone who sees the 2 bright hammers outside the city. The Dean of the Junior Soul Master Academy, the Mayor of Notting City, etc. Although this kid may be a disciple of the sect, I can't care. The Killing God domain converged back to his side. Tang Hao bent slightly, suddenly jumped up, and jumped to the sky above Tang Yin. A black soul ring lit up, I don't know if it was the 5th or 6th. A linked yen attack. Concentrated soul power to launch a destructive attack, which can easily destroy a small hill. It can be performed in mid-air, or it can be based on the ground to attack in the air. Haoshan 9 Absolute Seal. It is like a bow, sealing the power. Shrouded by the blood-colored hammer, Tang Yin only felt that his breathing was a little heavier, and there was no other feeling. Seeing that Tang Hao was coming fiercely, the soul ring flashed, and a little lightning appeared on the hammer surface, gradually becoming more intense. The 4th soul skill Thunder Shock. Swinging the hammer, a thunder ring flew out and flew towards Tang Hao. Under the effect of the seal word Absolute, all of Tang Yin's attacks and movements should be blocked. Even if they are not blocked, they should be slowed down. However, Tang Hao found that he seemed to have no effect at all. The seal word Absolute did not take effect? Unless his level is higher than mine, otherwise, but he is not even a soul emperor yet. No, it's impossible. Does he have a skill that can weaken control or even make him immune to control? But the word seal is not just a simple control ability. Haoshan Zhizhi seal, advancing can directly block the opponent's actions and offensives, leaving the opponent waiting to die. Retreating can allow one side to predict the opponent's attack and prepare for defense. At this moment, Tang Yin's moves showed no signs of being blocked, nor did they have a predicted trajectory. Tang Hao was thinking about it in his mind, but his hands were not slow. Ling Tian fell with one blow, hit the lightning ring, stalemated for a moment, and slowly advanced a distance. Then he was suddenly lifted up by the ring, forcing Tang Hao. Ha! Tang Hao was furious. He pressed down again for a distance. But he didn't gain much advantage. The lightning ring seemed indestructible, stubbornly holding the hammerhead, rising inch by inch. At the same time, Tang Hao felt the paralysis of his body. Before the battle, Tang Yin opened the first 2-3-5 soul skills and pulled the full buff. Tang Hao underestimated the enemy first, and now it is impossible to take him down easily. Unless the ring explodes directly. But this is not a life and death battle, and Tang Hao doesn't want to kill an outstanding disciple of a sect. 117 Chapter 117 Take it away. 117. Tang Hao tried to press down, but he couldn't break through the lightning ring. There was a dull pain in his body, and the hidden injury was at work. Damn it, I can't even take down a kid who is not even a soul emperor. I am the man who inherited the name of Haoshan. Haoshan 9 Absolutes, Collapse. Turning around and pulling out the hammer, rotating and leveraging the force, the hammer smashed the lightning ring, and continued to fall towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin took a step back, raised his head and smiled confidently like a dragon king, raised the hammer and gently dropped it to the ground. Invisible aura spread. The third soul skill before death, Haoshan Body Protection. Through the resonance of soul power and the power of the earth, a layer of invisible body protection energy is formed. However, Tang Yin forgot one thing. The era of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King is over. Now if you smile with a crooked mouth, you will be beaten. That circle of energy was directly smashed by Tang Hao, and it scattered and impacted, exposing his big face to the hammer. What the hell? Earthquake. Gravel and sand floated. The blue-silver sea rose from the ground. Zhou Suifeng pointed his sword at Tang Hao, and the layers of blue-silver grass blocked Tang Yin with a special structure, removing the power of this move. What a joke! You are so arrogant. Is it time to be arrogant now? He cursed Tang Yin. Fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Flower Tree World. Blue-silver grass bloomed countless flowers all over the mountains, and the faint fragrance of flowers filled the air. Tang Hao's eyes were solemn, and he raised his hammer and rolled it back, wanting to tear the blue-silver grass under his feet to make a place to stand, but his face changed. The blue-silver grass that was attacked just floated slightly, as if it was completely unaffected. It even sprayed pollen directly at him, densely packed. A ray of red light shot from the wall of Nodding City, and Zhou Suifeng instantly threw Xiaowu into the sky. The red light quickly went away and disappeared in an instant. Tang Hao. Zhou Suifeng, retreat. Tang Yin was shocked, but he also knew what was important and what was urgent. Now was not the time to compete with Tang Hao. After jumping back, he landed on the blue-silver flying eagle. The two of them ascended into the sky and left in the opposite direction of Tianrui. I have been hunting geese all day, but today I was pecked in the eye by a goose. Being fooled by two young people, Tang Hao felt absurd and angry. I am a dignified Haoshan Douluo, but I have fallen to this point. No matter what, a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast is hard to come by, and I can't let it go. He immediately jumped into the sky and chased the direction where the red light disappeared. Zhou Suifeng controlled the flying eagle, but did not go far. He just hovered at a higher altitude. Seeing that Tang Hao followed the expected plan, he turned around and rushed to where Yin was. Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone, Blue-Silver Emperor was in hand. In order to delay the time for Tang Hao to find out, Zhou Suifeng extracted a little energy from Yin and injected it into a seed to promote its birth. In a short time, it grew to the same size as Yin. Except that the golden lines of the leaf veins were dim, there was no difference from the outside. The lead box containing the soul bone was also stuffed and intact. The few people have not yet mastered the technology of artificial soul bones, and the breath of the 100,000-year soul bone cannot be disguised, so they can only leave the empty box here. Otherwise, when Tang Hao gives this soul bone to Tang San to absorb, he can give Tang San a surprise. But maybe, before Tang San uses this soul bone, the few people can gain something in related aspects? Tang Hao hurried, but in the end he still couldn't catch up with Tianrui's speed. He watched the other party change from red light to red dot and finally disappeared. Damn it! If he can't catch up, he just needs to return to Nodding City. He has to make sure that Tang San is enrolled normally and there are no hidden dangers before he can leave with peace of mind. Tianrui took Xiao Wu to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, summoned the blue-silver grass martial spirit, untied a hole for Xiao Wu, who was tied up like a caterpillar, to let her breathe, and then sat cross-legged on one side, practicing, waiting for the two to arrive. Although everyone has not reshared the martial spirits strengthened by the fairy grass, everyone's martial spirits were originally shared and shared. It is not a problem to affect the skills released by other people's martial spirits. Xiao Wu struggled hard until she was exhausted and couldn't get out. She lay there dejectedly, with grass and dirt all over her head, and stared at the sky with empty eyes. More than half an hour later, Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin arrived. Hey, exciting! After a few rounds with Tang Hao, Tang Yin felt very happy, as if his meridians were opened up, and took a deep breath. Puff! If nothing else, it was indeed very smooth. Rui! Shou! Tang Yin scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. After the interruption, the three of them started to discuss Xiao Wu's belonging. Which martial spirit should absorb it? Except for the excellent attribute of 100,000 years, her spirit ring's other abilities don't seem to match the 5 people very well, and there is no bonus in bloodline evolution. The soul bone skills are pretty good, invincible golden body and teleportation. Tang Yin thought for a moment and said to Tianrui. You need know, you absorb it. After absorbing it, you share the martial spirit, just in time to share the ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon with everyone. He meant to treat Xiao Wu's spirit ring as the first spirit ring of the golden feathered Luan bird's spirit ring. He would share it with Tianrui first, and then Tianrui would share it with others. The ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, whether active or passive, was of great significance to the 5 people. If the 5 people did not inherit the divine throne in the end, then this ability would be an important foundation for becoming a god on their own. Tianrui was a little tempted, 100,000-year spirit ring, but after careful consideration, he shook his head. Not suitable. The golden feathered Luan bird's martial soul still has a lot of room for development and evolutionary potential. Adding a soft bone rabbit spirit ring is neither fish nor fowl. The energy intensity of 100,000 years will undoubtedly have a certain degree of impact on the martial soul bloodline. Originally, I thought that the sub-dragon species spirit ring selection route of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex was stubborn and did not know how to make progress. I didn't expect that I would repeat their choice on the golden feathered Luan bird's martial soul. Tianrui laughed at himself and shook his head. I think the 3 weapon spirits of blue silver grass, clear sky hammer and glazed tower are the most suitable to absorb her. His idea was not wrong. The two nodded. Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin looked at each other and pondered. It was still the above statement. Xiao Wu's spirit ring skills were not suitable for the others, but her spirit bones were good. Glancing at Xiao Wu, who was silent and seemed to have accepted her fate, Zhou Suifeng found a problem. It seemed inappropriate to absorb her directly. If the blue-silver grass absorbed her as the 6th spirit ring, after the strengthening of the 100,000-year spirit ring, the other 4 people would have to find a spirit ring of more than 100,000 years as the first spirit ring to successfully cover the blue-silver grass. Otherwise, it would not have any effect on the blue-silver grass that had already absorbed the spirit ring. He told the 2 of them his idea, and the 2 frowned and responded to this problem. After thinking about it, it was most appropriate to absorb her as the spirit ring for covering the action. Can we withstand the 100,000-year spirit ring now? Assuming the worst result, they could not convince her to sacrifice, and could only kill her to get her soul ring and soul bone. Could the 5 people bear it with their current physique? Although Tang Yin's Haoshan Hammer's 5th soul ring had been cultivated for more than 70,000 years, he was not very confident in directly absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. 118 Chapter 118 Another way to take down Xiang Sijuan Chang. 118. After discussing it over and over again, the 3 of them suddenly didn't want her soul ring anymore. Except for the advantage of age, it didn't help them much. Wait a minute. Are we too preconceived? Tianrui frowned. Think about it carefully. With the ability to produce invincible golden body, nothingness, and teleportation, is her own bloodline potential really average? Right? These 3 abilities are not possessed by ordinary soul beasts. Teleportation is easy to say, and some speed soul beasts occasionally have it if they are lucky. But although Void and Invincible Golden Body have similar abilities, few have the same level as Xiao Wu. Zhou Suifeng pondered, tapping his fingers on his legs. After thinking for a long time, he made a decision. Let the clear sky hammer absorb it. Unexpectedly, Tang Yin also spoke at the same time, saying that the blue-silver grass should absorb it. What he meant was that the hopping rabbit was not suitable for his current development path and it was easy to become a tiger warrior. If the blue-silver grass absorbs it, it will be Tang San's skills at worst. But Zhou Suifeng held a different opinion. Tang San's blue-silver grass can produce void and explosive 8-segment throwing. First, it is because the acacia heartbroken red saved Xiao Wu's soul, and second, Xiao Wu's emotions at the time of sacrifice and Tang San's consciousness. No matter who of us absorbs it, the probability of producing these 2 skills does not exceed 20%. But Tang Yin still said, what if I absorb her as the 6th soul ring, and then cover it? Cover it? Zhou Suifeng blinked. With your current soul ring, it is definitely not a problem to use it until the title is sealed. When the time is right, we will get the vast sea universe cover and go to the Sea God Island to make money. The year is not a problem. Covering it later will be a matter for the future. Tianrui's lazy voice came from the side. Don't argue. Solve the problem in a manly way. A manly way? The two looked at each other. Scissors, rock, paper, scissors. After more than a dozen rounds, it is impossible to tell who wins or loses. They all come from the same place, and their moves cannot be broken. You rock him and he rock, you scissors him and he scissors. Even if you change your moves temporarily, the two will become the same move. Okay, okay, okay. Stop playing. Tianrui hurriedly called a halt. If they continued like this, they would never be able to tell who was the winner. He turned around and looked around, then picked up a handful of grass and held it in his hand. Come on, draw lots. Whoever gets the shorter grass gets to absorb it. The two drew grass, and Tang Yin got the shorter one. Okay, no need to fight now. Tianrui casually threw away the grass in his hand, clapped his hands and stood up. Hurry up and finish the work, so I can go back. The 3 of them came to Xiao Wu. Zhou Suifeng waved his hand to completely loosen the blue-silver grass on her body. Xiao Wu subconsciously shuddered, closed her eyes tightly, straightened her body, and silently shed tears from the corners of her eyes. Open your eyes. After spitting out 3 words, Zhou Suifeng's tone not very kind. She opened her eyes, and the tense force in her body relaxed instantly, and she looked at the 3 people with dead eyes. Although she didn't hear the discussion of the 3 people just now very clearly, she knew what would happen next. The 3 people squatted down, as if some members of a black evil organization were bullying a weak and helpless little girl. It was Zhou Suifeng who spoke again. First, sacrifice to him, pointing at Tang Yin, and when any of us becomes a god, we can resurrect you. Second, after killing you, we will take the ring and bones. Really good, giving 2 choices. Xiao Wu sneered. Is there a difference? Aren't they all dead? And become gods? Continue to stare at the 3 people with dead fish eyes. You don't believe it? Show her your eyes. Tianrui shouted. Tang Yin crossed his arms and released his soul ring. The dark soul ring ratio made Xiao Wu look sideways. But there was still no special reaction. God? She didn't understand, she only knew that after 100,000 years, soul beasts continued to cultivate, and when they reached the next boundary, there would be a heavenly tribulation. If they succeeded, they could continue to cultivate, but if they failed, they would die. Such a stubborn attitude really wore out people's patience, and Zhou Suifeng was a little unhappy. It was not a problem to kill the rabbit directly to take the ring and bones, but if she was willing to sacrifice herself, the absorption would be smoother, and Tang Yin would not have to endure the shock of the residual soul. Tianrui changed the words. How about this? If you don't believe in becoming a god, then we will avenge you or resurrect your mother. How about it? There was a little more spirit in her eyes. She sat up, opened her mouth to say something, but her expression dimmed again. Even if she agreed to sacrifice, if these 3 people did not keep their promise at that time, she would have no power to fight back. She was silent, and Tianrui spoke to Zhou Suifeng in a low voice. She was able to keep her soul after the sacrifice. The heartbroken acacia red is very important. How can we get it? None of the 5 people was confident that they could get the heartbroken acacia red. Although they loved the woman around them, it was not pure and could not meet the requirements set by the king of immortal grass. Zhou Suifeng glanced at Xiao Wu and said lightly. Give you 10 minutes to think about it. Let Tang Yin look at her, and walk towards the heartbroken acacia red with Tianrui. Pick up the Wuju stone. Looking at the heartbroken acacia red that looked a bit like plum blossoms, Zhou Suifeng really couldn't think of any way to pick it off. Self-hypnosis? Like some Marvel comics, hypnotize Steve's lover to be Red Skull and kick Red Skull down to get the gem? I'm afraid it can't be done. Based on the 5 people's impression of the original work, it seems that there is no one who can be hypnotized to the extent of self-awareness. Let me try. Tianrui took it from Zhou Suifeng, and Zhou Suifeng looked sideways. Can this guy's feelings for Shui Binger meet such requirements? The next second, Tianrui's martial spirit possessed him, golden flames ignited on his hands, and his palms grabbed Duan Changhong. Duan Changhong emitted a circle of crimson gas shield, blocking Tianrui's attack. No matter how hard he tried, all the spirit rings were activated, and the domain was expanded, he could not break through its defense. Hat! You won't let me pick it? Then I'll throw you into the magma. Duan Changhong was unmoved. Zhou Suifeng also reacted to his actions. The divine object has spirits. As long as you find its pain, you can also pick it off. But this threat doesn't seem to really threaten it. Seeing that there was no effect, Tianrui's eyes turned again, and a plan came to mind. You like perfect, pure, and unforgettable love, right? If you don't let me pick it, then I will kill all the lovers in the world, so that all lovers cannot be together, and turn this world into a desert without love. This time, it seemed to catch the heart of Duan Changhong, and it swung violently on the Wuju stone. After a dozen breaths, it reluctantly fell down and floated into Tianrui's hands. Zhou Suifeng. Damn, it actually works. Grabbing the flower stem, Tianrui sensed it for a moment, shook his head, and handed it to Zhou Suifeng. I picked it, but there was a faint feeling of resistance. It may not have the same amazing effect as picking it in the normal way. Resurrecting human flesh and bones, unconditionally upgrading soul power to level 10, modifying innate qualifications. It doesn't matter, we don't really need it anyway, just use it to experiment whether she can keep a clear consciousness. Can't the method of Zhang Mo Qianjun be used? Tianrui suddenly remembered this. Zhou Suifeng recalled that after Enlan recorded the relevant data, he shared it in the space, but others had no conditions to try it, and didn't know whether it was a soul in another sense, or literally sealing the soul beast in the martial soul. 119 Chapter 119 Agree. 119. The two came over with the heartbroken red and met Tang Yin's surprised eyes. No way, who of these two could be so emotional? It's hard to imagine that the two of them could love the woman around them to the point of picking the heartbroken red. How did you do it? After the two of them finished talking, he lost interest. So this is how they did it. I thought someone had mutated. He curled his lips and continued to persuade Xiao Wu. You're going to die anyway, why don't you take a gamble? Sacrifice, you can still keep a relatively complete soul. But if we do it, you won't have any traces left after the residual soul shakes. Oh, by the way, as far as I know, Mei Gai Zy Bai Kiao protected you, and it seems that she also agreed to sacrifice to that woman. Her soul should still be dormant in the soul bone or soul ring. If you can retain some consciousness, even if you don't believe me when you can be resurrected in the future, you will have a chance to see her again. It would be fine if you didn't say this, but Xiao Wu's hatred value went up. The scene of her mother being killed to protect her came to her mind. Humans are not trustworthy. Forget it, sacrifice is not possible. Let's try the method of Zhang Mo Qianjun first and see if it works. We'll talk about it later. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Suifeng also lost his patience to continue persuading. If Tang Yin really can't bear the 100,000-year soul ring now, then he will take over. After absorbing a yin soul bone, he has reached level 60 and should be able to withstand the impact of 100,000-year energy. If it doesn't work, then only the soul bone is needed, not the soul ring. Pick up Xiao Wu again, and the three of them enter the sunset forest. How do you want to experiment? Walking in the forest in silence, looking around, waiting for the destined beast to appear, Tang Yin asked casually. Zhou Suifeng said lightly. An Lan had shared the situation of Zhang Mo Qianjun summoning the evil-breaking holy dragon sealed in his martial soul. I wrote down the inscriptions. We will kill 2 soul beasts with the martial soul fusion technique later, and then try to absorb them together. Your clear sky hammer is less than level 60. If it can still attract the energy of the soul beast, it means it is feasible. Use the clear sky hammer and the glazed tower martial soul. If we use blue silver grass for the experiment, we need a soul beast over 50,000 years old. Zhou Suifeng also wants to find another blue silver grass as the first soul ring after covering. He doesn't know what the maximum age of other blue silver grasses in the blue silver forest is except for the blue silver king. If it is less than 50,000 years old, wouldn't it be a dilemma? Looking at the blue silver king's posture, he is not an easy opponent to deal with. The glazed tower will be covered by others later, and soul rings have been added, so it is most suitable for experiments. If it doesn't work, try again. The two walked in front, and Tianrui was responsible for taking care of Xiao Wu. Although it was not in the familiar Xingde Great Forest, the rich soul beast atmosphere around made Xiao Wu relax a little, and she felt a little like going home. Looking at the figures of the 2 people in front, Pink Eyes looked around, maybe she would have a chance to escape? Although it is an experiment, we can't just pick 2 soul beasts to deal with it. If we just pick 2 soul beasts and they succeed directly, we will lose our potential and cry. But in order to cover the area smoothly later, we can't pick one that is too old. After a brief discussion, the two decided that about 20,000 years old would be the most suitable. Go deep into the area where the 10,000-year-old soul beasts are active and search everywhere. With the current abilities of the 3 people, even if they don't use the martial soul fusion technique, ordinary soul beasts under 70,000 years old can be taken down. If they are older, even if they can't beat them, they can retreat calmly. Unless they are 100,000 years old. 3 people, 4 people, gradually moved away from the poisonous miasma of the valley of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Met a few soul beasts, but none of them were to their liking. There should be extraordinary soul beasts in the central area of the Sunset Forest, right? After all, the Star Core area, which is also a gathering place for soul beasts, has those things, so there should be some here too. Not necessarily, maybe there are some in the Star Core area that migrated from the Sunset Forest. That's true. As the route deepened, the trees around became more and more ancient. The light was a little dim, but strangely, it gave people a burning feeling. But the 3 didn't care. The deep forest was dark, the miasma was rampant, and it was normal to be hot and stuffy. As long as it is not too extreme, soul power can help people adapt to cold and warm environments very easily. A few days later. Wait a minute. Tianrui suddenly spoke, called the 2 people in front of him, and ran to the side quickly. He circled around a giant tree several times, then climbed up the tree to take a look. When he came down, he was very excited. This is a phoenix tree. Judging from the age, it has lived for at least 2,000 years. The 2 didn't come back to their senses for a while, and looked at him like a monkey. Tianrui said strangely. No, the phoenix lives in the phoenix tree, the phoenix lives in the phoenix tree. In this world, isn't it the most likely to appear? Even if the soul beast living on this tree is not a real phoenix, according to common sense, it should have a considerable degree of phoenix blood. He said so, and the 2 had to go up to help investigate. The result was very disappointing. No traces of soul beasts were found, not even a bird's nest was found. In Zhou Suifeng's perception, the whole tree exuded a strange energy aura, but it was not a real plant-type soul beast. It felt like something was strange. Zhou Suifeng planned to use his martial soul to go deep into the inside of the phoenix tree to check it out. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke. There are several trees of this kind in the Xingde Great Forest. The 3 of them turned their heads to look at her. How can this rabbit have such an IQ? Hasn't it always been a character with a grumpy pendant? It's easy to guess what she's thinking. She just wants to trick the 3 of them into the Xingde Great Forest. As long as the Azure Bull Python or the Titan Giant Ape appears, she can get away. This kind of train of thought is normal for others, but for Xiao Wu, who knows what kind of occasion the Soul Master Finals is, but still participates in it, can she think in this way? Faced with a life and death crisis, the surge of adrenaline activates some potential? Retracting their gaze, the 3 ignored it. Her words completely turned into a one-man show. Xiao Wu was embarrassed and angry, racking her brains and turning her brain. But she couldn't find a suitable reason to continue speaking. The blue-silver grass explored, and there was no strange energy on the sycamore tree. The three of them bypassed the tree and continued to look for soul beasts. In the end, they didn't find any particularly outstanding soul beasts. A plant system, 20,000-year-old glazed moon soul flower, soul power recovery attribute is pretty good, and also has some abilities similar to the gem attribute. The other is the black rock giant rhino, which is also more than 20,000 years old. According to the action steps discussed before, the two took action. The glazed tower and the clear sky hammer martial soul fusion technique, a colorful statue exuding a heavy aura, standing in the depths of the mountains, killed the two soul beasts. Then, the fusion technique was released, and the two controlled the soul power, outlining the rune pictures that appeared when Qunjun Jiangmo summoned the evil-breaking holy dragon on the surface of the martial soul, without missing a single one. 120 Chapter 120 Seal 120. Zhou Suifeng completed it very smoothly. He cultivated the blue-silver grass to weave into various shapes, and his soul power control was no problem. Tang Yin didn't have much problem either. He was already able to do soul forging, and every bit of soul power was at his fingertips, even if it wasn't like an arm. Inject all soul power into the martial soul, but do not increase their volume, simply circulate and output, through distraction control, while maintaining the effect of the rune picture, while dividing the mental power to pull the soul ring and the corpse of the soul beast. Everything is as plain as water. In addition to the soul ring, Zhou Suifeng also felt that the glazed tower absorbed an invisible and intangible energy. Silently experience. Tang Yin winked, as if he was not in the water, and suddenly an idea came to him. He imagined that he was forging the soul, emptying his mind, and entering the state of electric current push at the same time. He felt the residual breath on the corpse of the soul beast, emitting mental power, wrapping it with electric current, and pulling it into the martial soul. The final result was that Zhou Suifeng succeeded and Tang Yin failed. This it can't be because my hammer is solid, so it doesn't work. It should be because of the soul power level. Feeling the changes inside the martial soul, Zhou Suifeng opened his eyes. It feels like this thing is very similar to the soul after 10,000 years. It is said to be directly sealed in the martial soul, but in fact it is in the space opened up by the fusion of the soul ring and the martial soul. The rune pictures are used to sort out and guide. This soul is more closely connected to the martial soul than the soul ring. You didn't succeed only because the clear sky hammer didn't have room to accommodate the new soul ring. But he was still a little confused. What is the role of the martial soul fusion skill? Is it just the word fusion? Let the unique breath of the fusion skill render the soul of the killed soul beast, so that the soul has the characteristics of being able to fuse? It feels so strange. Enlarge the Liulai Tower martial soul and observe it carefully. The runes originally carved with soul power now seem to be there originally, flickering on the surface of the martial soul, and there is another part of it. What is the principle? The martial soul automatically replenishes? Or is it that the Qi method needs the effect of the wonderful secret? Summon the soul of the glazed moon soul flower that had just been fused, and it bloomed in front of the three people. It seemed to be exactly the same as before, but not so agile. Is it successful? Tian Rui rubbed his eyes, feeling so unreal. What is there to doubt? At this point in time, how many martial soul fusion skills are there? And the magical runes, although not as good as the undead contract of Alex, are obviously not something that everyone can draw. Besides, who are we? Isn't it natural to be able to do these things? Tang Yin looked at it eagerly and fiddled with it for a few times. I don't know if it was because the cultivation of the moon soul flower was too low, resulting in too weak soul strength, or Zhou Suifeng's maintenance was not good. His fingers directly passed through the middle, floating like nothing. Frowning and said again. Do you still have the effect of practicing to become stronger and drive the soul ring to upgrade? After studying for a while, Zhou Suifeng shook his head. Not sure. It feels like the soul of the moon soul flower is not very clear, let's wait and see how it is nurtured. Now, the experiment is over, it's time to go back to Xiao Wu. It's still the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Zhou Suifeng looked at Tang Yin seriously. Do you really think you can't bear the 100,000-year soul ring now? He sighed. It's hard to say, I don't think the success rate is very high. It's still a beautiful window umbrella. Okay, then Wait a minute. Tian Rui's eyes turned, as if he had thought of a good idea, and he was overjoyed. If you can't bear it, you'll die. It's not a big deal. If you calculate it this way, we can also directly add soul rings to other martial souls until they can't bear it and explode. Anyway, after resurrection, the ability added by the soul ring will become a passive attribute. As long as we revive a few more times and increase the strength, we can directly bear the pressure of the high-year soul ring, and save the time of covering the soul ring. Damn, is this guy crazy? What are you talking about? Practicing electric current, was he electrocuted and became stupid? Tang Yin cursed directly. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten that my soul power was sealed after I was resurrected? Fortunately, the blockade was broken through the fusion of martial souls, but what if it hadn't been broken? Wouldn't we be useless people with only soul power? Once he got excited, he forgot about it. Tianrui stopped talking, smiled, and said nothing. Zhou Suifeng rolled his eyes and threw out a blue-silver grass, ready to kill Xiao Wu. She said something, and the blue-silver grass stopped the action of piercing her head. I agree to sacrifice. But I have a condition. She was on the verge of death and had no room to struggle. She could only follow what Tang Yin said before and take a gamble. After seeing Zhou Suifeng get the soul of the glazed moon soul flower, she had an idea. She wanted to be like that flower. Leave a relatively complete soul, maybe she can really see her mother again in the future. That's easy. As long as she takes the initiative to sacrifice, everything will be much easier. Turning to Tang Yin. Come, dig a piece of soul bone first to make room for her soul bone. Tang Yin. 3 months later. With the help of many herbs and the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and a rich energy environment, he cultivated to level 60. Tianrui has returned to Shuo Academy, and Zhou Suifeng took the time to go back and awaken Zhu Zuqing's martial soul. As expected, Zhu Zuqing's martial soul has mutated as expected. She has experienced a longer experiment time of soul power to open up the meridians than her 2 sisters, and the impact time is also longer. Her nether spirit cat, which was supposed to have black skin, has completely turned into dark green hair. When the martial spirit possesses her, her pupils also emit a faint green light when she moves, which is more ethereal than normal nether spirit cats. The size of the martial spirit's beast body is also slightly larger, and it can no longer be considered the size of a normal cat. On the basis of its original speed and agility, it has different strength and recovery ability from Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuyu, a completely benign mutation. The innate soul power is also as high as level 9. Zhou Suifeng feels a little regretful that it is not full of innate soul power. Return to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to help him absorb Xiao Wu's soul ring and soul bone. The martial spirit fusion skill is activated again. The blue-silver grass merges with the clear sky hammer, and the domain covers Xiao Wu. Then it is lifted. Hurry up, while the effect has not completely disappeared. Zhou Suifeng urged. Xiao Wu took a deep breath. She never expected that she would be fine this time, but now she can't go back. She doesn't know if she can get the desired result in the end, but she obviously has no choice at this moment. She closed her eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, and the 2 remained indifferent. A faint blood light enveloped her, and in an instant it turned into a blood column that reached the sky. Tang Yin raised the clear sky hammer, Zhou Suifeng frowned, and almost forgot one thing, and threw the heartbroken red over. Take it. Recall the time you spent with your mother. It's all love, and the love of family affection should also be able to trigger some of the effects of the heartbroken red. Before she met Tang San, her love for her mother should still be very clear. Probably unclear, but Xiao Wu still caught the heartbroken red. Perhaps this is something destined for her. As soon as she got it, she felt stable and at ease, and her heart was warm, as if her mother had once held her. The sacrificial light column rose all day, and the unique magnetic field made it impossible for people to get close. Zhou Suifeng and Tianrui had to retreat from the valley and land on the top of the mountain. The strange magnetic field of this valley can even block the sacrificial light column. It is worthy of being the burial place of the Water and Fire Dragon King. Zhou Suifeng was a little emotional. If there was a chance, he could study the state of the 5 people's fusion, which was similar to the state of Taoism and unity of man and nature, and maybe he could study some formation. Deep in the sunset forest, a phoenix tree bathed in the dim sunlight and shining with golden light suddenly opened a pair of golden pupils. Half an hour later, the energy subsided. Only Tang Yin's figure was left in the valley. Feeling that there was no magnetic field, the 2 fell from the top of the mountain. Zhou Suifeng took a look and saw a pink and white soft bone rabbit lying on the heartbroken red not far in front of Tang Yin. Could it be that as long as a 100,000-year-old soul beast is sacrificed, its original body will be left behind? It should be the effect of the heartbroken red. 121 Chapter 121 Xiaowu Soul Ring Skills 121. Tell me what abilities you have. Zhou Suifeng was very interested in the skills formed by Xiaowu's soul ring. Tang Yin exhaled. Just saying that you may not have a real feeling, just watch it. First soul skill, 8-8 displacement. A flash of light flashed before his eyes, and Tang Yin disappeared. Turning around, he saw 8 Tang Yins around him, blocking all his evasive routes in 8 directions. This move. 8 people, all Tang Yin, and none of them were Tang Yin. As long as one person's attack hits, the following 7 Tang Yins will follow up at a very fast speed, and the 8 attacks will finally accumulate together, causing an explosive output. Another ability. Zhou Suifeng complained, "Fuck, isn't this a divine power?" After using it, Tang Yin's body becomes ethereal and immune to attacks, but he needs to materialize himself when attacking the target, and each attack lasts for 1 kun zhong, 2.5 minutes. Soul bone, the left leg bone was dug out before absorption, and there are 3 empty spaces together with the skull and torso bone. Luckily, it is the left leg bone, and the skills are no surprise, invincible golden body and teleportation. Waving his hand to cancel the skill and dispersing the martial soul, Tang Yin was a little excited. With my current ability, soul masters below Soul Douluo should have no way to deal with me. He even felt that even if Douluo was in person, he couldn't beat him. Oh, you think you are invincible? Zhou Suifeng hugged the rabbit and interrupted his excitement. Tang Yin's smile froze and he sighed. How can it be, can't I be happy again? Tang Yin, level 65. The two left the Sunset Forest. Prepare to take Yin to the Blue-Silver Forest and start the covering operation. Don't forget the heartbroken red Wuju stone, maybe it is also a good material for forging. Bury the roots and take the rest away. On the way. Wait for the covering finished, I have built your soul forging spirit tower and Ning Yulin's sword. I am ready to go to the city of slaughter. Ning Yulin wants to make it into a sword shape and intends to give it to the boss. His martial soul no longer needs the means of nourishing the soul with a weapon. Tang Yin's words made Zhou Suifeng frown. The killing god domain is good, but the city of slaughter, no, the Azura god guy. It's not entirely for the killing god domain, there is also the Haoshan order. If I can get that thing from the king of slaughter, plus my strength, I can legitimately take charge of the Haoshan sect. Once you go in, it may be difficult to get out. Zhou Suifeng's expression was serious. If Tang San and Hulina didn't have Tang Hao and Bibi Dong behind them, that thing probably wouldn't open the road to hell. Every more person with the killing god domain, there is one more person who can use soul skills in the city of slaughter, and there is one more person who can threaten it. Waving his hand, Tang Yin didn't care at all. Even if I can't get out, don't I still have you? Wait for the sister to rush in directly. Besides, there is that art. Before, in order to study soul forging, he wanted to try to develop the Douluo version of the immortal mode, but it turned into art. With his current physical fitness and the energy he can accommodate, he can use this move to drag the King of Slaughter and the entire Slaughter City to perish together. The heaven and the earth have the same lifespan, and all things are equal. Of course, he will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. He can be resurrected, but the soul bones he absorbed cannot be restored. It was destroyed by the explosion. Once it is gone, no one knows where it will fly. The goal is clear, 2 people, 1 grass, and a little rabbit, flying straight in the air, rushing to the blue-silver forest. Halfway, Tang Yin suddenly suggested that Zhou Suifeng eat a yin, literally eat it, and devour it with the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Zhou Suifeng shook his head and refused. It was very easy to extract a yin's energy in the cave to forge the blue-silver emperor without any obstacles. This proves a yin's nature. The source was useless to him. If there was a little blockage at that time, it would mean that the origin of the blue-silver emperor was higher than Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass. But there was no. Tang Yin shut up. In this case, although it was not completely ineffective after eating it, it would be better to exchange it with the blue-silver king for a high-year blue-silver grass. Although it was useless to eat it, Zhou Suifeng also drew a little bit of the blue-silver grass to integrate into his own. Arrived at the blue-silver forest. Falling directly from the center. The spirit of the Blue Silver King emerged excitedly. Huang, it is the breath of Huang, Huang is back, it is. It's me. Lao Dong Sr., according to the agreement, I brought the Blue Silver Emperor back. Shouldn't you? The old man was very straightforward and did not want to renege on the debt. He even thought Zhou Suifeng was very fast. Human, I didn't expect you to be able to bring Huang back. In this case, tell me, how old is the blue silver grass you want? If it is possible, you, old man, are the most suitable. But this is obviously unlikely. It will take some effort to use the martial soul fusion technique with Tang Yin to take down the blue silver grass's base camp. It is better to save some time. I wonder how many years the blue silver grass with the longest cultivation age, other than the senior, has been cultivated. About 56,000 years. This old man has been cultivating for more than 80,000 years. The biggest blue silver grass below him is so far behind? It shouldn't be. Is this old thing lying? Zhou Suifeng pondered. Forget it, 50,000 years is 50,000 years. That's it, please let the senior take it. The Blue Silver King pointed out the existence of the blue silver grass to the two of them, and didn't care who would absorb it. Controlling the surrounding blue silver grass to lift Yin and send him into the depths of the forest. For the Blue Silver King, all the blue silver grasses are willing to dedicate everything they have without any complaints. No pressure was felt during the absorption process, and there was not even any residual soul impact. The meaning of dedication is too strong. After Tang Yin absorbed it, in addition to the growth ability, he also gained some dedication and the effect of healing for others. Enter the space and cover the sharing. Both of them were a little nervous, wondering if there would be any problems. Fortunately, everything went well. Zhou Suifeng's soul ring was cleared, leaving only a black soul ring hanging bare on it. Exit the space. After covering the soul ring, let's test whether the skills added by the blue silver grass before are still there. It feels very hazy and unclear. Perhaps only after the number of soul rings is replenished, there will be a clear result. Another ability has produced an epic enhancement. Blue Silver Domain. Unfolding the Blue Silver Domain, Zhou Suifeng can, step by step, Lotus. In the domain state, his control over the blue silver grass has reached the utmost, and his recovery ability has also reached a terrifying stage. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is regenerating. And before, I have always wanted to integrate the power of the evergreen lotus with the domain, and it will come naturally after covering it. In the state of step-by-step lotus, all methods are invulnerable. Of course, this all methods must be discussed. At the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. Take a deep breath, put your hands together, mobilize your soul power, and shout. Countless blue-silver grasses rose from the ground in the domain, rustling, weaving each other in a very short time, forming a huge Buddha statue, as if there are tens of millions of arms behind it. Tang Yin, fuck. Looking up at the sky that blocked out the sun, the statue looked down at the Haoshan hammer in his hand. What's the difference between this and the inflatable hammer? Zhou Suifeng turned around and looked at the face of the Buddha statue, but he was a little unhappy. He didn't like the face of the Buddha statue very much. What he worshipped every day was the Kingdi Divine Tablet, not the Buddha. How could there be a Buddha statue? Concentrating the power of the domain, the spirit radiated, and modified the face of the statue to be closer to the appearance of the Kingdi in his imagination. The arms behind him were also changed to blue-silver grass in the shape of swords. Played for a few days. Leaving Xiao Wu's body in the blue-silver forest. There are only herbivorous soul beasts here, and nothing will eat it. It always feels a nuisance to bring it around. The goal is achieved, go home. 122 Chapter 122 Prepare to accelerate. 122. Do you want to peel off the remaining 2 pieces of extra soul bones? If you go to the slaughter city later, you will have 2 more skills and 2 more guarantees. After careful consideration, Tang Yin still has to remove the 2 soul bones. There is something I want to verify. During the process of constantly losing levels and retraining, Tang Yin felt that he seemed to have discovered something and needed to verify it. Besides, if he went to the city of slaughter and needed skills, he could absorb them again. He insisted so much that Zhou Suifeng had no objection. At present, his soul power was stable. After absorbing the blue-silver grass for more than 50,000 years, his soul power reached level 67. He would take a piece off first. After taking it off, Tang Yin forged it while restoring the level. With the experience of the last success, he was familiar with it. But he was still very cautious. There were only so many Wuju stones that Broken Heart Red was staying. If something went wrong and it was wasted, it would be bad. After his simple refining, this was indeed a very good material. He urged Zhou Suifeng to look for it in the Yuanyang pot again. The environment there was special, and maybe he could find some other special materials. If we can find 9 materials with different properties, trace their origins, and combine them into one, we might be able to forge a pagoda of the spiritual treasure level. Thinking of that scene, Tang Yin's nose was full of beauty. Zhou Suifeng did not discourage him, but privately thought that it would be impossible to do it before becoming a god. Now that he can do what Ning Yulan said, nourishing the soul with tools, he is already very powerful. He agreed to find materials. Zhu Zuqing has already awakened her martial soul, and it is meaningless to stay in the Botanical Academy. He plans to send the 3 sisters to the Tiandu Royal Academy. Then find a chance to contact the eldest prince. The eldest prince is a good medium for strategizing in the Tiandu Empire. He has high aspirations but low skills. He has the ambition to become an emperor but his methods are inferior. As long as he gains his trust, he can do a lot. However, the dean of the Botanical Academy was reluctant to let Zhou Suifeng go and didn't want him to leave. Really, can't you leave? Zhou Suifeng blinked. What's wrong with this taste of youth pain literature? What are you doing? Even if he takes good care of himself, he must be in his 60s or 70s. Still a man. Ahem. Zhou Suifeng pulled his hand out with great effort. Thank you for the kindness of the dean, but the world is so big, I want to see everywhere. Don't worry, if there is a chance in the future, I will come back. Ah, Xiao Zhou. Advanced transition. Zhou Suifeng disappeared with 3 cats, big, medium and small. The dean raised his hand in vain. Don't go, Xiao Zhou. If it's a problem of treatment, we can talk about it. You can be promoted to a formal teacher, the dean of teaching, or the vice dean. The only one who answered him was Luo Yat. Hey! The students taught by Zhou Suifeng were visibly stronger than other students, and he really didn't want Zhou Suifeng to leave. Unfortunately, everyone has their own ambitions. I have to make some arrangements and ask other teachers to sort out the theories and training methods that Xiao Zhou has mentioned. Even if they can't achieve the original effect, there should be a lot of improvement. Zhou Suifeng took the 3 sisters to Tiandu City, as well as Tang Yin. The 3 sisters all knew about his existence, so there was no need to hide it. At the same time, An Lan also saw Zhou Suifeng's message in the space, and had to go to Tiandu City in person. In order to let the 3 sisters leave traces of the Spirit Hall in the matter of Tiandu Royal Academy and make the Xingluo Empire suspicious, the existence of Saras is necessary. But Bibi Dong must not know about this, at least not in a short time. Let someone pass the message and not respect the Platinum Bishop. Only if he goes there in person will Saras be more obedient. Are you going to? Just as they were about to leave, Qian Rongxiu, who had been practicing in seclusion for a while, suddenly appeared. What? Don't want me to follow? Could it be? She approached instantly, and her expression became terrifying. Go find other little girls. They are really mother and daughter, this expression is simply carved from the same mold. Qian Rongxiu didn't notice, but An Lan still remembered the look of Bibi Dong when she was murderous and wanted to kill people. Qian Rongxiu in front of him was exactly the same as her, except that she lacked a bit of murderous aura. How could it be? My dear young lady, which girl can compare to Ether Sword? Grandpa is so annoying. He didn't care about me before, but now he wants to stare at me to practice this or that. Annoying. It's really speechless. You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. You will cry when you sacrifice in the future. Sacrifice. An Lan remembered something. Bo Sixi and Qian Daoliu, as the high priest and the high worshipper, need sacrifices to open their inheritance. It seems that no one sacrifices for Bibi Dong. What is her Rakshasa god? The process is different? Or is it that her own talent is enough to ignore the sacrifice and communicate directly with the god realm? Talent is not impossible. As the first person to fully cultivate the twin martial spirits, it is natural. An Lan even thinks that Qian Rongxiu can have such excellent talent. Bibi Dong's inheritance is more than 70%. Let's go, I have something to do in Tiandu City. Well, introduce a friend to you. Friend? How come I don't know? Tang Yin and Zhou Suifeng arrived in Tiandu City before An Lan, bought a yard to settle down, and Zhou Suifeng was ready to go to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire to mine for Tang Yin. Zhu Ziyun watched quietly, not knowing what would happen to them this time. Don't run around, be careful of being captured by some blind nobles, call me if you have anything. Tang Yin said, and continued to carry out his forging business. Zhu Ziyun sighed. Go back to the room, Zuking Zuyu, hurry up and practice. In the Mandarin duck pot, holding the glazed tower and running around the whole valley, Zhou Suifeng really sensed a lot of strange metals, most of which were near the fairy grasses that grew before. Digging them out bit by bit, and then using the blue-silver field to restore them to their original state, so as not to destroy the environment where the fairy grasses grow. Sustainable development is very important. Dig until the evening, the moon is full. The weather is a bit humid and it may rain. Zhou Suifeng speeds up and digs and goes back quickly. Douluo suddenly appears. Seeing his expression, Zhou Suifeng is very surprised. Doesn't this old man use the method of soul bone to force poison? Douluo, who is this kid? You. Seeing the stranger, Douluo immediately wanted to take action. Zhou Suifeng's eyes moved, wanting to use Douluo to carefully measure his current strength, but the blue-silver grass still has only 2 soul rings, and the golden tree was added on the way to Tiandu City. He found that the original soul skill effect would not disappear, but would merge with the ability of the new soul ring, and select the excellent information fragments to exert new abilities. However, many abilities are still blocked and cannot be used. Use the blue-silver domain to directly use the big move? Looking at Douluo's reaction at this time, it is hard to say how much strength he can exert. It would be funny if he can't bear it. So, he showed his twin martial souls, the glazed tower and the blue-silver grass. 123 Chapter 123 Unbelievable, Unbelievable. 123. Douluo rubbed his eyes. The same twin martial souls as Ning Yulin's brat? No, the glazed tower has different layers and completely different colors. Looking at the martial soul, could it be the brother of that brat? Ning Fengzi should not be so blind as to let his child wander outside, right? But not only are there twin martial souls, but they are also blue-silver grass and glazed tower. How likely is this coincidence? Who are you? The old man is really annoying. Zhou Suifeng lowered his eyes. Senior, you can think of me as Ning Yulin's brother, the kind that is closer than a real brother. I don't mean to bother you, just do your thing, I just came here to dig some stones. Brothers closer than real brothers? This statement sounds like they have no blood relationship, but a close relationship. But when he heard Zhou Suifeng talking about digging stones, he was stunned again. Stones are also treasures in this damn place? Whether it is true or not, Ning Yulin must have something to do with this guy in front of him. This place is inaccessible to ordinary people, and it is not usually visible from the outside. Douluo decided to take Zhou Suifeng down first. It doesn't matter at other times, but if someone saw his poison attack, if it was leaked out, others would take advantage of him. He also wanted to live well and see his great-grandson being born. If he is lucky, his great-grandson might even see it. The sudden attack did not exceed Zhou Suifeng's expectations. The 5 people knew Douluo's style very well. To his own people, he was considered Douluo Hai Badong, but to outsiders, he was a cruel and poisonous Douluo. 2 poisonous torrents transformed into snakes rushed over, but the flowers and plants they passed by were not affected at all. Douluo's control has reached the level of not hurting external objects, which is really not simple. But things like toxins. Although Zhou Suifeng still doesn't know where the limit of step-by-step lotus and invulnerability is, these poisons are obviously not enough. Blue-silver domain, open. 2 poisonous snakes rushed into the domain, and many blue lotus flowers that were not real or real disappeared, and the poisonous snakes dispersed silently. Domain. Or innate domain. In this era, in terms of universal rationality, there are only 2 types of domains. One is the innate domain, and people with this kind of domain generally have the appearance of a title. The other is the title domain born after the 90th level, and the latter is not possessed by all titles. The domain of the god of killing is not well known to the public. After only this one move, Douluo wanted to retreat. He couldn't exert his full strength at the moment. Although he felt that the opponent was not at the title level, he could resolve his motives with just his domain, without even using his spirit ring. He was definitely not an ordinary opponent. Seeing him stop, Zhou Suifeng also took the initiative to say goodbye. Senior, please do your work. I will say goodbye first. It's not all dug yet, but I have to come back next time. It's meaningless to compete with Douluo here. Summon out the blue-silver flying eagle stepped out of the valley. After absorbing the golden tree soul ring, the new second soul skill did not disappear. Instead, it gained a lot of vitality. It did not need to switch to the glazed tower to use the life-added ability, and it could soar like a real flying eagle, but it would have obvious blue-silver grass characteristics. Defeated but not defeated, Douluo looked at Zhou Suifeng with indifference. Until the figure disappeared, his figure could not stop trembling, and his face was covered with sweat. Almost one step at a time, he walked to the place where he usually practiced. Zhou Suifeng went and came back, hovering silently in the sky. What's wrong with this old man? Is there really no way to use soul bones to contain toxins? Didn't he find a suitable soul bone? After waiting for a while, seeing Douluo sweating profusely and his perception of the surroundings reduced to a certain limit, Zhou Suifeng quietly landed on the top of the mountain, summoned his martial soul, and quietly radiated the field. From a distance, he controlled the blue-silver filaments to quietly penetrate his legs, devour the toxins, and help him sort out his soul power. The toxins that were extracted were not wasted, and condensed into disposable blue-silver grass seeds, which could be used as toxin grenades when necessary. He observed the changes in the blue-silver grass and found that it only changed slightly in color during the extraction process, but there was no extra damage. Tisk! Even the life toxins in Douluo's body could not damage it at all. It seems that the enhancement of my blue-silver grass has reached a certain limit. No, 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 pride makes people blind. This is far from enough, far from it. I want to evolve this blue-silver grass into Jianmu. He. Grow directly into the universe, absorb cosmic energy, and then upgrade the entire Douluo star. By then, I don't care about the God realm or not. Come quietly and leave quietly. Douluo didn't notice anything from beginning to end, he just felt that the time of the attack today was much shorter. Back to the newly bought yard in Tiandu City, all the ores dug out were thrown into Tang Yin's forging room. He stretched his body, entered the space, and left a message to Ning Yulin about Douluo. The next day, woke up, washed and ate, went into the forging room, and saw the pile of colorful, hard or soft stones. Tang Yin was overjoyed. Zhou Suifeng mentioned it casually. Be careful of radiation. Tang Yin waved his hand, and Zhou Suifeng didn't care anymore. Going into the backyard, watching the three sisters practice. After the EMO some time ago, Zhu Zuyun thought it through. Even if Zhou Suifeng really wanted to trade her out, it didn't matter. As long as she was alive, she could take good care of her two sisters. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he practiced wholeheartedly. He had to try his best to improve his strength while nothing happened. 2 days later, Douluo left Yuanyangguo. Go directly to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and ask Ning Yulin about Zhou Suifeng. But Ning Yulin spoke first. Grandpa, why don't you take care of yourself? Haven't you used the method of soul bone to contain poison? If something unexpected happens, what will you let Yanyan do? Can't find a suitable soul bone? That's easy, I'll help you find it right away. Since you're here, don't leave yet. Yanyan hasn't seen you for several days. Let's have a meal together. After being interrupted, Douluo was a little confused. Only when he reacted did he realize that Ning Yulin didn't seem to be willing to talk about that person. But this won't work. With the same martial spirit, this is not something that can be easily covered up. If Ning Fengzi finds out, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect may be in a storm. Yanyan is already tied to this brat, and it is difficult for her to stay out of it. Don't play tricks on me. Since you're so long-winded, it seems you've received the news. You should know why I'm here. Okay, since you said so. He tapped his fingers on the table, sensing that there was no one else around, not even the servants. That person is indeed very related to me. We can use the martial soul fusion technique. At the same time, he is also a helper outside, helping me deal with some things that I can't do now. Martial soul fusion technique. Douluo blinked, feeling a little strange, as if he had seen two people using martial soul fusion techniques a few years ago. Wait a minute, is he going to deal with something? Is there anything else that's inconvenient for you to deal with? 124 Chapter 124 Knowing it, you can't withdraw. 124. Tilting his head and leaning his body, leaning lazily on the table, Ning Yulin was meaningful. Are you sure you want to know? With Zhou Suifeng's matter hanging in the forefront, Douluo's temper rose and he snorted coldly. Speak. Is there anything that I can't know? He regretted it after hearing it. What I asked him to do is to become the military advisor of the eldest prince. Depending on the situation, he will instigate him to kill the second, third, and fourth princes, and then the second and third princes will find an opportunity to retaliate. In this way, there will be only Shueke left in the royal family. Let my elder brother send someone to marry Shueke, and use Shueke's name to take charge of the Tiandu Empire. After operating for a period of time, I will abdicate. In this way, my Kaibao Liulai sect will become the new empire. What do you think? What else? Are you going to heaven? Douluo's eyes widened slightly. Why didn't he see that this kid had such a big ambition before? No, it's not that he didn't see it. No one thought he could do this. Thinking about it carefully, the attitude of taking the initiative to propose marriage before can be seen. A glimpse. With such ambition, will it be a good thing for Yanyan to continue to follow? It's just an engagement, so it should be fine, right? Seeing his complicated expression, Ning Yulan knew that Douluo might be thinking about something extraordinary, and he continued with a turn of his eyes. Oh, by the way. I almost forgot one thing. You should have heard about the matter of the Netherworld Duke's mansion in the Xingluo Empire, right? Sorry, it was us who did it, and we used your poison. Douluo's eyes widened. Don't be angry first, come on, sit down and have some tea, I haven't finished yet. Okay, today I will listen carefully to what earth-shattering secrets you can tell. That guy destroyed the Duke's mansion and brought out the 3 remaining girls of the Zhu family. He was going to send them to the Tiandu Royal Academy and arrange them to enter the Tiandu Royal Academy in the name of the Spirit Hall. You also know about the Nether White Tiger fusion technique. When the Xingluo Empire receives the news, it will definitely do something. When they clash, we can reap the benefits. Oh, by the way, we also have people in the Spirit Hall. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex won't be able to jump around for too long. In a few years, when our people grow up, we can destroy it with a counterattack. Haoshan sect has some troubles, but not much. Douluo wanted to go back a few minutes ago and take back the arrogant self. Why is he so curious? How can he continue to be the free and unrestrained, arrogant and wanton Douluo before? He stood up and walked out without saying a word. No one else knows these yet. Grandpa, don't forget to keep it secret for us. Leaving the 7 treasures glazed sect, Douluo looked up at the sky speechlessly. He never expected that there would be the matter of the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire. How could he stay out of it? He didn't know that the Xingluo Empire had never doubted him at all. He sighed and thought from a different perspective. It's not bad to have such ambitions. If successful, Yanyan will become a first-class and noble woman on the continent. Douluo comforted himself. A few days later, Lan arrived at Tiandu City. After dinner in the evening, Zhou Suifeng called Zhu Zuyun over. Lying on the recliner like a landlord, he waved to her. Zhu Zuyun came over expressionlessly and lay down silently on the empty seat. Zhou Suifeng put his arm around her waist, didn't say anything, and shook it quietly for a while. This human heart is really terrifying. Suddenly opened his mouth. I'm going to send the 3 of you to the Tiandu Royal Academy. Zhu Zuyun shook subconsciously. Is this day finally coming? You don't have to do anything. Just study and practice normally, be yourself, don't worry about other things, make friends, don't worry if someone speaks rudely. Shouldn't I seduce someone? Supporting Zhou Suifeng's chest and getting up, Zhu Zuyun opened her mouth. Looking at her, Zhou Suifeng ignored her and continued. I will let you participate in the Soul Master competition in 2644 to attract the attention of the Dai family and let them take action. Then, we will seize the Xingluo Empire. Of course, you can also contact them secretly and try to eliminate me in turn. Zhu Zuyun did not answer. In the past, perhaps this idea would occasionally appear, but the longer time, the more she understood, the more she knew that this was impossible. Unless this person can be killed with one blow when he is completely unprepared, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. She only asked one question. What will happen after that? What will you do to us? She regretted asking, her heart beating faster. She was afraid that Zhou Suifeng would answer, but she was also afraid that Zhou Suifeng would not speak. Zhou Suifeng's hand automatically climbed to her heart, feeling the flying heartbeat. She was thinking about random things all day, or she was too energetic. What will happen? You will know later. She pulled Zhu Ziyun up, and trained her for the first time in a long time until she was exhausted, then she took a bath and put her to sleep. She lay on the bed with her mind empty. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and recalled Zhou Suifeng's attitude towards her sisters from beginning to end, and found some traces that she had not found before. She felt a little relieved. Xingluo Empire. She didn't care yet, it was destroyed. But sometimes she still missed the feeling of being served by others when she was a young lady. Thinking again, she felt drowsy and closed her eyes. Bishop Saras, I want you to arrange 3 people to enter Tiandu Royal Academy, but the Pope's palace must not know about this. Can you do it? In the temple, Lan looked at Saras straight. Salas looked embarrassed, not pretending, but really embarrassed. There was no problem in arranging people to enter. He could just find a few nobles to recommend them, but the Pope's palace must not know about it. If Bibi Dong questioned him about this matter in the future, he would have a hard time explaining it. I didn't expect that Bibi Dong's prestige had reached this level in just a few years. Before Bibi Dong became the Pope, Saras was already a platinum bishop. I didn't expect that he would quietly join Bibi Dong. Without further ado, Lan threw out Qian Daoliu's offering order. Salas smiled, and with this thing, it would be much easier for him to explain. He respectfully returned the token to Lan. Please. Wait, I will arrange it right away. Why did you suddenly arrange for someone to enter Tiandu Royal Academy? A girl with a different face but a faintly extraordinary temperament asked curiously. It was still Qian Rongxiu, but she used the disguise skill. Her identity has not been publicized in the spirit hall so far. When she was walking outside, Lan was more likely to show up. You will know in a few days. Oh. By the way, didn't you say you have a new friend? Where is it? Since she set out from the spirit city, she was very curious about the new friend mentioned by Lan. When did this guy meet a friend that he didn't know? You will know in a few days. Hey? Why is it this sentence again? Qian Rongxu raised her eyebrows, stood up, walked in front of Lan, and leaned over. The feelings have faded over time? Ah? You treat me like this. 125 Chapter 125 How could it be possible? 125. How could it be? My dear Zioxiu, I can treat you better than anyone else. I really don't mean that. You'll know in a few days. Lan waved his hand. Humph. It's better this way, otherwise be careful of your... Qian Rongxiu clenched her fist and clenched it hard. Cough, it's getting late, let's go out for dinner. Martial Soul Academy. Lan hadn't shown up for several days in a row, and Hulina breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely relaxed. Then she reacted and went to find Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong didn't care. She didn't worry that Lan would do anything weird. She already controlled 70% of the branch halls across the continent. Even if the young people selected by Lan were trained, they would be useless. After Saras made the arrangements, Lan notified Zhou Suifeng to come over. According to age and level, Zhu Zuqing is not yet at the stage of enrolling in the Advanced Soul Master Academy, but why not use the privilege for this? Saras still has a lot of face. Zhu Zuqing didn't feel anything. For her, it was just a change of place to live. Moving into the academy smoothly, Zhu Ziyun was a little nervous. Although Zhou Suifeng said that she didn't need to worry about anything, she just needed to study, practice, and make friends, but how could she really be calm and practice quietly without caring about anything? But Zhou Suifeng didn't explain anything else. Zhou Suifeng met Lan, and Qian Rongxiu's reaction was flat. She thought this friend was of great status, but he seemed ordinary and had no outstanding features. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't show any impoliteness in front of others, which made people criticize her. Her personal cultivation was not bad. Her reaction made Lan's face twitch, but since she didn't care, there was no need to explain too much. The two briefly discussed the next plan and left. Nodding to Lan, Zhou Suifeng said goodbye. This person makes people feel weird. When he was here, she didn't feel anything. When he left, Qian Rongxiu always felt that something was wrong. This person seemed to know her and knew her very well. But Lan didn't get his grandfather's permission, so he wouldn't be so presumptuous to reveal his identity to others, unless... What is the relationship between you and him? Ordinary friend. Hehe, do you think I believe it? Then you can treat him as my brother who has shared life and death with me. Why don't you let him join the spirit hall? He likes freedom. A year and a half later, Ning Yulan and Duguyan joined the Royal Academy and became friends with the three sisters. Zhou Suifeng added soul rings and broke through to level 66. Originally, he wanted to continue looking for a water-attributed sub-dragon species for the third soul ring, but he didn't find it after searching for a while. In the end, he had to add another soul beast with a similar shape. Fortunately, the original bonus did not disappear. Tang Yin finished forging. Using Wuju stone, the ore in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and some other materials, he mixed and forged 5 pagodas, one for each person. There were some minor accidents during the forging process. I don't know what triggered it. When it came out of the furnace, it was hit by several thunderbolts. Tang Yin felt that he had vaguely understood something, but nothing. At the same time, his cultivation reached the Soul Saint. Before going to the Killing City, he needed to add a soul ring. How to choose a soul ring made everyone hesitate. With the combined strength of the 5 people, it should not be a problem to take down the Titan Giant Ape. But the battle will not be small, and the Sky Blue Bull Python will not sit idly by. Facing 200,000-year soul beasts at the same time, it is completely uncertain what the result will be. The 5-person fusion technique feels very strong, but so far no one has really been dealt with. How about? I ask the 3 titles to take action. Ning Yulan asked tentatively. With the help of the pagoda forged by Tang Yin, Ning Fengzi broke through the 8th floor and is now a soul Douluo of more than 80 levels. His auxiliary ability has increased. With him, Jiangu and Dugubo can exert 120% of their strength. They entangle one and the 5 of them can easily take down the other. The other 4 thought seriously. With Ning Fengzi assisting the 3 titles, the success rate is certainly not small, but is it too early to expose it now? It is hard to say what attitude Ning Fengzi will have when he learns of the existence of the 4 people. It is better to sit back and do nothing, but I am afraid that it will add some obstacles to the plan of the 5 people inexplicably, which will be a headache. How is your relationship with Jiangu? An Lan asked, and Ning Yulan spread his hands. General. Although he wanted to get closer, the 2 of them usually came to each other. Even if they went to Gao, they couldn't meet. This normal relationship was still due to Ning Rongrong. Go and test Ning Fengzi's attitude again. If it's still the same as before, forget it. We'll do it ourselves. Zhou Suifeng knocked on the table. Ning Yulan thought for a moment and nodded. Tianrui looked at Tang Yin strangely. This guy didn't say a word from beginning to end, and he was always in a trance. What was he doing? Tang Yin was frowning for a while, and then he suddenly realized something, as if he had taken smart drugs. He was a little curious. The meeting was adjourned. After breakfast, Ning Yulan stood in front of Ning Fengzi when no one was around. Father, what do you think about my previous proposal? Ning Fengzi didn't react for a while. What proposal? The matter of the Tiandu Empire. This again. Frowning, Ning Fengzi still refuted. The empire and the sect complement each other, you are still too radical. However, Ning Yulan just curled his lips. If he did what he said, why would the Dai family be usurped by the Xingguan Su family? No, no. There is a problem. Ning Yulan frowned. Maybe the transfer of the throne between the Dai family and the Su family was very peaceful. The Su family did not eradicate the Dai family and the Zhu family, and even let the Dai family take charge of the empire's military. The army will not be handed over to someone they don't trust. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Xingguan sect has the ability to brainwash and control. Shaking his head, Ning Yulan finally tried. Xingluo Empire and Wuhan Hall have my allies. If we cooperate with the 3 parties, the continent can change its master in an instant. In this way, father still thinks it's not okay. What? Allies? Ning Fengzi was stunned. This little Lao Lu has quietly achieved this point? If it is true, then... He was a little tempted, but still felt that he needed to consider it carefully. Allies are not necessarily reliable. Who are the allies you are talking about? The disciple of the former Pope Kyungsunji, who appeared in Haoshan sect. Who is the person from Xingluo Empire? I can't tell my father for the time being. It doesn't matter whether An Lan's existence is mentioned or not, his identity is out in the open. Is it him? Ning Fengzi certainly knows who this is, but how did Xiao Laolio get in touch with this person? The two should not have much communication. How did you meet? A chance. Ning Fengzi couldn't stop thinking, if Ning Yulan said it was true, then Kai Bao, it's not impossible. But why would Kyung Sunji's second disciple agree to cooperate with Ning Yulan? 126 Chapter 126 Call it out and have a chat. 126. As a disciple of the Pope, he should put the interests of the Spirit Hall first? Could he deceive Xia Liu and want to use the Kai Bao Liulai sect? If not, such a traitor seems unreliable as an ally. Can you call out your allies so that father can talk to them? Father doesn't believe me. Of course not. It's just that you are still young and may not consider some issues so thoroughly. It's not a bad thing for father to meet with them and fill in the gaps. It doesn't matter if you meet them. Okay, I'll contact them depending on the situation. There is another thing. Before, you have always wanted to forge the master who helped father break through the pagoda with the number of layers. Now he needs help. I wonder if father is willing. Of course I am willing. Ning Fengzi is very happy about this. If you can forge one, you can forge the second and third. People like this must be won over. What do you need help with? Hunting 100,000-year soul beast. Ning Fengzi. Can you help with this kind of thing just by saying so? That's 100,000-year soul beast. But then again, if you really help the other party hunt 100,000-year soul beast, then this favor is not unimportant. However, if the other party is the kind of ungrateful white-eyed wolf, and turns his face against you after success, Kai Bao will be wasted. Xiao Lu, can you let your father meet this master first? When Ning Yulan was testing Ning Fengzi, several people were not idle. Tang Yin summoned Xiao Wu's soul. As a 100,000-year soul beast, her intelligence is much clearer than the glass moon soul flower used by Zhou Suifeng in the experiment. Calling her out, naturally want her to persuade the 200,000-year soul beasts to sacrifice. Her reaction was very intense, and then suddenly calmed down. Only one word replied. Okay. No matter if the coffin is crying. Tang Yin curled his lips, what this old rabbit is thinking couldn't be more obvious. However, it may be a problem. Those two beasts are gifted, and the fusion skills of Zhuigui and others cannot hold them back for too long. We still have to be careful. I'm afraid they will be furious when they see Xiaohu's soul appear. I'm afraid we will have to fight by then, but I just hope that we won't alarm those in the core area. If Tianmeng has fallen into their hands and is done for, there is no need to worry. I'm just afraid that Tianmeng is still sleeping somewhere and has not been caught by Dishan. Those guys don't sleep deeply, and if they are woken up, the consequences are unpredictable. Should we leave someone outside to prevent accidents? If 4 people die at the same time, what will happen to the remaining one? After stuffing Xiao Wu's soul back, Tang Yin felt a little heavy. After Ning Yulan communicated with Ning Fengzi, he told the 4 people the result. The 5 people met again, Tang Yin expressed his concerns, and the 5 people drew lots to decide who would stay outside as the seed in case of an accident. Tian Rui drew the seed, looking unlucky. He also wanted to see the style of the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, especially the Sky Blue Bull Python, which has a snake body and a bull head, and is as puzzling as the existence of the Wolf Bandit. Is it the bull who cheated, or the snake who cheated? It's incredible. Huo Wu felt that Tian Rui was very strange today. In the past, Shui Bing'er was so attentive every time she came, but now she seemed to be distracted. Fancy the new and hate the old? Are you okay? Ah? What? Tian Rui came back to his senses and looked at her strangely. Huo Wu raised her hand and pointed at the girls in blue skirts who were walking towards this side not far away. Xiao Bing'er is here, you are distracted. Oh. Tian Rui went to meet him after calming down. Huo Wu pouted behind him. Maybe when she was a child, she had some unclear feelings for Tian Rui, and she was jealous of him. But after Tian Rui made it clear that he only regarded her as a sister, she adjusted her mentality. What can distract this guy from Shui Bing'er? I hope nothing will happen. Ning Yulan took Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin Gurong followed in secret, and met Tang Yin, Zhou Suifeng and An Lan in the Soul Hunter town. The 3 of them did not disguise themselves. At this point, disguise on the outside was meaningless. If Ning Fengzi made things difficult for the actions of the few people later, Ning Yulan would let him know what it means to be a loving father and a filial son. Look, he is the one who built the pagoda. Ning Yulan pointed at Tang Yin. Tang Yin and Tang Yuehua had gone to Kaibao before for the location of the Haoshan Sex Mountain Gate. But over the years, Tang Yin's appearance has changed a lot, and Ning Feng, who had only met him once, did not have much impression of him. All so young. Xiao Lu is not the kind of person who would be rude. It seems that his relationship with this master is more familiar than I thought. Then, with the spirit hall. Turning his head and looking at Lan again. It's our first meeting. Thank you three friends for your care. Really? Tang Yin, puhahaha cough cough. Ning Fengzi was puzzled. Was there anything funny about his expression and words? He sect Master Ning, don't be so polite. Lan knocked Tang Yin to the ground with a punch and glanced at him. Tang Yin stood up and said seriously. Sorry, sect Master Ning, I lost my composure a little. It's okay. I just didn't expect that you, at such a young age, could make such a magical thing. You can't judge a person by appearance. He is young and promising. I wonder if you are willing to join my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? If you and I cooperate, we will benefit each other and will surely go further. What do you think? Let's talk about it later when we have time. If the soul hunting goes well this time, I have to go to the Killing City. I don't know when I will come out. Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Ning. Killing City? Ning Fengzi's face changed slightly. Why is he so depressed at such a young age? Killing City is not a good place. Why do you want to go there? If there is a chance, I will have a good chat with Sect Master Ning. Tang Yin poured a cup of tea. Since Sect Master Ning is here, it means that he is willing to help. Of course, your help to my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is of great significance. Since there is a need, of course it is my duty. Well, we have already mastered the information about soul beasts. There are 2 soul beasts that need to be dealt with this time. Tang Yin briefly described the information about the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape in the memory of several people. Ning Fengzi's face changed slightly. 2? Both are 100,000 year soul beasts? Don't worry, Sect Master Ning. You and the seniors just need to help me contain the Azure Bull Python so that it can support the Titan Giant Ape. The latter will be solved by ourselves. Ning Fengzi rarely felt a little irritated. Solve it by ourselves? Just the 3 of you young people. Speaking of which, I forgot to ask, what level is he? He needs a 100,000 year soul beast. Could he have reached the titled Douluo? But he looks so young. 20 years old? The appearance can be disguised, but the eyes that have not experienced the worldly dust are hard to conceal. Speaking of which, young and promising is worth investing in itself. Just talking about something that can break through the limit of the number of layers, it is not too much to help. 127 Chapter 127 Prepare to take action. 127. It may be a bit rude to ask this question. Sitting upright on the chair, Ning Fengzi's eyes were gentle. Could you please tell me what level of cultivation you are at? Ning Fengzi kept talking nonsense, and Ning Yulin was a little impatient. But Ning Fengzi didn't understand the real concern between the few people. He would be very rude if he interrupted them rashly, and gave Tang Yin a look. I am not talented, only level 70. We are almost ready. Is there anything else that Sect Master Ning and Senior need to prepare? Don't talk nonsense, it's time to get started. The implication doesn't need to be made too clear. It's my fault, Uncle Jian. Ning Fengzi smiled apologetically and shouted to the side. Chen Xin appeared quietly, as if he had been standing there all the time. The 4 stood up. Regardless of other things, this sword fairy-like demeanor made the 4 people very happy. Hello, Senior X3. Ning Yulin didn't speak, he is considered a junior, so there is no need to do so. Although the relationship with the 2 old men is average, there is no need to care about such trivial details. Chen Xin nodded and glanced at Lan. At first, when he heard Ning Fengzi say that Ning Yulin had contact with Jian Sunji's disciples, he felt very strange. Now it seems that they are not only related, but also very unusual. Looked at Ning Fengzi again. Are you sure you want to cooperate with these children? Ning Fengzi nodded imperceptibly, and then asked again. Do you want to call Uncle Gu again? Thinking for a moment, Chen Xin agreed. If the ability of the Sky Blue Bull Python is just as Tang Yin and others said, he thought that with the assistance of Ning Fengzi, it should be no problem to kill it, but it would be troublesome to delay it with his ability, so it would be more appropriate to let Gurong come. Ning Yulin notified the nearest sect disciple and sent the message back. 2 days later, Gurong arrived. The group entered the forest. The goal is clear, and they will advance directly to the core area. Zhou Suifeng didn't say anything from beginning to end, leaving the less impression on Ning Fengzi, the better. Although Ning Fengzi was curious about the identity and ability of this silent young man, Ning Yulin and the other two didn't talk about Zhou Suifeng, and Zhou Suifeng didn't speak on his own initiative. It would be embarrassing for him to ask. Considering the existence of the beasts in the core area, Zhou Suifeng sent a signal after getting close to a certain distance. Several people stopped. It seems that this young man has a strong long-range perception ability. Ning Fengzi recorded silently. Tang Yin received the signal and exhaled lightly. Summoned the clear sky hammer and released Xiao Wu's soul ring. Chen Xin Gurong paused, his face serious. Ning Fengzi. Already have a 100,000-year soul ring? Or is it from the clear sky sect? He turned his head suddenly to look at Ning Yulin, but Ning Yulin blinked at him. Well, this is not the place to talk, ask after it's over. Clear sky sect? Is it the person who was stranded outside after that conflict? Or is he a genius disciple of the family? The person who created that thing turned out to be a disciple of Haoshan sect. Although the three sects are of the same origin, that thing is undoubtedly the new lifeblood of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. How can it be held by others? Ning Fengzi looked disappointed and a little worried. The effect of that thing on the sect is self-evident. In this way, won't the Seven Treasures Glazed sect be controlled by the Haoshan sect? Unless, abandon this method. Is he from the Haoshan sect? Ning Fengzi suddenly felt a little strange. If Tang Yin was a disciple of the Haoshan sect and mastered this key thing, it would be impossible for him not to have the idea of clamping down on the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If the Haoshan hammer, a strong attack weapon spirit, is combined with the assistance of the Seven Treasures, the effect is self-evident. But since getting that thing and breaking through the 8th level, the Haoshan sect seems to have no movement. Could it be that Xiaoliu has reached some cooperation with him behind my back? What happened next left him no time to think about the relationship between the two major sects, and he trembled. 4-body martial soul fusion technique. Just when Ning Fengzi was upset because of seeing the clear sky hammer, the Titan giant ape sensed the breath of Sister Xiao Wu. Brother, Sister Xiao Wu is back. He greeted her with joy. Several people were like reptiles, not even as big as its finger. The dark figure like a mountain, exuding terrifying pressure, said nothing, lowered his head to look at Tang Yin, looked at the red soul ring on the hammer, and the soul bone breath deliberately stimulated on his arm. The ears recalled Xiao Wu's past charming voice and figure. A piece of sadness and vicissitudes, no place to talk about sadness. Eyes were bloodshot, and reason evaporated. Red warmth, blood anger. Roar. Anger beat his chest, bang bang bang. The azure bull python received the signal, jumped out of the lake, swam ashore, crushed the trees blocking the way, and soon appeared beside the Titan giant ape. There was no hysterical reaction. Silently, the sky gradually darkened. The Chinexan 7 killing swords hung beside him, and Gurong, wearing a bone armor, blocked Ning Fengzi behind him. When the azure bull python appeared, the 4 people began to move. Each of them released their martial souls, echoing each other from a distance, and surrounded the Titan giant ape in 4 directions. The first to strike is the strongest. Martial soul fusion, with Ning Yulin's 9 treasures glazed tower as the main body. Surrounded by the divine phoenix, a dazzling 9-color pagoda exuding a majestic breath of life and a powerful sense of power appeared. Continue from the previous article. Ning Fengzi, 4-body martial soul fusion technique. As soon as the pagoda appeared, it was directly enlarged, covering the Titan giant ape, and then fell down and sealed it. There was a bang 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 sound from inside, but the 4 people were as steady as Mount Tai and were not affected at all. The pagoda shrank, and the Titan ape quickly moved away from the Lake of Life area. Everything happened in an instant. Moving the battle location to prevent the possibility of alarming the extremely ferocious things inside. There is also the slow field of the azure bull python, which is a troublesome ability. Once it is covered, it may not be easy to easily take down the Titan ape. Come for the second one? The azure bull python was furious, and the dark clouds gathered quickly, and the thunder fanned. Ignoring Ning Fengzi and the other 2, it was going to chase and kill. 7 killing thunders rise, 1 sword breaks the sky. Bone Transformation Dragon. 8 Treasures Glazed Glass Tower. The 4 of them moved to a battle site that they had chosen earlier. The valley where they had fought with the Pig King was full of ruins and there were no other soul beasts. Release the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape's consciousness was a little turbid. Although it was sealed in the tower for a short time, it could not sense anything. The cold and silent void almost made the beast crazy. No nonsense, attack. Tang Yin strode forward. Zhou Suifeng clapped his hands. Strands of blue-silver grass entangled around him, gradually connecting the whole person and the hammer. Wrapped together. The 9 treasures glazed tower spun behind Ning Yuan, adding vitality, adding earth elements to Tang Yin, adding fire elements to Inlan's body. When Tang Yin rushed to the Titan Giant Ape, he had become a giant of the same size as it. JPG. The maintenance of the blue-silver domain, plus the life added by the 9 treasures glazed tower, turned the layers of blue-silver grass into strong armor. The 3 of them controlled it together, with low consumption and high output, specifically for dealing with large objects. 128 Chapter 128 Give Your Heart. 128. The enemy is approaching, and the fighting instinct makes the Titan Ape barely wake up. He swung his fist several meters long reflexively, facing the huge blue-black hammer head. In a hurry, his body was thrown back. The golden-red flame ring blooming above his head made him completely sensible. He roared to the sky, and the strange transparent airflow spread around it. This is just a superficial illusion. The real impact is the sudden increase in gravity. The 4 people were not surprised that the Titan Ape has the ability to control gravity. Except for feeling a little heavy, there is no other impact. Tang Yin turned around and fell with a more powerful hammer. This time it didn't seem to have much effect. The Titan Ape seemed to affect the giant hammer through gravity control. Gravitational potential energy. This is not important, Tang Yin does not care at all, and continues to attack. The blue-silver grass in the strong armor is connected to the earth, and his passive is not affected. Slowly accumulate power to see how much mass it can affect. Inlan hovered in the air, seemingly doing nothing, but the golden red ring covering the Titan Ape kept rotating, and the energy aura became more and more grand and fierce. Tan Ape did not take Tang Yin's physical attack seriously, but the energy fluctuations emitted by the ring made him feel like a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he had to devote a considerable part of his attention to be vigilant. Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yuan just stood at the edge of the field, controlling it remotely with their mental power, and they still had time to talk. Ning, is it a bit of a waste to use its soul ring as the 7th soul ring? No matter what martial soul, the 7th soul skill is the martial soul true body. Using a 100,000 year soul ring? It feels a bit wasteful. Zhou Suifeng said otherwise. Why do you say that the 7th soul skills of all martial souls are the martial soul true body? Ning Yuan had many thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't sort them out clearly for a while. In my opinion, the spirit body is a chance for all spirits to leap over the dragon gate. There are thousands of ways, but they all lead to the same destination. The word true may be an opportunity for spirit masters to trace their roots and tap into the potential of their own spirits. If they are lucky enough to catch that trace of truth, they may be able to change their fate and get a smooth title. However, it seems that most spirit masters don't have this awareness. For them, the spirit body is just a powerful amplification ability. I remember that the spirit body was originally set to be able to use the first 6 spirit skills without consumption. But I don't think I've seen anyone use the first 6 spirit skills after opening the spirit body. They just use them as separate skills. The Azure Bull Python was very anxious and worried about the situation of the Titan Giant Ape, but he couldn't break through the blockade of the 2 titles assisted by Ning Fengzi. Human, you forced me to do this. The Titan Ape fought with Tang Yin and gradually could not care about the ring above his head. It found that the effect of gravity control had less and less impact on Tang Yin, while the damage of the opponent's hammer became more and more obvious. Tang Yin ignored the effect of defense and had the ability of percentage true damage. Although the Titan Ape had a higher cultivation level, the percentage was only 4%, but after multiple attacks in a short period of time, no matter how small the percentage was, it still made it feel obvious pain. There was no obvious damage on the surface of the body, all of which acted on its body. Compared to the beginning, the speed and reaction of the Titan Ape were much slower, only the strength did not change, and its blood rage lasted online. Especially when Tang Yin released Xiao Wu's soul ring again. 8 displacements, locked critical hits. The Titan ape saw Xiaowu's previous skills from it, and immediately punched the ground. The surrounding ground sank instantly, as if it had been through dozens of steamrollers, smooth and tidy, but it had no effect on Tang Yin. Directly switch to the second soul skill, nothingness. The Titan giant ape is the nemesis of physical abilities, and its attacks cannot touch it. Only when the hammer falls on it will Tang Yin turn into a physical entity. In its current state, it is no longer possible to capture this instantaneous change. Even if it is in good condition, it may not be able to react. It doesn't usually use it. In the past, it was just a rush. With its extraordinary strength and excellent physical fitness, no beast is its opponent, and ordinary soul masters can't withstand its punch. The shadow flickered, and Tang Yin's attacks hit one after another. Zhou Suifeng remembered another thing. Speaking of which, there is something I am curious about. There is a rumor about the Titan giant ape in the Soul Master world. Who is the titled Douluo who once broke into the core area and wrestled with it? Ning Yulin held the tower in one hand and shook his head. I don't know. There is no information about this person in the Kai Bao sect. At the beginning, many people speculated that it was Tang Hao, but the Soul Master world was turbulent, and new people replaced old people, so this issue was no longer hot for discussion. The eightfold force exploded in the Titan giant ape's body. Passing through the body. Bang! A muffled sound. It was visible to the naked eye that a circle of surging energy rushed out of its body. The valleys on both sides collapsed, and the Titan giant ape staggered back a few steps, pushing the golden mountain toppling the jade pillar, and its huge body fell upside down. Tang Yin was wearing a strong armor, and his voice became a little louder, rumbling. This guy's body is really hard. After 8 shifts, he was originally aiming at the heart of the Titan giant ape, but this guy is worthy of being one of the top soul beasts of the physical side power system. The basic requirement for having strong power is excellent physical fitness, and at the same time, he has a lot of experience in how to channel physical attacks. The blow that could have exploded his heart only temporarily choked him and made him unconscious, breaking the bones around his chest. The situation over there doesn't seem to be very good. Anlan's voice came from midair. I've absorbed almost everything. Do you want to end it? He circled in the air, and the ring had been absorbing the energy of the fire element and the sun. After a while of brewing, it was almost done and could deliver a fatal blow at any time. Over there? No way, Ning Fengzi assisted 2 Super Douluo and couldn't stop the Sky Blue Bull Python? Activating the Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone, Zhou Suifeng took a look in the air. There were thunder and lightning over there, dust and smoke were noisy, and swords and bone dragons were fighting fiercely from time to time. Turning around and shouting to Tang Yin. Call her out, and ask her if she can persuade this monkey to sacrifice. The bull-headed snake screamed, and if the things inside were disturbed, everyone would be in trouble. Zhou Suifeng was a little irritable. Driving Xiaowu's soul ring, Tang Yin summoned her soul. Xiaowu saw the Titan ape who was unconscious and whose life or death was unknown. Ming. A sad cry. Tang Yin said impatiently. I'll give you another chance. Persuade it to sacrifice to me, and you can think about it for 3 minutes. Zhou Suifeng stood on the treetop, watching the horns of the azure bull python flickering from afar. It was a pity that he was not yet level 70, otherwise he would have gone over to kill it. However, it was not a problem to upgrade to level 70 in a short period of time. He only needed to add soul rings to other martial spirits. But Anlan and Tianrui had not found a suitable new soul beast as a suitable covering soul ring. 129 Chapter 129 Another 100,000 years. 129. His glazed tower had not yet broken through the 9th floor. Even if it had broken through, it would not be good to continue adding soul rings with 3 soul rings, which would reduce the upper limit of the pressure he could bear. Zhou Suifeng had not absorbed a soul bone yet. Azure Bull Python with water and thunder attributes. According to the theory of the 5 elements and 8 diagrams, it has a good bonus for King Mu. And it seems to have dragon blood. But if you think about it carefully, it seems not suitable as a spirit ring for the martial soul avatar. Just as mentioned above, he believes that the martial soul avatar is an opportunity to tap the potential of his own martial soul, and he should try his best to add a spirit beast that matches the martial soul attribute very well. There seems to be a blue-silver emperor on the opposite continent. He tried hard to recall the soul beast information in his mind, and vaguely remembered that there seemed to be another blue-silver emperor. Xiaowu had high hopes for Deming and Ming. The two beasts were her confidence to prevent Tang Yin from not doing things according to the agreement. But she didn't expect to see the scene again. The majestic Ming was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Ming. Under Xiao Wu's kind call, the Titan giant ape regained consciousness. When fighting with several people, he had been acting like an animal without saying a word. After seeing Xiao Wu, he spoke with clear mind, logical coherence, and clear eyes. Xiao Wu sister. Ming, stop fighting, stop fighting. You can't beat it, we. The distance was a bit far. She was in the soul state now and didn't sense the breath of the azure bull python. But just looking at the state of the Titan giant ape, she was no match for the few people. She was very confused in her little head. These people were obviously not titled Douluo. Why was Ming, who was so strong and powerful, not a match? Now she was not in the mood to think about these things. She just wanted to save Ming's life, no, to save his relatively clear spiritual intelligence. According to the conditions agreed by several people before, there would be a chance to revive in the future. Sacrifice? Of course, the Titan giant ape was unwilling and did not expect it. But the situation it faced was exactly the same as Xiao Wu. If it didn't sacrifice, it would die. It was much more axial than Xiao Wu. Even if Xiao Wu's soul was right in front of it and showed her example, it didn't agree to sacrifice. Seeing that Xiao Wu couldn't convince the Titan ape, Lan prepared to take action, seriously injure her, and then let Tang Yin finish her off. The golden red flame ring spun faster, but it seemed to be suspended in place, not moving. A sharp golden red object slowly emerged from the ring. As soon as it appeared, the Titan ape felt the fatal crisis and tried to push Xiao Wu away, but his palm grabbed nothing. He slapped the ground with his backhand and turned over. Not only did he not hide, but he jumped high and took the initiative to attack, punching the sharp blade that had not yet fallen completely. Lan was very excited. He had studied this move for a long time, but he had never used it against the enemy. He had never used it in his usual sparring with Jian Rongxiu. Although he wanted to ask the title elders for advice, it would make too much noise and they didn't have time. He only had some young people, or children, in the Wuhan Academy. The people above him were more likely to speak directly based on their strength. Qian Daoliu was Qian Daoliu. It was better not to do things that were unnecessary. The sharp blade slowly extended more volume. It looked like a spear or a lance, completely solid, like red agate, and like golden red crystal, exuding a scorching breath, with waves surging inside and stars dotted. There were some mysterious runes on it, and Lan didn't quite understand what they meant. That was something that automatically emerged when he successfully condensed something for the first time. Electric current flashed. Use the current to push, pry the magnetic field, lock the target, and ensure that it will not be hit off the target. This move is a bit slow, and it is not easy to hit if it faces some highly mobile opponents. In the pre-swing stage, some means of assistance are needed. He didn't practice electric current propulsion, and the only ones he had were just enough. The Titan giant ape took the initiative to jump up, which was already inferior. In comparison, although Lan's level was not very high, he had the advantage in the air. Ning Yulin's fire attribute added a lot of control over his own fire ability, and the power was doubled. He was accumulating power from the beginning of the battle. He was directly pressed back to the ground. The thing in the flame ring showed its full appearance, a giant sword. At first glance, it looked like a colorful flying sword with a full 999 special effects. However, in the eyes of these Douluo primitive people who have not been polluted by garbage web games, such sound effects are explaining the extraordinariness of this move, simple and crude. Big is beautiful. Rough is good. More colors mean strong. It happened in a flash. In the ring, the sword edge slowly descended, but after completely leaving the ring, it was like a meteor, pressing the Titan giant ape straight to the ground in an instant. The size of the sword blade was considered huge in the eyes of several people, but compared with the size of the Titan ape, it was only as big as one of its arms. When it landed on the ground, it had a foothold. The stable force point made the Titan ape regain its confidence. This seemingly good fire stick was not difficult at all. The invisible and immaterial force field spread, and the muscles on the Titan ape's fist tightened, rolling up black airflow, 1 punch, 2 punches. However, the flaming sword was not defeated, and there was not even any sign of instability. Is this a bit exaggerated? Lan thought to himself that this move should have some power, but it seemed that something was wrong to confront the Titan ape's attack head-on without moving at all. Tang Yin was closer, and he saw that the air was constantly distorted under the sword blade, not because of the Titan ape's power, but because of the mass and high temperature of the giant's sword. Is energy materialization so terrifying? Or is it because of the attribute added effect of Ning Yuan? I didn't think so before, but now thinking back to the battle with the Titan ape, it was much easier than expected with Ning Yuan's buff. The time for charging power was shortened. The power was exerted with greater power. The life rhythm on the blue-silver grass armor basically didn't make him feel too much power rebound. Ming! Xiao Wu's soul screamed, and the cuckoo cried blood. It was the Titan ape's consecutive punches that not only failed to defeat the flame sword, but seemed to touch a switch. The tail of the flame sword burst into colorful tail flames, like the multi-stage propulsion of a rocket. Then it exploded and turned into a pillar of fire that reached the sky. The Titan ape's right arm turned into a dry, black, rotten firewood barbecue. It didn't carbonize and disappear directly. How terrifying is the physical fitness of this Titan ape? If there was a panel that could display data intuitively, Tang Yin was shocked. However, we should kill him while he is weak. When Xiao Wu's barking had no effect, he did not just stand there and charged his strength to attack again. He believed that this time he would be able to blow up the monkey's heart. Crack, crack, crack. The strong armor formed by the blue-silver grass strangely shrank by 2 sizes, from a bodybuilding type to a skinny type, and the energy evaporated, replaced by an instant of terrifying explosive power. 130 Chapter 130 Explode. 130. The solid hammer handle was swung by Tang Yin in a curved arc. But strangely, no sound was made. The Titan giant ape had no time to feel sad for Xiao Yu's loss. It felt that it was being actively pulled by a strange force to get closer to the hammerhead of this human. The pain of being injured, the anger at Xiao Wu's current appearance, and the fear that he would die today. He swung his intact left fist. Using gravity control to reduce the resistance of punching, increase the strength, and at the same time put more pressure on Tang Yin. But Tang Yin has a dominant body and stands on the ground, which can make him immune to 70% of the control effects. At the beginning, he was affected by it for a few times because of insufficient power accumulation, but now, after being weakened, it is basically equivalent to no effect. Moreover, after adding Ning Yuan's earth element, this immunity ratio has been infinitely close to 100%. Why is it not 100% immune? Tang Yin did not have time to investigate in depth at this time. Bang! The fist and the hammer intersected. Just with a low roar like an explosion, behind Tang Yin, a clear air channel appeared on the trajectory of the clear sky hammer. Around the Titan giant ape, the air made a wail of being overwhelmed and was squeezed to the point of breaking. Between the fist and the hammer head, there appeared a vague air passage. A small black dot loomed in the deep black airflow. Fuck! Is that a black hole? Zhou Suifeng, who was originally paying attention to the movements of the azure bull python and the sword bone, felt the special fear of the blue-silver grass in the field and looked back. He was shocked. Is the spatial quality of this Douluo so fragile? It can't hold on with just a little movement? It even created a black hole? However, it's not. It may be that the follow-up is weak. That thing did not reach the critical point and no black hole appeared. It's just that the attacks of both sides were strangely neutralized, and then a counter-injury far exceeded the strength of the two people's attacks. Tang Yin didn't suffer any damage. The strong colonization armor took everything for him and transferred all the power to the ground through a special structure and rhythm. The ground was previously crushed by the Titan giant ape with gravity, but it also became bumpy, with several deep cracks, as if it had experienced an earthquake doomsday. The Titan giant ape lost another arm. Xiao Zhou was in a worse situation than Xiao Yu, with blood, flesh and bones flying all over his body, and Xiao Yu was still hanging on him. Zhou Suifeng was moved. He disappeared and went over to pick up the bones. Rotate. The second hammer. The final blow. Although it was not as powerful as the previous hammer, the Titan ape's overall defense was not as strong as before after losing both arms. A bloody hole was blown in his chest, and his beating heart could be seen directly. It fell to the ground with a bang, and his heartbeat gradually slowed down. Xiao Wu opened her hands and floated in front of Tang Yin. Wait a little longer, give me another chance. I can definitely convince Ming. Give me a chance. Tang Yin thought for a moment and continued to hammer. No need. I talked about sacrifice before just to save energy, but now that I have already fought, I don't mind a little more effort. Seeing the hammer getting closer and closer, Xiao Wu shouted anxiously. Ming! If you still recognize Xiao Wu, sacrifice yourself quickly. Her sharp voice once again awakened the Titan ape's consciousness. With no other choice, it decided to believe Xiao Wu. The hammer was wrapped in the blood-colored light column of sacrifice. Tisk! In the distance. Seeing the blood-colored light column, the azure bull python suddenly stopped. Old second. However, he wanted to rush over hysterically, regardless of the attacks of Chen Xian and Gurong. The two were about to stop him, but received a signal from Ning Yulin in the distance. The ending was set, no need to waste energy. When the azure bull python and the three people came over, the sacrificial light column had shrunk a lot. On Tang Yun's martial spirit, the second red soul ring was gradually taking shape. Seeing Daming appear, Xiao Wu quickly floated over. Quickly explained that Erming was no longer able to do it, and she was afraid that Daming would die here again. Jiangu and the other two looked at the four young men who were unscathed, feeling solemn and sighing. They knew that no one was a title, but these four little guys actually took down the famous Titan ape among soul beasts, although they sacrificed it in the end. This made them feel that their decades of practice seemed to have been practiced on a dog. Xiao Lu. Ning Fengzi waved to Ning Yulin. It seemed that the sky blue bull python had no intention of attacking again, so he took the opportunity to ask some questions. Ning Yulin fooled the process of knowing each other and the real relationship, but was immediately blocked by Ning Fengzi's words. Do you think Rong has a chance? What the hell? Want to pull Ning Rong out for marriage? Ning Yulin was shocked. Did this old guy have Alzheimer's disease in advance? Compared with the 9th level that he transformed with the fairy grass and the 8th level that he broke through with the soul forging pagoda, Ning Rong was born directly at the 9th level. Although Ning Yulin secretly used soul power to cleanse the meridians, used the Xian Shui pill, etc., it was also a real natural 9 treasures. Used for marriage? He couldn't help but say it out loud. Father, are you okay? Ning Fengzi was sweating coldly when he came back to his senses. It's okay, it's okay. Just pretend I didn't say anything just now. Fortunately, Jiangu and the others didn't hear it, otherwise he would be in trouble. Just now, he was only thinking about how to master this pagoda forging method that can break through the limit of the number of layers, and completely ignored the significance of Ning Rong's existence. Father, don't worry. In a short period of time, that kind of thing will not be circulated on a large scale. Only 5 of us 4 know the forging method. Even if others know it, they may not be able to copy it. You don't have to think about it. Hearing him say this, Ning Fengzi was temporarily relieved. Ning Yulin is usually more rational and cold. But at least he cares about the interests of the sect and should not let others control him. Father, in this case, the matter of marriage with Princess Shueke. Meiji Xinya Rong brought it up, I see if you have anything else to use to evade me. This matter will be discussed later. Ning Fengzi sighed. This time, Tang Yun's process of absorbing the spirit ring was particularly long. But the effect was also very significant. He took Zhou Suifeng's previous words to heart. The spirit ring of the martial soul true body is an opportunity to tap the potential of his own martial soul. If done well, he can definitely make a leap forward. The spirit ring attributes of the Titan giant ape are very compatible with the clear sky hammer. The process of the spirit ring formation and fusion, he was contemplating all of them. However, he didn't directly comprehend anything too heaven-defying. In summary, he comprehended some techniques for using the clear sky hammer, and used the least effort to exert the greatest power. The soul bone became the right arm bone, and the skills were not much different from the original. One was a physical attack that squeezed the air into an air cannon and fired it out, and the other was a gravity field that could affect the increase or decrease of gravity within a certain range. The perception of the soul ring and the martial soul was one aspect, and the other gain was more important. Soul Core. Tang Yun condensed the Soul Core. 131 Chapter 131 Soul Core. 131. During the process of digging out the soul bone and constantly dropping levels and recultivating, Tang Yun felt that the soul power he cultivated had undergone a lot of changes compared to before the soul bone was dug out. It was thicker and more viscous. Even the most original soul power in the Danshan showed some traces of crystallization. Later, after absorbing Xiao Wu's soul ring, the soul power ushered in a wave of drastic increases, and the crystallization was more obvious. Now, with the implementation of the Titan Giant Ape's soul ring, soul power flows into the Danshan, flows into the meridians, enters the martial soul, and then returns to the Danshan. The process is repeated continuously. Under the active interference of his mental power, a soul power vortex appears in the Danshan, mixing the crystallized soul power, the soul power that is about to crystallize, and the soul power that has not yet crystallized. Finally, a very round soul power core appears, mixed with his mental energy. I didn't expect that it would succeed by accident, hehe, that guy in Lan. Open your eyes. The absorption is over. Everyone hasn't left yet. Ning Fengzi chatted with a few people kindly. Chen Xin and Gurong stood at the position of the Titan Giant Ape's corpse. There was a corpse originally, but after Tang Yin's absorption was over, the corpse turned into powder. He didn't know whether the monkey left a corpse after being sacrificed to Tang San in the original book. Maybe there was, or maybe not. But now, it has no fairy grass to protect its body. After the energy was lost, there was no body left. The azure bull python is gone. It should have returned to the lake. Xiao Wu's soul stayed in its place. The Titan ape could feel the existence of the residual soul, but it was completely different from Xiao Wu's state. There was a reason. There was no immortal grass, and it was first sacrificed after being beaten by several people. Tang Yin did not use the rune he used against Xiao Wu. It was impossible to determine to what extent its residual soul would recover. Seeing Tang Yin wake up, this meeting was also coming to an end. Ning Fengzi knew that the four young people had something to say, so he said goodbye directly to avoid being bored. "Three friends, if you have the opportunity to come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the future, I will treat you well." He did not say anything more about recruiting Tang Yin and asking about Zhou Suifeng's identity. He turned around and left with Chen Xin Gurong. "Feng Ji, is that kid really another disciple accepted by Qian Sunji before his death? Do you want to Uncle Gu? Gurong must not be allowed to assassinate." Ning Fengzi shouted, his eyes unclear. When Tang Yin absorbed the soul ring, he chatted with Lan for a while. The other party was very tight-lipped, neither close nor distant. He had no intention of getting close to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, nor did he show any signs of selling out the information of the Spirit Hall. He was even more curious about the relationship between his own little Lao Lu and these three people. The four-body martial soul fusion technique is really rare. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, let the children deal with their own affairs. However, I am curious whether the Spirit Hall and the Haoshan sect know about it. After leaving the forest, the four found a quiet wasteland to camp. When Tang Yin talked about the soul core, Lan was stunned and cursed. Fuck. He had been struggling for several years and almost exploded himself, but now Tang Yin achieved his goal in this way. It seems that the direct soul core cannot be shared. I can only share with you the experience of changes in the process of soul power cultivation, and the feeling when the soul core condenses. Tang Yin said. No nonsense, enter the space. An abstract experience ball was transformed and placed in the middle. Everyone took it. Tianrui's share, he would take it when he saw the message. Exiting the space, the four looked at each other. The atmosphere was a little silent and melancholy. Tang Yin was going to the slaughter city next. If he was not careful, he might not be able to get out. If that really happened, it was unknown when the four people would break through the seal and go in to find him. But this was his own choice, and it was beneficial to the future goals of the five people, so the three of them couldn't say anything. What are you doing? I'm not going to die. Tang San came out in 3 years, and I might come out in 2.5 years. Who are you going to show me with a dead face? Tang Yin was very unhappy. It's boring, let's go. After distinguishing the direction, he swung his legs, distinguished the direction, and went to the slaughter city. Silently watching him walk away, the three of them ignored him. Zhou Suifeng asked. What's wrong with the crystal snow dragon ginseng? Why haven't we got it for so long? Who knew that old man Bai he would be so stubborn? Ning Yuan spread his hands. The people I sent all offered a price of 10 million gold soul coins, and there were many benefits to help the Min family, but they just refused to sell it. Bai Chen Xiang. Lan held his chin. Could it be that he felt that this thing should be left to Tang San? If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Zhou Suifeng was unhappy. Go and rob it. Ning Yuan and Lan knew very well where the Min family settled. Chu. Although Bai He's speed is a bit troublesome, we can find a way to stop him from flying. So the three of them boarded the blue-silver flying eagle and turned to the Min clan. Tisk, what a mess. It's called a place to stay, but it looks like a small village that's a little better than the Holy Soul village. Moreover, it seems that they are proud of their status as soul masters, and they don't farm much. Everyone lives in a very tight situation. This old man must have something wrong. The three reached a consensus. There must be something wrong with Bai He. Even if he is really proud and arrogant, and disdains to accept subsidies from the Wuhan Hall, the enemy of the Haoshan sect, but a clan of soul masters should not fall into such a difficult situation, right? Just say that the Yu clan and the New clan can help them move construction materials, forging materials, etc., can't they be self-reliant? With such a fast speed, they are natural couriers. It's incomprehensible that they are trapped in a small village like this. This time, under Enlan's interference, they were not chased by the Spirit Hall as closely as before. The Po Yi clan was accepted by Enlan into the Spirit Hall, which was a symbol of the victory of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was busy with internal affairs and had no time to pursue the three insignificant soul Douluo. However, even without the Spirit Hall, these three affiliated family heads who once followed the Haoshan sect were also fat meat in the eyes of others. The New Yi clan and the Yu Yi clan were not easy to mess with, and the Min Yi clan did not have much resistance, so it was reasonable for them to hide here. But in summary, there was still something wrong with Lao Beihi's brain. What do you mean? Direct attack or playing dirty? The three of them observed from a high position on the distant hill. Ning Yulin asked, looking at Zhou Suifeng, who was more experienced in this regard. The environment of this village is much more open than the Duke's mansion, with many connections. It will take some time to calculate if you want to drug. Do you have extra time? Zhou Suifeng was thinking of a simple action plan in his mind, mainly asking Enlan. Although it is not clear why he ran away temporarily, he must not be able to leave for too long. 132 Chapter 132 Birdcage 132. After a moment of silence, Enlan uttered a sentence. I will probably stay for another 3 or 4 days. Ah! Ning Yulin was surprised, Qian Rongxiu is so strict. The strategy has been a bit too much in recent years. Enlan sighed helplessly. Qian Daoliu is usually high and mighty. Although he tries to play a good grandfather when he is with Qian Rongxiu, his identity is just a grandfather. She verbally said that Bibi Dong doesn't like her and she doesn't want to like Bibi Dong anymore, but in her heart she still wants Bibi Dong's attention, but she forces herself not to think so, so all the extra emotions and spirit are poured into me. On the surface, she behaves very normally, but Enlan can feel her suppressed madness. This state really makes it difficult for people to rest assured about the mental exam. Enlan didn't dare to poke her shell, for fear of a rebound. Forget it, just go for it. High-level bird spirits have a spirit pressure effect on low-level bird spirits. It's very effective on Tianrui. Can you do it? It's just a group of sharp-tailed swifts about right. Okay. Lindsay. Apply buff. Ning Yulin spat, but still applied buff to the two. The two rushed down. One went up to the sky, and the other went down to the ground. The blue-silver domain silently surrounded the small village. There were not many people in the entire Min family. The night was silent and the moonlight was bright and transparent. The oldest, no, the most experienced old white crane, felt something was wrong. The air around him seemed to have a little more burning breath. Grandpa! The young Bai Chen Xiang sat in his arms, a little surprised by his reaction. Xiang, it's okay, Grandpa just... Suddenly, he seemed to see something strange out of the corner of his eye. The blue-silver grass in the yard was growing wildly at a strange speed. In the short time when he looked up, it had grown to the height of 2 people. What is that? He didn't have time to notice the changes in the blue-silver grass. Suddenly, a strange fireball appeared in the sky, spinning strangely around it. He felt his body sink inexplicably and was a little flustered. What's going on with this pressure? Could it be a titled Douluo? He didn't have time to think about it. The wildly growing blue-silver grass occupied his vision. They intersected and woven in the air. Soon, the whole village was locked in the birdcage woven by blue-silver grass. Even though they had experienced the Haoshan sect incident, their vigilance was so poor. They didn't handle the crisis quickly at all. Although the speed of the blue-silver birdcage was fast, according to Zhou Suifeng's eyes, they still had a chance to escape, but among so many people, only a few noticed the changes in the blue-silver grass, and they were still looking at it stupidly, without giving any warnings or running away first. He wondered if he had an aura of reduced intelligence. I have to suggest that Ning Yulin go back and arrange an emergency plan. Changes are always faster than plans. The 5 people's plans are plans, but there is no guarantee that everyone will act according to their ideas. Reality is always unpredictable. The birdcage is completed, and Anlan doesn't have to continue hanging in the sky, acting like a stupid bird. The people of the Min clan can't destroy the strength of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass, although it is only field radiation, temporarily strengthened blue-silver grass. Wrapped in the blue-silver grass, Zhou Suifeng came from the ground in the center of the small village, slowly grew out. Anlan descended from the sky. After a while, Lao Beihe appeared with several young and strong men and stood at a distance. Why are you two here so late at night? Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, hand it over. Otherwise, die. Why is it this thing again? Lao Beihe's expression became serious. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect had something to forget. They were wealthy and liked to collect treasures. But these 2 unidentified men in black also asked for it by name. This thing is indeed an extraordinary product. He was more determined to stay. But the people from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect came to negotiate with him alone. Now these 2 guys are coming aggressively and don't look easy to mess with. I hope those kids run faster. I didn't. There was a burst of squeaking from behind, and Lao Beihe turned back suddenly. The group of children who were arranged to escape, without any mistakes, were tied up with blue-silver grass, and were floating towards this side like hanging chicks. Grandpa. Bai Chenxiang was the first to bear the brunt. Hand it over, otherwise, die. Zhou Suifeng repeated it for the 2nd time, and the blue-silver grass was slowly tightened. A few people ran over from behind. Chief. These blue silvers are too hard, we can't break them. Listening to the nervous voice of the most talented and most beloved granddaughter, the old Beihe finally gave in. Stupid. No tears until the coffin is seen. Zhou Suifeng cursed and checked the crystal blood dragon ginseng. It was not fake, and he looked at Anlan and walked away. The old man regretted it a little. He should have agreed to the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect earlier, and he could get 10 million gold soul coins, other benefits, etc. Could these 2 people be from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? Alas! Whether it was or not, he was powerless to resist. Even if they reconnect with Haoshan sect will not be at odds with Kai Bao because of such a small matter. After getting the things, the 3 returned. You see the situation, arrange someone to hunt me down. At the intersection, Zhou Suifeng discussed with Anlan and asked him to arrange for the people of Wuhan Hall to hunt him down so that the eldest prince Xue Luoquan would meet them by chance, so that the 2 sides could reach a cooperation. Just like Xue Xing and Dugubo. Why not let Kai Bao Liulai sect arrange it? Just when Anlan was about to speak, Ning Yulin suddenly touched his chin, thinking. According to the information I collected, in Xue Yi's eyes, Xue Luoquan is not as good as the 2nd brother Xue Qinghe, and not as talented as the 3rd brother Xue Kanghai. He has always been somewhat hostile to the 2nd and 3rd brothers. Xue Qinghe has a good relationship with our Kai Bao now. If Kai Bao's people are chasing you, he may be more willing to save you. The Spirit Hall is feared by the 2 empires, but to be honest, I don't think Xue Luoquan's vision and cognition can reach this level. Why not mention the 4th brother? A fool, none of the 3 people paid attention to him. If the Spirit Hall extends an olive branch and says that it will help him win the position of the Crown Prince and control the empire, I think he will be very happy. So stupid. Zhou Suifeng was surprised. It's so stupid. Ning Yulin spread his hands. Okay, then do both. Come to me. Anlan flew up and accelerated back to the Spirit City. Ning Yulin rode Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver flying eagle back to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. When they parted, Zhou Suifeng handed him the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Ning Yulin would arrange for someone to deliver it to Tianrui. I don't know if this thing can make the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit evolve. To be honest, apart from the abundant vitality, I didn't feel any dragon energy or anything like that. Who cares? It has the word dragon in it anyway, so just give it to him. Even if it doesn't have any effect, his ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon can drive the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to evolve over time. 133 Chapter 133 Killing 133. A few months later. It's so damn desolate. After a period of trekking, Tang Yin finally arrived at the entrance of the killing city. A desolate town, broken walls and dilapidated buildings. Traces of knife and axe chiseling, experienced years of wind and frost. Experienced countless battles. Maybe even experienced wars. Some of the bones floating on the roadside had already become crispy. Gaga gaga. Some scavenging birds in the air were startled by the smell of strangers and flew away. Very good, it has a terrifying doomsday atmosphere. Carrying a sledgehammer, he walked directly into the only shabby tavern with life and movement. It was not the clear sky hammer, but a warmer weapon forged with some materials on the way here, the kind that had been struck by thunder. Gaga squeak. The bloody smell was overwhelming, and the sounds of hey ha in the tavern suddenly became silent. There's a newcomer. At the same time, Zhou Suifeng received a signal from Ning Yulan. After several months of investigation, the script was ready, and the actors were ready, and they could start at any time. After silently recalling the information about Shui Luoquan, Zhou Suifeng prepared to act. Before leaving, he went to see the three sisters. I may not show up for a long time. If you have anything to say, go find Ning Yulan. During this period, the Zhu sisters lived a fulfilling, peaceful and happy life. They were not calm when they thought about this and that, but the quiet atmosphere of the academy soon calmed them down. Only Zhu Zuqing was unhappy occasionally, she missed Zhou Suifeng more. Zhu Zuyun subconsciously wanted to ask where he was going and what he was doing, her lips moved slightly, but she felt that she had no right to ask these questions, and it would be boring if she said it out loud. So she didn't say anything and watched Zhou Suifeng disappear quietly. Zhu Zuqing. Your Highness, are you sure you want to? Why, do you look down on me? He Shui Kanghai can recover the three kingdoms, but I, Shui Luoquan, can't do it. Recently, Fenglai Kingdom pretended to obey but secretly disobeyed, and Shui Luoquan happened to get the information and volunteered to lead the troops to go to war. But even his most trusted subordinates didn't think highly of him, which made him very angry. The subordinates wanted to say, it's not that I don't think highly of you, it's really that you are not good at commanding troops. The fact is obvious. His ability to command troops is a mess. After being beaten by the Gyulai Kingdom, just when he thought he was going to die, King Fenglai gave him a grand reception and said it was all a misunderstanding. I wonder where the eldest prince got the news that we betrayed the empire? It's all a misunderstanding. Our Gyulai Kingdom has always been loyal to the empire, every year. Shui Luoquan was ashamed and angry. He was angry that he had to accept the goodwill of others after being defeated. He was so angry that he was about to explode. What was embarrassing was that this matter seemed to be really wrong. He thought about it and realized that the so-called intelligence was snatched from the hands of old three. No, it was obtained. Damn Shui Kanghai, you actually played tricks on me like this. I must teach you a lesson. On the way back in embarrassment, Shui Luoquan regrouped the scattered army and walked forward with a stinky face. Coincidentally, he met Zhou Suifeng who was being hunted. Shui Luoquan, who was in a bad mood, immediately wanted to have people kill both sides and take their heads back as military merits. Your Highness, those seem to be from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The person who had received the news of the Maple Thunder Kingdom's betrayal revealed the identity of one of the parties to Shui Luoquan. Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Shui Luoquan repeated it with a gloomy face. Long before Shui King he became Ning Fengzi's apprentice, he had come into contact with Seven Treasures several times, but Ning Fengzi had always turned a blind eye. He originally thought that Ning Fengzi did not want to get involved in the affairs between the princes, but he did not expect that he would accept Shui Kinghe's olive branch, and recently there was news that he would marry Shui Ke. His relationship with that little girl was not very good. On the contrary, that girl had a very good relationship with Shui Kinghe. He looked at the battle not far away. Suddenly something strange happened. Are those really from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? The subordinate nodded. What is it that requires such a hidden presence? Your Highness, they don't want others to know their identities. Maybe the person they are besieging has some key information about the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, or has some extraordinary identity. Information? Identity? He. Shui Luoquan grinned, led his troops to attack, and rescued Zhou Suifeng. The black-clothed men died or escaped. Of course, the dead were not from the Seven Treasures, but actors hired by Ning Yulan, wandering soul masters who specialized in doing illegal work to earn extra money. Zhou Suifeng was bleeding all over, and he fainted due to serious injuries. Set up camp on the spot. Luoquan arranged for someone to treat Zhou Suifeng. He was very interested in this person. At night, Zhou Suifeng woke up. Luoquan sat on a chair with a big horse and a golden knife, interrogating him. Who are you and why are you being hunted? Zhou Suifeng played a tough role. Thank you very much for your help. I thank you here. But those people are not easy to deal with. I will repay you later. Goodbye. Luoquan looked at them with interest and spoke. I know who those people are. You don't have to worry. If you can tell me something that interests me, I may be able to help you a little more. Really? Zhou Suifeng didn't believe it. How dare you? This is the eldest prince of the Tiandu Empire. The king is not joking. How could he play with a guy like you who doesn't know what he is talking about? The king? He was really impatient. The eldest prince. Zhou Suifeng was shocked and knelt down on one leg. So it was your highness in person. I didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me. Luoquan was very pleased and nodded with satisfaction. Tell me, what is the matter between you and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? According to the script and the set background, Zhou Suifeng told the story. He was originally a steward of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. He accidentally heard that the sect had developed a drug that could improve people's innate qualities. He wanted to ask for one for his child, but the higher UPS not only refused to give him one, but also took the opportunity to execute his wife and children. He stole 2 pills at the risk of his life and was chased all the way here. The Xian Shui pill was a good bait, and other things were not easy to bring up. Seeing Luoquan pondering for a while, the subordinates beside him hurriedly said. Your Highness, have you forgotten the news you heard some time ago? It is said that Ning Fengzi's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower has broken through to the 8th floor. I think it is related to this drug. Luoquan felt that there was something wrong with this story. Hearing this, his attention shifted. Indeed, he had received the news that Ning Fengzi broke through the 8th floor and reached level 80. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Suifeng saw that it was almost time and hurriedly said. If your highness can help me get revenge, I am willing to give the remaining one to your highness and repay your highness by working like a cow and a horse. Luoquan nodded as he was a wonderful person. Okay. Atai, he will stay with you for a while. Atai was the subordinate who always spoke to him, the most trusted person. Yes, your highness. Zhou Suifeng successfully mixed into Luoquan's camp. 134 Chapter 134 Smart and Stupid. 134. Luoquan looked a little bit unintelligent, but he was not as stupid as some people said. He also knew to arrange people to investigate Zhou Suifeng's background information. Of course, he could not find out the real information. He only found some specious information in the scripts of several people. Zhou Suifeng was not in a hurry. If he wanted to fully gain his trust and give him advice, he would definitely need to take his time. He also needed some help from Enlan. However, with his level close to Soul Saint, he still managed to get to a relatively strong position. As for his martial soul, he didn't say it was blue silver grass, but made up a plant martial soul, and his age was also made up to be close to 40 years old. Tianrui got the crystal snow dragon ginseng, but didn't take it directly. He looked at the box and fell into silence. In the past few years, he has been forcing himself not to think about the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, but only went back to worship quietly on the anniversary of his death. It is impossible to say that there is hatred for the Blue Lightning sect, but it feels a bit inappropriate to directly wipe out the entire sect. When he was in Blue Lightning, his parents were not without good friends. Pick some, keep some and clean up some. Anyway, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is also very good, with the appearance of a true dragon and a very strong mutation foundation. Maybe it can mutate into something awesome in the future. I will protect my Blue Lightning sect.jpg. Open the box and take a look at the appearance of the crystal snow dragon ginseng. At first glance, it seems to be an ordinary ginseng, a little bigger and a little weird in color. Looking closely, it was faintly in the shape of a dragon, with a dragon head, dragon whiskers, dragon body, and dragon claws. There was something pink and blood-like flowing back and forth under the skin. After looking at it for a while, he put it into the storage soul guide. It would not be too late to absorb it after adding the 5th soul ring. He had just broken through 50 not long ago. In the past few years, he had been busy with electric current promotion, and he unconsciously relaxed a little in the practice of soul power. After being reminded to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, he shifted his attention again. Specific soul beast selection, roughly several types were reserved. It was a bit troublesome when it came to low-level 100-year and 1000-year soul beasts, but when it came to high-level 10,000-year soul beasts, with Ning Yulin and Enlan, the remaining 3 people did not have to worry about the information about soul beasts. With the flying speed of the 3rd soul skill, in most cases he was already invincible. Except for high-level forced suppression and the other 4 people, it was basically impossible for anyone to kill him instantly. For the new soul ring, he needed a strong attack ability, or a special state bonus skill. After reporting to the Dean, he planned to set off directly. Unexpectedly, the Dean said just in time. "You're just in time. Let's go with the other 2 teachers and lead Wushuan and the others to hunt soul beasts." In the eyes of several SBS, it seems that there is only one Huo Wu in Shuo Academy, but in fact, Huo Wushuan is much more important than Huo Wu. He is a man and can inherit the family. Of course, it doesn't mean that Huo Wu is not good. If she doesn't marry into the family or lives alone, on another level, in the eyes of the siblings' relatives, Huo Wushuan is obviously more important than her brother. But in terms of the degree of favor, Huo Wu is more favored than Huo Wushuan. "Dean, I'm going out this time to find a special soul beast, and I don't know how long it will take. Leading the team, isn't this appropriate?" The old man glanced at it, and he was very calm. He answered the question irrelevantly. "I heard that Shui Binger and her sister at Tian Shui Academy also want to." "Dean, don't say anything nonsense." After getting the crystal snow dragon ginseng, Tian Rui put away his usual playful mood. He said seriously. "I like Shui Binger, but she is not my everything. If they want to hunt spirit rings, they have to go to the frozen forest or the seaside. It's a waste of time to go with us." He paused. Speaking of the frozen forest, he suddenly thought of the 10,000 years ice marrow. Several people have been talking about going to the north to look for it, but due to various factors, they have never had time to implement it. Next, Zhou Suifeng needs to be a dog-headed military advisor beside Shui Luoquan, and Ning Yulin needs to keep an eye on Tang San and arrange Xinian to let him dream and reveal the contents of Xiantian Bailu and hidden weapons. Tang Yin went to the slaughter city, and Enlan was stared at by Qian Rongxiu and couldn't run too far unless he brought people with him. It fell on me again? Perhaps, with my 5th spirit ring, I can also go to the frozen forest. For the 5th spirit ring, in addition to pursuing attack, Tian Rui also wants to focus on the ability to improve the mental state. Mental strength and soul power level are 2 hard indicators of soul masters. Only when they meet or even exceed the standards can they become the threshold of first-class strong men. Shaking his head, even so, it is not easy to act with the people from Tian Shui Academy on this soul hunting trip. He doesn't know when he can catch a soul beast that suits his heart. Although there is a rough range, if the other party moves due to bad luck, he will have to find another one. It will waste more time to go with the people from Tian Shui. However, in Shuo, the Dean takes care of us a lot. If he refuses everything, it will be a bit unkind. Forget it, just lead the team. I guess it's also it won't waste too much time. The training plans of the 2 brothers and sisters, as well as several other students, are not as meticulous as those of the 5 people. They only have a general plan, just like most soul masters, they just try their luck and find something that looks good and roughly matches their martial souls. No. It's enough to have 2 teachers leading the team. Why do you want me to go with you, Dean? Just as he was about to leave the office, Tian Rui suddenly realized that he was not a precise soul beast hunting master, so why did the old man have to follow him? The reason given by the old man was very powerful and irresistible. As an old man, I have lived for so many years and have seen many influential people. Young geniuses like you have some luck that others can't explain. With you following, maybe they can meet some rare soul beasts that are hard to see. The power of destiny. I didn't expect that the old man would have such cognition. Tian Rui was surprised. I didn't expect the Dean to think so highly of me. Ha 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 ha, you have vision. Tian Rui joined the soul hunting team of the students. Perhaps, the old Dean was right. There was really some luck involved. The students who needed soul rings were lucky enough to meet more suitable soul beasts. They went up to form a team to practice, and then the teacher took it down, and they absorbed the soul ring. It's a pity that there was no soul bone. After the end, Tian Rui separated from the team and looked for soul beasts on his own. It was just the 5th soul ring. With his current ability, he didn't need to ask other people to help. Hey, don't you need our help? Seeing that Tianrui was going to act alone, Huo Wu shouted. Wouldn't it be easier if everyone was together? Without saying anything, Tianrui waved his hand and disappeared into the dark forest. Sister, stop shouting. I guess he wants to look for it carefully. Let's go back to practice first. We just got the soul ring, so we have to hurry up and get familiar with it. Huo Wushuan pulled it, and Huo Wu was unhappy. Tisk. 135 Chapter 135 Whoosh Whoosh. 135. 50,000 volts. Electricity was generated in the void, and the current surged around Tianrui, crackling. Fire Thunder God. Merged with the flame of the martial soul, forming a thunder and fire feather arrow. Flashed forward, drawing a burning track. A giant eagle with blue and white feathers, the cold flame burning on its body slowly extinguished, fell in front of Tianrui. The blue-eyed spirit eagle, which is famous in the soul beast world, is so poor and weak. It's a pity. Sitting cross-legged, absorbing the soul ring. He didn't worry about no one to protect him, and some soul beasts came to disturb him. This place is high on the cliff, and few soul beasts appear. I hope you can give me an expected ability. This eagle has wind and fire attributes, and some spiritual attributes. According to the information of the Spirit Hall, it is a degenerate of a spiritual bird with the blood of the phoenix. In his imagination, it matches the golden feathered phoenix quite well. Between 26,000 and 27,000 years. Sitting cross-legged in the eagle's nest, slowly integrating the spirit ring. More than half an hour later. How could this happen? The ability he got puzzled him. The spiritual eye, after opening, causes mental pressure on the target. The mental strength lower than Tianrui's camouflage and concealment skills have no effect on him, and the mental strength higher than him weakens by 20%. The eagle eye has far-sightedness, and it seems that it can accurately capture the flaws in other people's moves. In general, a perspective plug-in. This eagle, at most, has the ability to drive wind blades, condense flames, and far-sightedness. The rest. It should be my own factors. In addition to absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon and the electric current, there should be no other difference. No matter what the factors are, it is a good ability, just use it. The martial soul possessed the body, spread its wings and flew into the forest, selected a soul beast for actual combat, tried the specific effect, and it was very good when combined with the first 4 soul rings. Write it down and use it as an option when covering it later. It's a pity that I didn't meet the second colorful light-glazed peacock I met before. The sense of strengthening the martial soul by that soul ring is very clear. Although it is not as good as the fairy grass, it feels like it should be considered a dragon gate. After solving the 5th soul ring of the golden feather phoenix, the remaining one is the crystal blood dragon ginseng. He went to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Perhaps in the process of taking this thing, the martial soul can absorb some of the dragon energy of the water and fire dragon king, even if it is only a little bit, it is a great benefit. That guy Zhou Suifeng should be able to dig deeper into the blue-silver grass now. I have to let him come and dig it when I have time. The weather was clear and the sky was full of clouds. It was not the weather when Dagubo's poison would take effect, so Tianrui took the crystal blood dragon ginseng with peace of mind. The taste no obvious taste. After a slight bitter taste, it was a little sweet, feeling like the tender tips of freshly fried tea. The warm heat flowed through the body, and Tianrui seemed to hear the rumbling sound of the tide. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed him. The left hand and the right hand quickly turned into dragons. The lightning flashed and crisscrossed around, but only hurt a few weeds. The special environment of this valley means that even ordinary weeds have extraordinary strength. If you can successfully awaken your spirit, I'm afraid you will start with a soul beast of 300 or 400 years. The range of dragonization is getting bigger and bigger. The left and right sides, the legs. The last thing missing is the key head and thoracic spine. Open your eyes and mouth, exhale hot air. Facing the red and blue spring water, look at your little dragon man. There is no tail behind you, and no horns on your head. But I feel that my control over the lightning element has been significantly improved, and my physical strength has also been greatly enhanced. Soul power, about level 56. After absorbing the soul ring, at level 52, the crystal blood dragon ginseng increased its soul power by 4 levels. Tang Yin is already a soul saint, Zhou Suifeng is about to break through to the soul saint, and I am only level 56. The two of them have raised the endurance of the 5 people as a whole. Although they cannot directly share the level, the other 3 people are equivalent to having 2 soul saint level soul power batteries, and they are the kind that transmit without loss. Should we start adding soul rings to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus now? If we start, we can start directly for 30,000 years. However, without soul bones, I am afraid that I can't bear it after adding a few soul rings. Although dragon transformation can temporarily improve physical fitness, it may not be used when absorbing soul rings, otherwise. Those soul masters from big families have already used similar methods to absorb soul rings beyond the age limit. As for whether it really doesn't work or no one has really tried it, Tianrui is inclined to the former. There are so many soul masters on the continent, it's impossible that they are all fools who can't figure out this link. For example, Master Yu? Shaking his head, cancelling the dragon transformation, removing the spirit possession, simply summoning the spirit, looking at the blue dragon swimming in front of him, it seems that there is no change at first glance. Enlarge it. Try to recall and compare it with the previous time in Blue Lightning. It's impossible. According to Tang San in the original book, this crystal blood dragon ginseng is at the same level as the fairy grass. How could it not change at all? It just simply improves physical fitness and spirit power a little bit. Isn't this too low? Leaving the Valley of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes, entering the Sunset Forest, he chose a place to fully activate the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. Although there is no spirit ring, the spirit power of more than 50 levels should not be underestimated. After the kind guidance of several soul beasts, Tianrui finally found out what changed. Can fly. The wingless Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex can actually fly. When he was still in Blue Lightning, he talked to the other 4 people about studying magnetic field rotation. At that time, he thought that he could achieve the purpose of flying through electromagnetism. But at this moment, there was no trace of electromagnetism at all. It seemed to be instinctive, and it was extremely easy to fly. Another point. Clouds come from dragons, winds come from tigers, and the sky comes from the sky. When the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was possessed, Tianrui felt a faint connection with the sky. After exerting force, dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared, but the energy consumption was a bit serious. 3 seconds, no, 3 minutes of real manliness. Is this the domain of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Feeling that the lightning was unprecedentedly obedient, he took the opportunity to try magnetic field rotation. Eat my killer whale fist. 500,000 horses. Nothing happened. A quacking crow flew by. My realm is not enough? What's missing? Could it be? The second male way and the ultimate insult inexplicably emerged in his mind. If that was the case, he would rather not learn magnetic field rotation. No, no, no. It shouldn't be. Electric current pushes 100,000 volts. 110,000. 120,000. It seems that there is no ripple, and it is approaching 200,000 volts easily. Forget it, we'll talk about it later, it's time to go back. After circling in the air for a while, Tianrui left disappointedly without finding any soul beast suitable for the first soul ring after covering it. He had to wait for Ning Yulan or Zhou Suifeng to cover the soul ring of the golden feathered Luan bird before he could switch to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, otherwise he would have to die again and let the soul ring be reset. 136 Chapter 136 2th. 136. Half a year has passed. Everything is calm. Tang Yin is like a fish in water in the killing city. Tianrui went to Tianshui every once in a while in Blazing Fire Academy to see Shui Binger and keep in touch with her. He also went to the frozen forest to explore the terrain and search for treasures everywhere with the pagoda. Lan and Ning Yulan added the 5th soul ring one after another. The former's luck is average. The 5th soul skill is a single attack soul power, but it is still considerable when combined with the 1st soul skill. Ning Yulan's 5th soul ring is naturally gold added. According to the 5 elements, gold is called Konga, Kong, Bai, and Ge, change. There are very few pure metals in nature. Most of them are smelted after birth. The process of metal smelting is usually accompanied by flames. The process is explosive and dangerous. The product is heavy and restrained, and it is often extended to things or imaginations of sedimentation, austerity, and convergence. That is, metal in the physical sense, and Zhengjin Qi in the idealistic sense. In order to find this gold-added soul ring, he spent a lot of effort. When he was in the 4th soul ring, He had been looking for it, but unfortunately there was no news. Although he continued to study Xian Shui Dan later, he did not relax the news in this regard. Not only did he arrange for Kai Bao's people to investigate, but he also offered a reward in the Soul Master world. Zhengjin killing, is usually related to the white tiger, but the Soul Master world has not heard of the appearance of a pure white tiger soul beast for a long time, at least on the Douluo continent. I don't know what the situation is on the other continent, but even if there is one, Ning Yulin can't wait until the age of navigation appears or the two continents collide. It's possible to take the initiative to find it, but the distance is too far, and it's a one-way trip. Finally he chose a golden scale armored beast, which looked a bit like Godzilla after losing weight. It was dark green all over, with thick limbs and abnormal defense. It was almost completely immune to energy attacks. Only physical attacks could hurt it. But he was lucky enough to get the ability to add gold attributes. The moment the soul ring was implemented, Ning Yulin got what he wanted. Martial Soul Domain. Douluo version of 5-color Divine Light. In the domain, he can add any attribute to any target, directly reaching the highest level of distraction control. The 5 elements have reached the ultimate balance. Ning Yulin can actively or passively absorb the surrounding elemental power to provide excellent assistance to friendly forces, while the enemy will be affected by the disorder of the 5 elements. And the 5-color Divine Light, of course, does not have the exaggerated effect of the original Kongxian. But Chen Xian's evaluation is also very powerful. It has an impact on entities, energy, and some spiritual bodies. The weaker ones can be directly collected by Ning Yulin into the glazed tower to suppress, or choose to be directly physically eliminated. It's just that the attack options of Shen Guang are not easy to control. Even if he has 4 batteries, he can only shoot 1 shot each time. Then, just like Hui after using the explosion magic, although he is not completely exhausted, he has no strength to fight again. He can only practice constantly and master the different output power for different enemies as soon as possible. The highest that can be eliminated directly is about 40,000-year-old soul beasts. For soul masters, it is similar. If you go up to soul saints, you can only cause serious injuries at most. Above soul saints, it will be affected to different degrees depending on personal ability. As for the titled Douluo I asked Chen Xian and Gurong to help verify it. It's hard to say for others, but it can cause some trouble for the two of them. There is one thing that the two of them feel a little strange. Although Ning Yulin is only in his 50s, his soul power strength gives them the feeling of a soul saint. It's puzzling. Ning Yulin dealt with it. It's not surprising that he can use soul power at the level of soul saints. The other 4 were external non-consumable soul power battery packs. Tang Yin was a soul saint, and Zhou Suifeng was about to break through to the soul saint. Although their levels could not be shared directly, the strength and quantity could be shared normally. Another effect, he was very satisfied with, the special energy generated by the 5 elements, which had infinite uses. Ning Fengzi was very tempted to see all this. If it were not for the fact that his current level of broken martial soul was very dangerous and equivalent to suicide, he would have wanted to try it. The thoughts that had been extinguished before were rekindled. Perhaps, some more disciples who have awakened the Liulai Tower martial soul can be arranged to try. But thinking of the results of the previous attempts, people hesitated again. No one succeeded, and many people died. Forget it, it is more important to break through the number of levels first. When helping to hunt the 100,000-year soul beast, he also wanted Tang Yin to help build a few more pagodas, but Ning Yulin said. Using this thing to break through the limit of the number of layers, you broke through the 8th layer in a short period of time because of years of practice, but this thing actually requires a sincere and focused mentality. Do you think my brothers have this level? The eldest brother Ning Yuxuan got the sword that was forged by the soul and experienced the thunder tribulation. After such a long time, didn't he have any breakthroughs? The heart is not sincere and the accumulation is not enough. Recalling the usual behavior of the other 5 sons, Ning Fengzi had to admit that it was not very good. Then he heard Ning Yulin say. When he comes out of the killing city, I will ask him to build a giant one that can be used by all the disciples of the section. With this, Ning Fengzi gave up the idea of troubling others. Wait first. Another thing, Ning Fengzi was also hesitant. After a long consideration, he had to admit that the future described by his youngest son was very exciting. He basically agreed to the marriage with Shueke, but the specific candidate. Ning Yulin himself chose the 5th son, but Ning Fengzi preferred the eldest son who was born to the same mother as Ning Yulan. But the age difference between the eldest and Shueke is a bit big, and Shueke is more favored by Shueye. He plans to find an opportunity to test Shueye's attitude first. If possible, it would be more appropriate to let Shueye bring it up on his own initiative. If everything that his youngest brother said will happen, and Shueye takes the initiative to speak about it, others will not have too many reasons to criticize him in the future. When it is done, no one will dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. Practice the dividing line of the 5-color divine light. For a period of time, it has been plain and dull. Zhou Suifeng has always wanted to gain more trust from Shui Luoquan, but there is no good opportunity. In addition to his cultivation, which makes him look up to him a little bit, Shui Luoquan trusts himself and his confidant more in terms of making plans. Arrange someone to assassinate? Then risk your life to save him? The traces are too heavy and it is easy to be exposed. Moreover, although Shui Luoquan is not very smart, he has not done anything too bad. He is not even 1% of the original Shui avalanche. There are people who hate him, but few people want to kill him. Do you want to drug him? Get some psychotropic drugs to subtly change his behavior style and make him have a greater conflict with the second and third brothers as soon as possible. Shui Qinghe doesn't seem to have any intention of competing for the throne now. Although Shui Qinghai and Shui Luoquan are tit for tat, they are still in the stage of small fights. No, wait for a while. Wait until my blue-silver grass covers the entire mansion. The blue-silver flower tree realm has the ability to cause hallucinations and hypnosis. Wait for a while, quietly spread pollen, affect his consciousness, change the master-servant relationship between the two parties, or directly let the blue-silver grass parasitize in Shui Luoquan's body and turn him into his own puppet. At the very least, turn the blue-silver grass into he wore a strong armor that looked like Shui Luoquan, pretending to be Shui Luoquan. Just like Qian Rongxiu pretending to be Shui Qinghe. Anyway, Shui Luoquan was not valued by Shui yet, so if there were some incongruities, no one would care. 137 Chapter 137 Timing 137. Damn it! The third brother! The third brother! Everything is the third brother! How am I not as good as this third brother? Shui Luoquan came back and smashed things in the mansion. Many servants did not dare to approach, but did not dare to leave. They were as silent as cicadas and tried to lower their breathing, pretending to be transparent. On the beam above his head, a little straw man the size of a thumb was clinging to the edge, staring at Shui Luoquan. Incompetent rage! Zhou Suifeng silently complained. Since he entered Shui Luoquan's mansion, he would come here every once in a while. It was nothing more than Shueye praising Shui Qinghai for doing a good job here and there at the court meeting, and everyone became a supporting role. It seems that he is more irritable today. He smashed harder than the previous times, and his hands were bleeding. Soon, his most trusted subordinate Zhao Gao came upon hearing the news. He gave the servants a look. Everyone left silently and quickly as if they had been pardoned. Your Highness, why are you so angry? If you hurt yourself like this, wouldn't your loved ones be sad and your enemies be happy? Someone, please invite Mr. Gao, Zhou Suifeng's pseudonym, over quickly. That dizzy old thing, and that group of bastards who crawled hard, actually wrote a letter today to make the third son the prince. Shui Luoquan's anger was beyond words. If Shui Qinghai was in front of him at this time, he would probably punch him through with one punch. After a rage, he sat dejectedly in a pile of rubbish with a gloomy face. No chance. This time is just a test. The next time, I'm afraid it will be the direct edict to confirm the prince. Zhou Suifeng was led by the maid. A green light was released from his hand, healing the wound on Shui Luoquan's hand. May I ask your highness, why is this happening? Shui Luoquan sat there blankly, like a puppet. Zhou Suifeng turned his head to look at Zhao Gao. When he first heard this guy's name, Zhou Suifeng subconsciously felt that this guy was not a good person. But after more than half a year of contact, this person seems to be okay. It's just that his martial spirit is a bit strange, a deer, not a horse. His talent is not very good either. He is nearly 10 years older than Zhou Suifeng, but they are almost the same level of cultivation. The specific ability is not very clear. I heard from others that it seems to be a defensive ability. Zhao Gao looked at Zhou Suifeng steadily and said a few words quietly. Zhou Suifeng's expression moved and he planned to directly make a suggestion to kill the second and third brothers. Will it arouse suspicion if I bring it up directly? After all, I haven't been in Luoquan's camp for long. But if it's because he's eager to make a contribution, it should be justified. Forget it, it's better to be safe. It's best to let Luoquan come up with that idea and put it into action. However, we have to think of some way to distract his attention before we can act. Enlan, it's time to act. Wuhan City. Enlan has prepared a few people to contact Luoquan. But after thinking about it, there may be room for cooperation with Bibi Dong on this matter. With Bibi Dong's endorsement, it will be more legitimate for the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to control the Tiandu Empire. She has a lot of people. This matter is also good for her purpose. The main reason is that Enlan is too lazy to bother with the effort, so it saves time to let Bibi Dong come, and the 5 people only need to pick peaches at that time. After dealing with Jian Rongxiu, he sent her back to rest. In the dead of night, Enlan quietly entered the Pope's palace. Slowly approaching the bedroom. There may be guards in secret, or there may not be. Bibi Dong is already a titled Douluo level strongman. Apart from the necessary maids, there is no need for any guards. If you really arrange some people to be around her all day and night, she probably won't be happy. Unless they are all women. But the proportion of female soul masters in the soul master world is extremely exaggerated. It is not easy to gather a whole guard team, even for the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Actively release the breath to lure Bibi Dong out. Going directly into the bedroom is equivalent to seeking death. If Bibi Dong really beats her, as long as she doesn't die, she will break an arm or a leg, and Qian Daoliu can't say anything. Bibi Dong, who was sleeping lightly, woke up instantly. The time in the killing city made her develop different sleeping habits. Even if she has been away for a long time, she will occasionally have an attack. Looking at the familiar ceiling and the soft bed beneath her, she realized that she was in her bedroom. She lifted the quilt, raised her hand to hook the nightgown on the hanger, and followed the soul power signal released by Enlan. No one was around, and Bibi Dong did not hide the impatience on her face and the indifference in her eyes. She looked at Enlan without saying anything. Enlan did not mind, and slightly bent over to invite her to sit next to her. Sorry to bother you so late at night, I have something to discuss with you. She did not sit down, and her nightgown fluttered slightly. Do you want to die? Senior sister? Deliberately provoking me? Sorry, I neglected it, Your Holiness. She did not want to pay attention to Enlan, but if she did not deal with it, it would also be a trouble. Sit down impatiently and cross your long legs. Speak. Regarding the Tiandu Empire, I have an idea, this and that I wonder what the Pope thinks. Cooperation. A sarcastic look. She didn't know whether Enlan knew about that bastard, but based on his relationship with that bastard, she didn't like Enlan either. Cooperation? What's the point? The Pope has many capable people under his command. If the Pope is in charge of this plan, the chances of success will be greater. Het. Bibi Dong was unmoved. Enlan sighed. Although I don't know what's going on between the Pope and Axu. But in fact, I don't really like the Spirit Hall. If possible, I would rather find a beautiful place with her, not worry about worldly affairs, work from sunrise to sunset. A beautiful imagination of an ordinary life. Whether Bibi Dong believes it or not, Enlan believes it herself. Just a few simple words, stop at the right time, so as not to touch Bibi Dong's nerves. Just a few words, but still let her. Bibi Dong didn't hear the rest of the words at all. Thinking back to the past, she and Yu Xiaogang. No. The surging anger filled her heart. Why should I suffer this fate? And this evil child can be ordinary and happy. Spirit Hall. Angel. Wait, I will definitely. The whole person almost exploded, but did not show it at all. Give me the specific plan tomorrow. Leaving a very cold sentence, Bibi Dong stood up and took a step, and disappeared in front of Enlan. Just now. Although Bibi Dong did not show any expression just now, he broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. The next day, Enlan combined the actions of several people, sorted out a simple plan, and handed it to Bibi Dong. After reading it, Bibi Dong raised her hand and burned it with soul power, and nodded casually. I'll arrange it. After receiving her response, Enlan immediately prepared to leave. Bibi Dong suddenly said something without a beginning or an end. Nana has nothing to do with what happened between us. Don't go too far. Enlan turned around and smiled. Your Holiness, this is strange. What is too far? Where is too far? 138 Announcement. Announcement. According to reader's reminder, the age was wrong at the beginning. According to the calculation written at the beginning, the protagonists are 12 years older than Tang San. If I want to modify it, I have to find the content that mentions age chapter by chapter, and I will focus on this. Recalculate according to the end of the Soul Master competition in 2644, when Tang San was 14 years old. Qian Rongxiu is 23 years old. The 5 are 21 years old. Zhu Zuyun is 20 years old. So, 139 Chapter 138 After all these years, think about it carefully, is there any? 139. Dong. I just saw that His Majesty the Pope usually has no time to discipline her, so I helped her train her. In order to prevent her from making mistakes when she goes out in the future, and revealing the information of our Wuhan Hall to any man she meets, so that she can always remember her identity and position. Bibi Dong's face was gloomy. Indirect criticism? Okay, since His Majesty the Pope has said so, I will not interfere. But I have to ask His Majesty the Pope to pay attention at all times. I am fine, but the Judgment Hall will not show any mercy. She leaked the information of the angel Wuhan to Yu Xiaogang before. If it weren't for Kyung Sunji's pressure, the Judgment Hall would have dealt with her and Yu Xiaogang together. Now, although Bibi Dong is the Pope, the Judgment Hall has been taken back by Qian Daoliu, and she cannot interfere. How dare you? She spoke angrily, the scepter shook the ground, and the soul power impacted, shattering the windows of the Pope's palace, and Lan squinted her eyes, feeling nothing at all. With Tang Yin's soul power battery and the soul power of 200,000-year soul rings, Bibi Dong's pressure was not as strong as the breeze of falling leaves. Are you anxious now? And Lan curled her lips and didn't plan to say anything. If she was too excited, it would be bad to mess around with the plan of the Heaven Do Empire, but it is estimated that she would definitely mess around. For example, she would send someone to contact Shui Luoquan in her own name, and then deliberately expose the plan and accuse her of being a traitor and trying to subvert the Spirit Hall. She bowed slightly and disappeared. After An Lan disappeared, Bibi Dong's expression slowly calmed down. She was a little angry, but not crazy. It was all for An Lan to see. She felt that An Lan's attitude towards her was very strange. That look seemed to be sure that she would do something. Xiaogang, if it weren't for you. A few traces of resentment suddenly emerged in her heart. But then he covered his face in horror. No. Why would I think so? No, that's not right. It's all that guy's fault. Damn Kyung Sunji. Back at the Wuhan Academy, An Lan prepared to continue playing with his juniors. Although Tang Yin shared his experience in condensing soul cores and refining soul power, it is still not easy to achieve at his current level. It is conservatively estimated that he needs to add another soul ring. Walking on the green path of the pavilion, stroking his chin, he suddenly became curious. If Kyung Sunji had not stopped them and really let Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang go, how would the future development be? Would Bibi Dong really feel happy? Without the 20 years of wasted time, would Yu Xiaogang become a real master? It would be great if we could deduce time and simulate the trajectory of the parallel world to see. The ending of these two people is really curious. In terms of Yu Xiaogang's personality, if he gets Bibi Dong, he will definitely take her back to slap the faces of those people in the family who have mocked him. Look, your soul power level is higher than mine, so what? My woman is the saint of the Spirit Hall, a super genius with twin spirits. Then Bibi Dong will spar with the people of Blue Lightning. If Bibi Dong has good luck, she will become famous again by stepping on the children of Blue Lightning. If not... An Lan couldn't help shaking his head. He walked towards the simulated training environment specially built for him by the academy. Passing by a training ground, he caught a glimpse of Hulina from the corner of his eye. She and Xiaoyu were practicing against the teacher of the practical class. An Lan subconsciously stood on the sidelines for a moment. This little fox, although her legs are not as long as Qian Rongxiu's, but a sense of charm makes people feel more. After staying for a few steps, An Lan walked away. Since he promised Bibi Dong, let Hulina play by herself. Of course, it was only in Wuhan Academy. If she became a formal employee after graduation and did something ridiculous, she would not have to give Bibi Dong face. She was not as worthy of collection as the three sisters of the Zhu family. Feeling An Lan's breath, Hulina subconsciously tensed her body, slowed down her pace with Xiaoyu, and was kicked out by the teacher. It is a taboo to be distracted during a battle. Hulina! What are you doing? Hulina ignored the teacher and turned around. Seeing Lan walk away, she breathed a sigh of relief. She felt strange again. In the past, he would replace the teacher to guide herself in such a situation. Why didn't he come this time? Hulina. Yes. Teacher, I was wrong. It won't happen next time. Please continue. Angel Temple. The divine light shines. Qian Rongxiu was training the sword skills of the holy sword with Qian Daoliu, and Qian Daoliu suddenly paused. Grandpa. There seems to be some movement in the Pope's palace. Movement? Grandpa can sense the movement of the Pope's palace from such a distance? Grandpa is really amazing. Smile and touch little head, Qian Daoliu smiled. That can only be done in this temple. Xiaolan seems to have had some conflict with her, maybe. Before he finished speaking, his hands were empty, and Qian Rongxiu had already rushed out of the temple. Qian Daoliu. Qian Rongxiu stood in front of the Pope's palace for a while, and did not feel any disorder in Onlin's breath, so he should not be injured. After thinking for a while, he flew to the Wuhan Academy. In meditation, Onlin felt a familiar smell. Knowing that Qian Rongxiu had come, he waited for a while, and she seemed to have no movement, so he continued to practice. More than an hour later, he finished a lesson and slowly opened his eyes. Qian Rongxiu sat cross-legged next to him. She could also use the environment here. Although the bonus was not very large, it had some effect. Watching her quietly. Her long eyelashes swayed slightly, her flawless face was white and jade-like, and her soul power was running, and her whole body was surrounded by a glimmer of light, like a goddess. Her fully developed body exuded an alluring breath. Lan unconsciously stretched out his hand. Falling on her face. The timing was just right, she finished the cycle of cultivation and opened her eyes. Facing Lan's eyes, she was inexplicably scared, or sad. Raised her hand and pressed the hand on her face. If you are a genius and I am still just a small titled Douluo, will you? Without waiting for Lan to speak, Qian Rongxiu interrupted solemnly and seriously. No. It feels like all this is a dream. Lan's voice was extremely low, just a whisper, and Qian Rongxiu didn't hear it clearly. What dream? Nothing. Walking out of the simulated environment area, the two walked side by side, and Lan suddenly said. Axiu, let's get married. Qian Rongxiu froze, her earlobes sparkling pink, and she moved her hands and feet nervously. Come on, Wadi'll go ask Grandpa. She pushed Lan and staggered, and he flew away like the wind. Lan put his hands behind his head and looked at the sky. It was rare to see such a reaction from Qian Rongxiu. She had done so many tasks with the Judgment Hall patrol team, and her hands had the blood of at least 100 people, but she would still show such a shy and embarrassed attitude of a little girl. A quarter of an hour later, Lan suddenly stood up. Senior. Qian Daoliu appeared behind him without knowing when. You, really want to marry Xiaoxiu? Of course. Maybe at the beginning, I could get close to Axiu in order to get the protection of the senior and gain a foothold in the spirit hall. Maybe the senior has already seen it. Lan smiled openly. 140. Chapter 139. It's a bit early. 140. But after so many years. I really like Axiu, I want to take care of her, protect her, and be with her forever. No matter the stormy seas or the ordinary life, I want to see Axiu smile all the time. Lan looked at Qian Daoliu with a piercing gaze. Qian Daoliu was silent for a while and sighed. It's too early, you are all too young. Great worshipper. In your eyes, is it more important to let Axiu become a god, or to let her live a happy life? These two things are not contradictory. I'm afraid you think they are not contradictory. Lan stepped forward pressing, as if he was the extreme demigod of level 99, and the one in front of him was just an old man. I'm sorry, Junior. As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked docile again. Since you said it's too early, then let's wait a few more years. What do you think, after the next Soul Master competition? The next Soul Master competition? Qian Daoliu pondered. Less than 5 years. Xiaoxiu is only 23 years old, and this kid is only 21. It's still too. After thinking about it, a direct refusal might make Qian Rongxiu unhappy. After a compromise, Jian Daoliu said lightly. If you can break through level 90 without any hidden dangers, or fight any elder head-on without losing, I will agree to your marriage. If you can break through level 40 of soul power in 5 years, or fight a title head-on, if you can really do it, then even if Enlan doesn't want to, Jian Daoliu will force him to marry Qian Rongxiu. Such a talent, how could he let it go? Please forgive me, I was a little rude to mention Ah Shui just now. Jian Daoliu chuckled twice and left. Dash. The City of Slaughter. Let us congratulate Wang Dachui for winning 21 consecutive games. Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui. Dash. Another period of peace and tranquility passed. After uninterrupted efforts, Zhou Suifeng finally became the person Shui Luoquan trusted more, second only to Zhao Gao. Shui Luoquan ordered Zhou Suifeng to secretly develop Xian Shui Dan and mobilized a lot of rare medicinal materials. If he really wanted to develop it, Zhou Suifeng could certainly develop it. Ning Yulan had already shared the recipe and production technology with the 4 people. But undercover is undercover, and it is a waste of talent to use such a thing to gain trust. Giving one to Shui Luoquan is already a waste. He only developed some byproducts. For example, aphrodisiac and aphrodisiac things. Although it does not have the effect of optimizing talents and directly increasing soul power by 1 level like Xian Shui pill, Shui Luoquan likes it very much. Every time he is in a bad mood, he uses 1 pill, and he feels refreshed after a few minutes. For example, today, Shui Luoquan just took a few pills from Zhou Suifeng. Commander Zhao, it seems that the effect of your highness contacting the ministers during this period is not very good. Since the last time the ministers and Shui Ye tried to find out the candidate for the crown prince, Shui Luoquan has actively contacted some ministers to delay the time when Shui Kanghai became the crown prince, but unfortunately there was no effect, and few people responded to him. No one is optimistic about him. Zhou Suifeng thinks this matter is not difficult. The Xingluo Empire is highly centralized, and although the Tiandu Empire seems to be dominated by the emperor, the combination of a group of nobles is real and cannot be underestimated. A wise emperor must shrink the imperial power. As long as these nobles know the situation that may arise after Shui Kanghai takes office, they will naturally stop Shui Yi's actions. However, the cake brought by Sui Zhanghai's suppression of the 3 kingdoms has not been completely divided, and they have not thought about this level for the time being. But of course this cannot be said. If it is said, it will be a waste of everyone's time in case Shui Luoquan finds the right way. It is better to cut the Gordian knot directly and fight against each other more simply and quickly. Enlan has left a message in the space, and Bibi Dong has been in charge of this matter. Zhou Suifeng can roughly guess what will happen, but he is not sure who will contact Shui Luoquan. I wonder how Ning Yulan is preparing? On the other hand, after Shui Luoquan got the medicine, he did not go to find the women who were kept in the mansion. He was tired of it, changed his clothes, and went to a high-quality club that specializes in serving the nobles. Different from the vulgar brothels. Entering the door is an elegant, quiet, and low-key hall, but if you look closely, you will find that every decoration is worth a lot of money. The person waiting for guests in the hall is not a brothel owner, but a well-dressed and gentle man. I didn't expect His Highness to have time to come here today, it's really… Call him His Highness directly? I don't want to save face. The waiter changed his words without leaving a trace. What does the eldest master want today? I'm a little irritated today, I like water. Understood, please come this way, eldest master. He led Shui Luoquan upstairs, passed by the stairs, and knocked twice gently. Soon, another waiter dressed the same quietly appeared in the corner of the hall, waiting for the next guest. More than 2 hours of foreplay, bathing, massage, and drinking. A few minutes of tossing. Shui Luoquan was refreshed and drowsy under the care of the beauty. He was drowsy and heard some intermittent sounds from next door. The old guy is really abominable. I am the eldest son, but I gave all the property to the 3rd son. Sometimes I really want to kill them all and let the old guy see who he will give the property to when I am the only son left. He suddenly opened his eyes and lost his sleepiness. Is the sound insulation here so bad? I listened carefully, but there was no movement. Am I hallucinating? But the voice just now sounded familiar. Young master. It's okay, dot. He lay down on the bed again, and after a while, he heard some sounds again. Shui Luoquan frowned, got up, and went to sleep. Found a clue. You can only hear some sounds when your ear is close to the railing on the side of the bed against the wall. You can't hear it if you are far away. Here's few words reminded him of his situation, and the refreshing feeling disappeared, and he was full of anger. He subconsciously punched out, and the touch was soft. Turning around, it landed on the woman's thigh. It turned blue. The woman didn't dare to be angry or say anything, and even had to put on a smile and say that the young master was really strong. Who is next door? As a prince, Shui Luoquan still has some necessary sensitivity. In such an environment and such a place, it might be a trap. Young master, please forgive me, I don't know the identity of the guest next door. Shui Luoquan got up and walked out directly. He wanted to see who the person next door was. If he wanted to use him to eliminate Shui Kanghai, he would see what kind of background he had. If there was a place for cooperation, he might not be unable to cooperate, but if it was some unknown thing, then he would try his methods well. Knock on the door. Who is it? Don't you know I'm in high spirits? Are you looking for death? The voice sounded familiar, but Shui Luoquan couldn't remember who it was for a moment, so he knocked hard on the door. Fuck you, I'm looking for. A hook-nosed man in a bathrobe suddenly opened the door. Your Highness? Ah, young master, why is it you? Seeing this person clearly, Shui Luoquan was relieved. The eldest son of the first-class Marquis Zhongshan, second only to the Duke, is also considered a royal relative, and has been passed down since the founding of the country. He was originally a duke, but he became a marquis when he made a mistake in standing in line. There are many sons in the family, more than the 4 princes of the royal family. Go on, pretend you haven't seen me today. The hook-nosed man looked at Shui Luoquan disappearing inexplicably and slammed the door shut. Psycho. 141 Chapter 140 Arrangement 141. At the same time, Zhou Suifeng prepared some books, deliberately made them look old, and stuffed them into Shui Luoquan's study. There are no other stories in it, some cases of internal strife, such as Emperor Yang of Sui, Li Shimin, Emperor Qinzhu of Ming, etc., of course, all adapted. True or false, anyway, Shui Luoquan is not interested in studying the ancient history of Douluo. Is this a mirror shadow beast? Tianrui, who was strolling in the frozen forest with nothing to do, found a soul beast that was more outstanding in the original work. Speaking of clone-like abilities, it seems that there are not many in my impression. Bibi Dong's Spider Emperor clone, Hao Shanzong Laokai's Weapon Soul clone, Zhu Zuqing seems to have the ability of a shadow clone. What is the attribute of this soul beast? Intuitively, it seems to be water attribute, but after a slight attempt, it feels like there are other things. Light? Shadow? Should we let Huo Wu try? Forget it, let's leave a mark first. Rest for a while, and continue to go deeper. Exhale a breath of hot air. In this environment, I feel that the speed of the soul power in my body has slowed down. Entering an area that has not been explored in the previous few times, Tianrui took a look after switching out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul. The 8th level is almost there, but I don't know when the 9th level will be. By then, I have to cover the soul ring for Ning Yuan. To nourish the soul with a tool, you need a sincere and true mental state, which is no problem for the 5 people. Every time you practice Qi Fa, you must be able to maintain this mentality casually, without distractions, and focus on one thing. It's not easy to enter the Xiaoxian chapter. If Tang Yin hadn't turned into an art before and provided the 5 people with key experience, the remaining 4 people would not know when they would be able to open their minds. A section of azure scorpion tail quietly emerged from under the snow and quietly poked someone's head. Tianrui held the glazed pagoda upside down, holding the top of the pagoda and swinging it like playing baseball, hooking the scorpion's tail and swiping it away, knocking out a pale white giant crab wearing ice crystal armor from the snow pile. The glazed pagoda martial spirit alone is very fragile, but now it is in the state of a fused soul forging thunder tribulation pagoda, which is harder than the general level of weapon spirit. It's just that the shape is a bit uncomfortable to use. Ice Jade Scorpion. Has it gone this deep? Your emperor is only 30% of me, and you want to compete with me after only 10,000 years. Ice Emperor killed him 70 times in 3 minutes. Kicking the little scorpion away, Tianrui turned around, took out the map, and added this one. Turn around and retreat, come back next month. Is there a 10,000-year ice marrow in this forest? It can't be in the ice field further north of the forest. Feeling the vitality in the frozen forest, the energy of heaven and earth whatever, it feels unlikely that a treasure like the 10,000-year ice marrow can be condensed. But if they want to explore the deeper ice field, they may have to wait until the 5 people complete a round of soul ring coverage before they can have a chance to retreat unscathed. Ignoring the existence of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, Ziobai, and Titan Snow Demon King, the harsh environment is not something that ordinary soul masters can contend with. Geographically speaking, the ice field should be regarded as the North Pole of Douluo star. Then, will there be any undiscovered treasures in the South Pole? If no one has ever been to the South Pole, it is hard to imagine how many buried treasures or powerful soul beasts there are. Not only the South Pole, there seems to be another continent. It's not the Sun and Moon continent. I remember it seemed to be south of the Xingluo Empire, beyond a seaport. Thinking about it, he put away the glazed tower, switched to the golden feathered phoenix, and pulled out a rainbow light and disappeared in an instant. Just disappeared not long ago, the soul beasts in the frozen forest rioted. They felt the appearance of the natural enemy, a hot breath completely different from the forest environment. Chasing. The riot turned into a killing spree without distinguishing between enemies and friends. Yellow and purple soul rings rose sporadically in various parts of the forest. Tianrui was too fast and was unaware of what was happening behind him. Coming to the north, he naturally couldn't miss Tian Shui and cultivate feelings with Shui Binger. At the main gate of Tian Shui College, as soon as he landed, a teasing voice came from behind. "Hey, here you are again." Turning around, 2 girls. Smiling at Tianrui. "It's you, why, no training plan today?" Swoo and Yu Hero raised his hand to say hello. Tianrui restrained his martial soul. "It's okay." Yu Hero replied. "Looking for Binger." Now Shui Binger has not become the captain, but is just regarded as the little sister of the team. "What else?" Tianrui spread his hands and smiled. "If you dare to come to me, I can come to you." Yu Hero spat. "Nonsense, you are so hot, only Binger can stand you. Water and fire are incompatible, conflicting with each other." When everyone first met, they were not very harmonious, but they got better after getting to know each other slowly. Shui Binger didn't like Tianrui very much at first, but who wouldn't be confused when the opposite sex with better talent and stronger strength than you pursues you? Add a little bit of understanding. "Okay, stop arguing." Swoo smiled. "We'll take you in." Tian Shui College usually refuses male visitors when it is not open day, and male visitors need to be notified by the guard in advance. Tianrui has come so many times, and there is no exception. He was taken to the reception room without looking sideways all the way. "Wait a moment, we'll go get Binger for you. It's just a small token of my appreciation." Tianrui handed out 2 gifts. He had already prepared a lot of small gifts for Shui Binger and other sisters. Only by building good relationships with them could they play the role of wingman. The price was not cheap nor too expensive, just right. "Then we won't refuse. See you later." The 2 took it and walked away slowly. After waiting for a while, Shui Binger didn't come over. A beautiful woman in a blue skirt passed by the door. Tian Shui's Dean of Teaching. Passing by the reception room, he glanced inside and found that there was someone inside, so he walked back. "You again? Why are you here again? I'm not saying anything bad about you. At your age, you should focus more on cultivation. Don't think you are young. It's still early. No matter what you do, it's not too late. I'm not saying I'm against you being together, but wouldn't it be better to be together after you've cultivated successfully? I tell you." Tianrui was very considerate and polite. Waited until she finished speaking before speaking. "Director Li, you are right. I think it is right. However, life is short, so enjoy life while you can. As soul masters, none of us know what will happen tomorrow. If we accidentally die in the mouth of a soul beast, wouldn't it be a lifelong regret? Don't worry, I will be careful and will not affect Binger's practice." These words seemed to hit the mark of her past. For a moment, Director Li looked a little sad. He waved his hand, said nothing more, and left the reception room. A few minutes later, Shui Binger came in a hurry. The 2 of them were walking in the corner of Tian Shui College. People who passed by from time to time cast curious glances at them. "This is for you." Handed a small jade bottle to Shui Binger. 142 Chapter 141 Good Things. 142. Shui Binger asked with a questioning look. This is a good thing, ordinary people can never enjoy it. Tianrui was sneaky and whispered in his ear, the secret elixir of the 7 treasures glazed sect can cleanse the essence and marrow, improve the innate qualifications, and increase the soul power by 1 level without side effects. It is definitely a good thing. The effect of the ordinary version of the Xian Shui pill to increase the soul power by 1 level is only useful for soul masters below level 20, but the raw materials of the one that Enlan gave to Shui Binger are all taken from the high-quality materials in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and it can be effective for soul masters below level 50. The Xian Shui Pill Pro. Maximum Plus. Ultra Supreme Invincible Shining Edition. The Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone is also quite suitable for her. But giving it to her directly is a bit too much. In the meantime, the relationship between the two can only be regarded as an ambiguous period. Shui Binger did not explicitly refuse, but just showed a closer distance than other opposite sexes. This Xian Shui pill is also a test. If she accepted it, it means that she officially agreed to the relationship between the two. It is not Tang San, so there is no need to worry about not recognizing it and going back on his word. If you don't agree, then just don't agree. It's still not too late to stop while the sunk cost is not too high. However, it's hard for ordinary people to refuse this kind of thing. Shui Binger was silent, and fell into a long struggle between heaven and man. Regardless of whether Tianrui's words were true or false, she was indeed very tempted. Who doesn't want to improve their talent? The higher the better. But she didn't know much about Tianrui. If she took this thing, I need some time to think about it. No problem, when you think it over, you can come to Blazing Academy to find me at any time. I will keep it for you until you give me an answer. Tianrui was not angry, this was normal. Shui Binger breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked curiously. What kind of elixir does the 7 treasures glazed sect have? There is such a thing in the 7 treasures glazed sect. Of course, ordinary people don't know. He deliberately mysterious, but I have an extraordinary relationship with the young master of Kaibao. With a little operation, there will be no problem in calling a few. She nodded silently, and learned a little information about Tianrui, who had a close relationship with the young master of Kaibao. She stayed in Tian Shui for half an hour before leaving. Shui Binger returned to the dormitory with a lot on her mind. Ning Fengzi wanted to hold a banquet on the pretext of Ning Rongrong's birthday to test Shui Yi's attitude. But if Shui Yi misunderstood and proposed a marriage with Ning Rongrong, he could certainly refuse, but it would be inappropriate to propose a marriage with Shui Ke again. Moreover, whether it was the eldest or the 5th, there was still no final decision. The eldest was a fellow countryman with Ning Yulan. Once Ning Yulan started a rebellion, he would definitely support him. The 5th, with mediocre performance and average talent, was just an ordinary rich kid. After thinking about it, he still called Ning Yulan over. Your 5th brother may not be suitable. Who do you think is the best? Hearing Ning Fengzi say this, did he agree with his plan? Ning Yulan was a little happy. After thinking for a moment, if the 5th brother was not suitable, then the others would be even worse. The age difference was too big, and he had no common language with Shui Ke. Let Tianrui come? With the martial spirit he showed now, Shui Ye should be very happy, and he could also improve the martial spirit bloodline of the royal family. However, Shui Binger, Tang Yin seems to be able to do it. The Clear Sky Hammer essentially represents the Clear Sky sect. I just don't know if Shui Ye has the courage to unite with the Clear Sky sect under the pressure of the Spirit Hall. He began to think, if he didn't use Shui Ke, could he occupy the Tiandu Empire through other means? Or, wait until the 5 people's strength reaches the peak of the continent, and directly force the Spirit Hall to unify the Tiandu Xingluo. Father, outside the royal family, which noble's bloodline is closest to the royal family? Frowning slightly, Ning Fengzi understood what he meant in an instant and recalled. The closest one is naturally Prince Swexing, but the strange thing is that he has no children at the age of 60. In addition to him, the vice-captain of the Swan Knights, his grandfather and the father of the current majesty are uncles. The king of the Frost Kingdom is also a royal family, but the family line is more distant. There are still some left, but they are not qualified to succeed the throne even if the royal family is completely destroyed. We will not be able to convince the public if we support one of them. Then how about father adopting an adopted son? Ning Yulan suddenly came up with an idea. Ning Fengzi was speechless. He had so many sons, what reason did he have to adopt an adopted son? Forget it, since it is not appropriate, it is not impossible to directly support the Empress at that time. As long as we have someone in charge of military and political power, it doesn't matter what flag it is. What's more, when there are a few more 9 treasure glazed towers in the sect, it won't matter whether it is an empire or not. Hiss. Ning Fengzi felt a headache. You are the one who said you wanted to do it, and now you are also the one who said you don't want to do it. Which one do you want? Playing with your old father? The father and son were silent, and Ning Yulan suddenly remembered another thing. Wrong, do you want to? Ning Fengzi was startled and spoke quickly. Forget it. Your sister should just follow the normal cultivation method of the sect, not your way. It's too dangerous. Yeah, I think so too, and her personality can't stick to my method. Does father have anything else to say? Ning Fengzi waved his hand. Ning Yulan shrugged, returned to the academy, and left a message to Tang Yin in the space, asking him if he was willing to enter the royal family through Shueke. Tang Yin hadn't replied yet. Zhou Suifeng saw it first, and was silent for a while. This is so fucking. Take a deep breath and calm down. Day by day, month by month. Always pay attention to Shui Luoquan's movements. That day, someone was suddenly called over, and Zhou Suifeng was a little excited. Is he finally going to take action? If he doesn't take action, he plans to go find the 7th soul ring. Shui Luoquan called him to the secret room. All the people present were his confidants, including Zhou Suifeng, a total of 4 people. But it was not about Shui Qinghe and Shui Kanghai, but about the Wuhan Hall. Zhou Suifeng did not notice anything. The Wuhan Hall had already contacted Shui Luoquan, and Enlan had no news in advance. Bibi Dongzhang is good enough, there is no news at all. After Shui Luoquan finished talking about the matter, someone thought it was feasible. With the ability of the Wuhan Hall, it is enough to help your highness take the throne. I think it is possible. Zhou Suifeng was a little surprised that Zhao Gao also agreed. Looking at his actions on weekdays, he was not so stupid, right? Is this guy really Shui Luoquan's man? Your highness, this is absolutely not allowed. Zhou Suifeng and another person opposed it. They had followed Shui Luoquan to the battle before. On the way, they met Zhou Suifeng being chased and killed. They recognized the man in black as a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. The Spirit Hall has evil ambitions. If we cooperate, once His Majesty knows about this, you will be doomed in an instant. Even if everything goes well, I am afraid that after you ascend the throne, the country will be in ruins. Do you think I am stupid? Do you need to tell me this? 143 Chapter 142 Just do it. 143. Shui Luoquan was very angry. But he did not blame the two. My meaning is to let the Spirit Hall send people to kill Shui Kanghai. Everyone was shocked, except Zhou Suifeng, who was very happy that Shui Luoquan finally had this idea. This is absolutely unacceptable. Your Highness, this is equivalent to handing the handle to the Spirit Hall. Even if you want to kill the 3rd prince, you cannot cooperate with the Spirit Hall. This is what Zhao Gao said. Then what do you say? The 3rd prince has 2 teams of royal knights specially approved by his father, and he has also broken through the Soul Emperor. If the Spirit Hall is not allowed to take action, will you let you go? Zhou Suifeng quietly observed the movements of the other 3 people and put forward his own suggestions. Your Highness, I have a plan to get rid of the 3rd prince without letting the Spirit Hall interfere. Although the 3 kingdoms have surrendered, there must be many people who still hold a grudge against the 3rd prince. You just need to help provide an opportunity. Once he kills Shui Kanghai, he will not be able to stop. Zhou Suifeng estimated that he could retreat. It was a waste of time to stay in Shui Luoquan. Although he was not completely hopeless, this guy was not suitable to be an emperor, especially the head of such an aristocratic alliance. It would be better to find a place to practice. When he found the 7th soul ring, it would be time for him to cover the soul rings for the golden-winged phoenix or the blue lightning tyrannosaurus. There is no vacancy for Zhou Suifeng in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, and he has not yet broken through the 9th floor. The answer sheet is right in front of him. If he still doesn't understand the rest, he deserves to be in this situation today. To be honest, Zhou Suifeng doesn't think this is a very brilliant strategy. Any college student can come up with a few words. But in this Douluo continent, intercepting the grain road, those who understand will understand. But Shui Luoquan and the others all felt enlightened and suddenly realized. Ha ha ha. Good. Slamming the table, Shui Luoquan praised. First give Mr. Gao a credit, and when this matter is successful, I will reward him separately. Since Mr. Gao said so, who do you think is more suitable to carry out this matter? This guy was openly asking for his opinion, but his tone and eyes showed that he had already made a choice in his mind. He was hypocritical and pretending. I dare not take credit for it. It is naturally up to your highness to decide who will carry out the execution. There are many talented people in the mansion, and they will definitely help your highness share the worries. Xue Luoquan was very satisfied with Zhou Suifeng's attitude and response. He handed the matter over to Zhao Gao, who he trusted and was closest to execute. Zhou Suifeng returned to the research room and pretended to continue to develop Xian Shui Dan. 3 months later, Xue Kanghai died, and died very hastily. When he went to hunt soul beasts, he was attacked from behind on the road and died. Xue Ye was so sad that he could hardly stand. He ordered Xue Qinghe and Xue Luoquan to arrest the murderer separately. Whoever caught the murderer first would be the prince. Xue Luoquan was very happy. In his opinion, Xue Qinghe was not his opponent at all. Without Xue Kanghai, the biggest obstacle, the position of the prince would be easily captured. After get off work, no, on the way down from the court happily, he was not happy anymore. He picked up a letter. The eldest prince has seen the sincerity of the spirit hall. I hope to get a reply from the eldest prince soon. The second page included several names, places, and a few short sentences. All the information pointed to one thing: the spirit hall had evidence that Xue Luoquan had ordered people to set a trap to kill Xue Kanghai. Xue Luoquan rushed back to the mansion with a gloomy face, and angrily asked someone to call Zhao Gao. Who is the person who is involved in the network? Why do the people in the spirit hall know? And they have the key evidence. Your Highness, I don't know. Zhao Gao was very wronged. We finally got hold of the movements of the third prince and revealed them to them. I think it might be a problem with the three kingdoms. It's Zhou Suifeng's problem. After the secret meeting, Zhou Suifeng passed the information to Enlan through the space, and Enlan went to find Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong sent people to secretly and forcefully subdue the three kingdoms, and arranged for people to deal with Xue Kanghai. How could anyone kill Xue Kanghai after so long, just relying on the three suppressed kingdoms? The kingdom is also a collection of small nobles, most of which have been annexed by the Tiandu nobles. The input and benefits are not proportional, so they are too lazy to deal with Xue Kanghai. Bibi Dong arranged people to take action against the three kingdoms. You did it like this. Xue Luoquan was furious and kicked him. Zhao Gao did not dodge and endured the kick. What do you want me to do now? Ah, what should I do? Zhao Gao's eyes flickered, and he lowered his eyebrows and looked pleasing. Your Highness, the matter is a foregone conclusion. Let's just go all out. While His Majesty hasn't reacted yet, take the second prince and the fourth prince together. Put his hand on his neck and scratch it. Old 4. Xue Luoquan was shocked. Xue Beng was young and posed no threat to him at all. Why did he have to be eliminated? Zhao Gao persuaded him. Although the fourth prince is young, he is a prince like you. His Majesty looks old now, but it is definitely not a problem to hold on for 10 years. When the fourth prince comes of age, do you still say that he is not a threat to you? That's true. Xue Luoquan was silent. The avalanche was indeed a threat. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that being the crown prince was not so safe. The spirit hall had a handle on him and could threaten him at any time. If he directly proclaimed himself emperor, he would have a lot of troops at his disposal, and the handle of the spirit hall would be useless. But if he attacked Xue Ye directly, his reputation would be too high. The nobles would not recognize a leader who killed his father. They didn't care if the brothers covered up on the surface. There were many cases, and many people had experienced it personally, but killing their father was not a good thing. The hole cannot be opened. There are other important ministers. It is okay to force them to abdicate, but directly killing their father is tantamount to digging their own grave. Even if this emperor does a good job in the future, he will be infamous for thousands of years. Thinking, he tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and suddenly said, to avoid the old man's suspicion, we must arrange for me to be attacked, and it must happen before the second and fourth sons. It is best to be seriously injured and dying but just in a state of rescue. Zhou Suifeng, who was secretly monitoring, was startled. This idiot has come to his senses? Not good. Zhao Gao understood. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will arrange it properly this time. No. Xue Luoquan glanced at him and said lightly, I will do it myself. Xue Luoquan began to doubt Zhao Gao's ability to do things. If he had done it well before, there would not be such trouble now. Get out, don't be an eyesore here. After driving Zhao Gao away, he sat alone in the study and thought back and forth, and soon decided on a safer way to commit suicide. Poisoning. But ordinary poison obviously couldn't achieve the effect he wanted, so he came to Zhou Suifeng. Zhou Suifeng's character is a person who knows medicines, otherwise he wouldn't be able to develop so many aphrodisiacs with different effects that Xue Luoquan likes very much. After listening to his request, Zhou Suifeng guessed his idea, but 144 Chapter 143 Not easy to solve. 144. Your Highness, don't worry, I have no problem leaving this matter to me. However, I heard that Prince Swexing and Poison Douluo are acquainted. Although I am confident in making poisons, I am not as good as Poison Douluo. Do you have confidence that Poison Douluo will not intervene in this matter? Zhou Suifeng was modest and tested. In fact, it is hard to say who is better with Douluo in his current pharmaceutical ability. Douluo is experienced, but Zhou Suifeng can directly perceive the nature of medicinal materials, combination matching, and the information of Yang Wudi and Zhu Douluo by relying on the characteristics of his martial soul. Xue Luoquan sneered, the relationship between the Emperor's uncle and me has never been very good. He is in the same camp as that old thing and looks down on me. If I get poisoned, I'm afraid he won't be happy enough. The favor of Poison Douluo will never be used on me. If it is used, when I ascend the throne, I can leave a good end for the Emperor's uncle. Xue Luoquan muttered in his heart. What about the Ye family of Nine-Heart Begonia? I heard that as long as the Nine-Heart Begonia has a breath, it can save people. Don't worry about this. The Ye family can only save people's lives. Although ordinary poisons are no problem, they don't have the ability to deal with some strange and complicated things. Then Your Highness, please wait a few days. I need time to prepare the medicine. Xue Luoquan nodded, then asked for some more medicine, and went out to be cool. Your Holiness, Xue Luoquan hasn't replied yet, but Zhao Gao replied that he is preparing to cover up and get rid of suspicion. Should we intervene? After the agreed time, there was no reply from Xue Luoquan, so the people left behind in the spirit hall came to ask Bibi Dong for the next move. Zhao Gao was the person she arranged in the Tiandu Empire at the beginning. Even if Enlan didn't come to seek cooperation, she was ready to secretly stir up trouble. Both empires arranged people to lurk, but the people in the Xingluo Empire were relatively shallow. It was easy for the Tiandu Empire to take the route of the nobles, and Zhao Gao climbed faster. Notify Zhao Gao and let him think about what Xue Luoquan was going to do. Xue Qinghe and Xue Beng, arrange people to wait first. If Xue Luoquan's action goes smoothly, then we will take action when the opportunity arises. The man took the order and left. Bibi Dong lowered her head in thought. The previous time, Enlan's news came back faster than Zhao Gao. That guy also has someone in the Tiandu Empire. Who could it be? There was a whole day between the message Zhao Gao passed to him. That guy's people are good. The City of Slaughter. Wang Dachui won 30 consecutive victories. Tiandu Royal Academy. Again and again, do you want to die? Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuyu are in some trouble, after all, the sisters have excellent appearance conditions. They are often entangled by people. At first, it was just a test, after all, they were recommended by nobles, but later they found that there was no movement, and some people became more and more excessive. Being excluded by girls of the same age and entangled by boys. Zhu Zuqing is relatively quiet, she is still young. Why is Miss Zhu so angry? Let's make friends. My father, Uncle Fukang, how about having dinner together tonight? Zhu Zuyun laughed angrily, and her cat pupils were looming. Eat? You want me to be your mother? I don't want to have such a disgusting son. There was a burst of laughter around, and the boy was so angry that he summoned his martial soul, a weasel, and wanted to compete with Zhu Zuyun. But he was kicked away by Zhu Zuyun. Falling on the ground, rolling on the ground. Get out of the way, let this prince see what's going on. A troublesome thing came, Zhu Zuyun's face was gloomy, and he pulled his two sisters behind him. The fourth prince Xue Beng. Oh, this is not. Seeing Zhu Zuyun, Xue Beng's eyes lit up, and he was about to walk over without hiding his expression. A hand pressed on his shoulder. What is it, the fourth prince? This voice? Turning his head stiffly, Xuebeng saw a gloomy face and smiled hurriedly. Brother linear classmate, I'm talking about classmates. Facing Ning Yulan, he didn't dare to get angry at all. God knows how Ning Yulan, who has always been an auxiliary martial spirit, completed the combat mode of the Glazed Tower. In the entire academy, except for the teachers, there is basically no one who can match him. He is highly valued by the Education Committee and is the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Even if he is the fourth prince, he dare not provoke him. What are you looking at? What's so good about it? No need to practice, no need to train? So many people are crowded here, won't they crush the flowers and plants? All disperse, disperse ah ha ha ha, well, Brother Lin, you are busy. Led the two lackeys and quickly slipped away. Duguyan took Ning Yulan's arm and laughed without caring about his image. This avalanche is really flexible. If nothing changes, he is indeed a character. Ah? What? The laughter stopped abruptly, and Duguyan looked strange. Nothing. The two walked towards the Zhu sisters. Miss Zuyun, didn't you say you can come to us if you have any trouble? Mysterious, it will be hard for me to explain when that guy comes back. Not long after they entered the academy, Ning Yulan came to them and told them to go and call for help if they have any trouble, but Zhu Zuyun never went. Later, he was obsessed with studying the five-color divine light and almost forgot about them. He had told Duguyan, but Duguyan thought Ning Yulan had feelings for Zhu Zuyun, and she was picky about Ning Yulan, and she almost went to Ning Fengzi to seek justice. Ning Yulan had to explain a lot. It's just a small matter, not a big deal. She didn't know the real relationship between Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulan, so she didn't dare to use favors easily and tried to stay at home as much as possible. But Zhou Suifeng had said before that he planned to let them participate in the Soul Master competition, so she had to come out and show her strength a little bit so that she could join the next participating team. This gave those aristocratic boys who didn't know anything a chance to entangle with her. She didn't take the girl's rejection seriously. Where did Brother Feng go? When will he come back? Zhu Zuqing asked innocently. Pretending to be angry, Zhu Zuyun's deliberately pretended indifference suddenly stagnated. Ning Yulan smiled. Soon, if everything goes well, half a year, or 7 or 8 months. Turning to Duguyan's whisper. I'm going to the Education Committee to discuss the selection of the team, you go with them first. Go and come back soon. Release her arms and wave her hands. Go to the dormitory with the 3 sisters. It's more like a single family apartment than a dormitory. We chatted about a random topic. After a while, a short-haired girl with a veil came from a distance. Ling Ling, here. 3 members of the Education Committee, have you decided on the team members for the next Soul Master competition? He Yao Meng Shenji, Tian Qing Teng Jilin, Tian Xing Lu Bai Bao Shan. The 3 turned their heads at the same time. It's Xiaolin, we are discussing it. There are some candidates, do you have any favorites? Since the teaching committee members have not made a specific decision, then I am overstepping my authority. 145 Chapter 144 Candidates 145. Ning Yulan proposed several candidates. He himself, Duguyan, Ye Lingling, the 3 Zhu sisters, the people from the original Tiandu team, and Ning Rongrong. Yu Tianheng was not there, he went to Thunder Academy. The candidates you mentioned are good, but aren't the numbers a bit too many? Meng Shenji was puzzled. 7 people were selected, and the rest were used as backup? He didn't think about the second team. According to convention, the second team was a free combination of nobles in the academy, and they went on stage for a formality. Team 1 was directly recommended. Teaching committee member, this is what I think. This year's first and second teams are all from these people. If the people from Team 2 can also make it to the finals, instead of just going through the motions like in previous years, wouldn't it be more proof of the Academy's ability? Speaking of this, he wanted to complain, and he didn't know what the meaning of the Academy was. There was nothing outstanding about the teaching. Most of the students relied on their own talents to grow wildly. As for the theory and research of martial spirits, the old ways had been used for who knows how long. Apart from the remarkable simulated training environment, there were no other equipment for scientific training. The Academy provided more than a platform for communication with peers and personnel to help hunt soul beasts. A considerable part of the teachers' teaching was based on their own training experience. There were not many organized and regular teaching materials. The knowledge in the academy was very important for civilians who had just become soul masters, but it was dispensable for the children of noble sex. I've gone off topic. Tianrui meant that Team 1 would continue to be recommended, but Team 2 would also have to perform better. After all, it was the last soul master competition. Do you want to train them yourself? Jilin's eyes flashed, and he heard the implication of Ning Yulin's words. Ning Yulin cupped his hands. Yes, the education committee has a good idea. I wonder what the three seniors think. The three looked at each other, and no one responded immediately. The academy has never had a case of students training students. However, Ning Yulin in front of him, according to the standard, has already met the graduation requirements. He is a soul king under the age of 20. If other students can get his guidance, they must be very happy. After thinking for a moment, Meng Shenji gave the final answer. In this case, the two teams of the next competition will be handed over to you. However, we still have to follow the rules and assign one teacher. Is this okay? The soul Douluo actually talked to a little soul king in a negotiating tone. The education committee is too embarrassed for me, of course it's okay. Qinming has not joined the academy yet, so I don't know which teacher will be sent over. Ning Yulin left after making a detailed agreement with the three old men on team training. Hey, there's something to do next. Hehe, the experiment is underway. Well, can we take some time to study the soul guide? Soul guide, I only remember that the key is the core array, and what else is there about the carving knife? Wait for some time to disassemble the two storage soul guides for research. Materials are naturally not lacking, the Kaibao Liulai clan is a big family. When the clan's strength is further improved, it will be even richer to spread the low-level Xian Shui pill. Back to the dormitory, I didn't see Duguyan, the two lived together. There was a message on the table. They went to the restaurant. Zuyun, my sister, who is she? What does she look like? Duguyan was very curious about Zhou Suifeng. Ning Yulin also said that they had a good relationship, but she had never heard of Zhou Suifeng's existence. Since she got engaged to Ning Yulin, they were together more often than apart. Ning Yulin actually had a friend she didn't know. Zhu Zuyun was a few months older than her, but with Duguyan's personality, she obviously wouldn't just call someone sister casually. I know. Zhu Zuqing was very enthusiastic, but her words were completely disorganized and incoherent. Brother Feng is so powerful. He can do this to my eldest sister in a flash, and do that to my second sister in a flash, and then we. The person's face twitched when she heard it, and Zhu Zuyu quickly stuffed something into her mouth. She said viciously. Eat your food well, don't talk. Zhu Zuyun was a little embarrassed. She didn't pay attention for a moment and actually let Zhu Zuqing talk about some scenes of being trained by Zhou Suifeng in the past. What's more terrible is that she also talked about the massage and cleansing of meridians. Fortunately, she didn't know the truth of the matter. She only talked about what she saw on the surface. But these things on the surface, describing them is very embarrassing. Hey, I can't describe him specifically. You will know when you come back to get to know him. Duguyan ignored this sentence. Instead, she was very interested in what Zhu Zuqing said just now. With bright eyes, she leaned over and asked in a low voice. Have you done it? What does that kind of thing feel like? I heard that it hurts at first, and then it will be very comfortable. She and Ning Yulin have a good relationship and treat each other with respect, but they haven't crossed the line in some things. The most intimate actions they have now are just hugging and kissing, and occasionally he will comb her hair when he wakes up early. In the past, it was because she had health problems, but now she is shy. But she is shy, and Ning Yulin has always seemed to have no signs of taking the initiative, and has not even tried to test him. She knew that Ning Yulin's body was normal, and she couldn't help but wonder if she had no charm and Ning Yulin couldn't feel that way. So when she first met Zhu Zuyun and her sister, she was very hostile. Who knows how such a foul ratio is formed when they are of similar age, one is younger than him. And it looks very harmonious, not abrupt at all. Zhu Zuyun sweated profusely and coughed repeatedly because of choking. What's wrong with Duguyan? Even if she was in a gloomy mood, she suddenly couldn't stand such a fierce topic. The narrator remained silent, and Ye Lingling, who was wearing a veil, had red earlobes. Duguyan was unyielding and stared at Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun waved her hand and responded vaguely. No, I haven't done it. Ning Yulin's arrival ended the topic. He looked at this side from a distance. There was no one sitting around Duguyan and others, but many people looked at them out of the corner of their eyes. This was inevitable. The 5 women had different appearances. Even the youngest Zhu Zuqing, with black hair like a waterfall, flawless skin, and white and tender glow, was enough to drive some perverted people crazy. What are you talking about? Glancing at the dishes ordered by several people, fortunately, the nutrition is balanced and the diet is reasonable, not just a little bit of fruits and vegetables for weight loss. Sitting down, he took Duguyan's hand and rubbed it. After removing the poison, her hands are very beautiful, with slender fingers, white and rosy. In her previous life, she would have been a perfect hand model, with smooth and delicate skin, making people love her. The feet are also good, I saw them when they were taking a hot spring bath together. Duguyan has been accustomed to it, but there are so many people here, making her a little embarrassed. We didn't talk about anything. Have you discussed the matter of going to the Education Commission? It's done. Ning Yulan nodded casually. It's not a big deal. 146 Chapter 145 Leave it to me. 146. The two's movements under the table were very concealed, but Zhu Zuyun still caught some of the movement, and she couldn't help but recall it. Every time he massaged, Zhou Suifeng also liked it very much. The 3 teaching committee members have given me full authority to train the team and contestants for the next competition. I have already decided on the specific candidates. Yan Yan, you will come with me to find someone later, do you want to go together? Asked Ye Lingling and the Zhu sisters. We won't go. Today's training has not been completed yet and cannot be interrupted. Before leaving, Zhou Suifeng formulated a detailed training course for the 3 sisters including daily special meditation, the combination of Qi Fa Yao Miao Ji Ju and Zhu family meditation method to develop elementary internal skills, physical training, soul skills application, etc. Ye Lingling had nothing to do. No matter how she practiced, it was just like that. Her soul skills were fixed, and her soul power training speed was locked due to its auxiliary nature. Even if she worked day and night, she could not improve much. However, Ning Yulan had already envisioned several oppressive development plans for her situation. If possible, he also wanted to see the records of the Ye family's attempts to transform the 9-heart begonia over the years. Just like the 7 treasures glazed sex pursuit of layer breakthroughs, he didn't believe that the Ye family didn't want to break through the number limit. This kind of martial soul that only 2 people in 2 generations can possess is even more cruel than the layer limit of the 7 treasures. Look at their research records and eliminate wrong answers before targeted output and training. After dinner, the 3 sisters returned to the dormitory to practice. The Nether Spirit Cat's demand for the mimic environment is not so demanding, and there is no mimic environment suitable for them in the Tiandu Royal Academy. Ning Yulan walked on the road with Duguyan and Ye Lingling. At first glance, they looked like his first and second wives. Go find people one by one. Like in Lan in the Spirit Academy, Ning Yulan is also a celebrity here. There is no problem in gathering people. After testing their current abilities one by one, Ning Yulan prepared to formulate a training plan. There are still more than 4 years before the Spirit Master competition. It is guaranteed that they can be trained. The arena team competition with many restrictions should not be a problem to make the second team enter the finals with careful preparation. Looking at Lan's intention, Jian Rongxiu should participate in the competition. At that time, she will declare her existence and the next generation of the Spirit Hall. He and Tianrui will appear, show their strength, and then start the cool text template. I don't know what Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin think. The poison is ready. Xue Luoquan executed it immediately and cleanly. After thinking about it, it is better to be poisoned directly in his own mansion. Send a signal to Shueye that the people in his house were bribed. As for who bribed them, it was naturally the one who benefited the most after his death. One son had just died a few days ago, and now another son fell. Shueye was angry and a little panicked, and appeared in Xue Luoquan's mansion in person. What's going on? Explain everything to me. Looking at his eldest son lying on the bed, with a pale face, a dead look, and a weak breath, Shueye roared at the servants, and they knelt down, afraid to speak. You can't even take care of the master, drag them all away. Your Majesty, spare my life, Your Majesty. The voice dragged farther and farther away, and Shueye vaguely remembered the situation when Xue Luoquan was just born, and sighed. Alas! After a diagnosis and treatment, the imperial physician, the auxiliary and healing soul masters exclusive to the royal family, all expressed regret that there was no hope, so just wait for death and prepare for the funeral. The eunuch next to him proposed 2 candidates to Shui Ye. Ye Lingling's mother, and Ning Fengzi. Shui Ye suddenly realized and hurriedly sent someone to invite them. After the person left, he seemed to have just remembered and asked. What has the second prince been doing recently? Your Majesty. The old eunuch bowed, he is still investigating the matter of the third prince. It is said that there are some clues. He left Tiandu city some time ago. Shui Ye clenched his cane fiercely. Soon, Ye Lingling's mother arrived and used her martial spirit to give Shui Luoquan a breath, but she could only regretfully express that she could not detoxify. As a member of the dignified Ye family, Shui Ye naturally could not and would not treat him like a servant. Although there can only be 2 people in each generation with the 9-heart begonia at the same time, the family does not have only this one martial spirit. When the previous generation did not die and could not awaken the 9-heart begonia, they would naturally awaken another martial spirit in their bloodline. The family is not small, but it is not as rich as the 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengzi did not really want to go. But Shui Ye had personally sent someone to invite him. If he didn't go, it would not be in line with the character he had been creating. Uncle Gu, please come with me. Okay. The carriage was moving fast, and Ning Fengzi sighed. Why is it so fast? Can't it be slow and calm for a while? He thought it was Xiao Laoliu who did it. How long has Shui Kanghai died? Can't he wait a little longer? I thought it would take a few more years. Such a rush made Ning Fengzi unprepared. When he arrived at the place, he saw Ye Lingling's mother at first sight. Recalling the past, if it weren't for the rigid requirements of the 7 treasures glazed sex martial spirit for the other half, he and her would have had a good relationship. Ms. Ye is here. I think the eldest prince is safe and sound, right? Master Ning, you are too kind. I have limited ability. I can only make the eldest prince feel slightly better. The rest still needs Master Ning's help. The slight improvement was only because the 9-hearted begonia's terrifying healing ability forcibly dispelled part of the effect, and the detoxification still failed. After entering, Ning Fengzi simply checked it and felt a little uneasy. Could this kind of medicine be Douluo's stuff? Little Laoliu and the other person's granddaughter are so affectionate, so it's very reasonable to make some poison. In this way, he was relieved because he couldn't detoxify. He pretended to use a few soul skills, making Shui Luoquan's face look a little more red. Turned back to find Shui Ye. Your Majesty, I am really ashamed. I can only do my best to make the eldest prince feel a little better. Master Ning, you are too polite. Shui Ye looked normal, as if he was not worried about Shui Luoquan, exchanged greetings with Ning Fengzi and Ye Lingling's mother Yero for a while, prepared 2 small gifts to express gratitude, and sent Yero away. Ask Ning Fengzi. I don't know where His Majesty Douluo is. Alas! Ning Fengzi sighed and shook his head. Your Majesty, I don't know where His Majesty Douluo is. Although my son Yulin has been engaged, His Majesty Douluo is free to go and come, and has not joined our 7 treasures glazed tile sect. We can't ask about his actions. This is for fools. They have become relatives, so whether to join or not is just a matter of name, isn't it? Shui Ye is not stupid enough to expose such a formality, and can only express regret. Let Ning Fengzi say a few good words after meeting Douluo. As long as Douluo is willing to help, everything can be discussed. There are only 4 sons in total, and 1 has died. Although this eldest son is not very successful, he must be saved anyway. 147 Chapter 146 You see I am useless. 147. After leaving Swaluoquan's mansion, Ning Fengzi went to the academy. Met Ning Yulin. Tell him to do it next time, at least send a message, let him be prepared, so as not to be exposed. Do it? Do what? Ning Yulin looked puzzled, and realized that he was talking about Swaluoquan and Swezhanghai. Father, what are you talking about? They have nothing to do with me. Anlan did it. Ning Fengzi's expression froze. This little old man believes in the people of the spirit hall? You. Father, don't doubt it. We just need to wait for the opportunity quietly. Don't worry about the rest. There will be people who should deal with it. Just continue to be the same as you were in the past. Believe me. There is no way to not believe it. Life is not easy, Ning Fengzi sighed. I have already boarded the pirate ship, and the ship has set sail. Although I won't drown if I jump in now, I will choke on several mouthfuls of water. I became more and more curious about the relationship between the young people. Why can they trust each other with such things? Shueke, what do you think? In this situation Ning Yulan pondered, it is not appropriate to ask for a marriage. Wait and see. When all the princes died and Shuye had no successor, Ning Fengzi would slightly reveal his support for Shueke to test Shuye's attitude. It was useless for Shuye to stay in Shueluoquan's mansion. It could not solve the problem. As the emperor, he could not leave for a long time, so he returned to his post. Where is the vast sea of heaven and earth? Watching Shuye disappear in secret, Zhou Suifeng couldn't help but think of this question. He had been to the open treasure house. With his current ability, no one could find him when he lurked in it. There was no title in the palace. The whereabouts of the thing were not found in the treasure house. There were only some treasures that looked precious and valuable on the surface. The treasure of the country was placed in another secret place. Now Shueluoquan has fallen into the trap. As long as he gets the vast sea universe cover, 50% of what he needs to do in the Tiandu Empire will be completed. With that thing, everyone can go to the Sea God Island to get some money. Increase the age of the soul ring, the God-given soul ring. The soul ring with a higher age may be able to achieve the full red achievement. Think about my 7th soul ring first. Shueluoquan should be quiet for a long time, at least he will not cause trouble before Shueking he gets into trouble. Take this opportunity to seize the time to get a new soul ring. The old guy Blue Silver King is good, but Zhou Suifeng doesn't like him now. The Azure Bull Python is also okay, but it's hard to convince it when Xiaowu is not here. Before hunting the Titan Giant Ape, I don't know what Xiaowu said to it, so it went back to the lake obediently. And its race and attributes make it more suitable to be a soul ring for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex than the Blue Silver Grass. After thinking about it, I felt a headache again. According to the strength of the soul rings that have been added, it is appropriate to add 80,000 to 90,000 years to this 7th soul ring. If the age is high, you can go to the Sea God Island to get some money, and then you can pass the key step and upgrade to red. Or should we just wait like this? Wait until we get the Sea God's heart, and then go directly to the God-given soul ring. The God-given soul ring can be closer to the soul master's physique and martial soul characteristics, forming the most suitable soul skills. Not appropriate, it takes too long. It is better to improve the cultivation as soon as possible, and if there is time, go directly to the new continent or the vast ocean to find a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Recalling the information of many soul beasts in his mind, he sighed silently. Soul beasts with life attributes are harder to kill as they age. Animals are easy to say, but plants are very difficult. It took him a lot of effort to cover the 6th soul ring. A 70,000-year-old ancient sky blue vine, its body spreads over a radius of several hundred meters. If it were not for its deep roots and lack of mobility, Zhou Suifeng would not be able to kill it at all. So far, there is only one animal soul ring. Do you want to continue to consider animal soul rings? Powerful animal soul beasts are much easier to find than plant soul beasts. But I always feel like I forgot something. Playing with the pestle in my hand, groping in the stone mortar, glaglug. I remembered. I have always been looking for soul beasts on the ground, and it seems that I have never considered the soul beasts that may exist underground. Okay. Let's go to the caves in the forest, look for places like underground caves. However, this trip will definitely take a long time, 10 days or half a month is the least, maybe even a year or two. Should Shueluoquan pretend to be dead and get away, or take time to come back and check in regularly? After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. He still had to rely on Shueluoquan to find out the location of the Hanhaikyunkan cover, so he couldn't give up for the time being. But he was too lazy to continue wasting time here, so he used a puppet. The life organization of the 6th soul skill can perfectly organize a puppet that is exactly the same as him, except that it cannot release the martial soul. It is exactly the same as the spirit ring, except that it only has 70% of his ability. It only needs to merge with Ning Yulan's martial soul and take time to let him replenish his soul power regularly. Leave the prince's mansion quietly and sneak into the academy. Waste time waiting in the space. I haven't seen the 3 sisters for a long time. I miss them. Late at night, Zhu Zuyun, who was sleeping lightly, always felt as if someone was watching her, and suddenly opened her eyes. A black shadow stood by the bed for who knows how long. Zhu Zuyun was sweating coldly, and her martial spirit was possessed in an instant, ready to attack. But she didn't shout. This person looked like a man. If she alarmed other people and the news spread, Zhou Suifeng would know that there was a man in her room late at night. No matter what, she would not be able to get away with it. Activating the soul bone, the accompanying night vision ability allowed her to see the face of the person clearly. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense spirit was released, and she couldn't help but say angrily. Zhou Suifeng didn't say anything, but looked at her straight. Zhu Zuyun had a question mark on her face. Following his line of sight, she lowered her head slightly, and then realized that she was only wearing pajamas. And inside, because it was uncomfortable when sleeping, so. She just took a slightly embarrassed breath, and then adjusted the slipped shoulder straps as if nothing had happened. Just look at it, I have measured it several times by hand during the massage before, so this is nothing. Sitting down, crossing his legs, supporting his face with one hand, leaning against the head of the bed, yawning, he felt sleepy again after feeling relieved. What's the matter at this time? Can't come in broad daylight? It's scary. Speaking of which, it's been almost 10 years, and there's a question I haven't asked you. Repressing some of his physical impulses, several blue-silver grasses grew out of thin air into the shape of a chair behind Zhou Suifeng, supporting him to sit down. Zhu Zuyun's heart tightened, and she intuitively felt that this question would determine the fate of the three sisters, no, her own future. Your whole family died at my hands, and you never thought about revenge. Zhu Zuyun. 148 Chapter 147, this chapter is a bit strange. 148. As he asked the question, 2 flowers quietly bloomed behind the blue-silver chair, and the hallucinogenic and hypnotic pollen quietly spread. Everyone will soon be an adult, and they can do some of the things they love. But this matter still needs to be confirmed, whether to throw it away directly after use. Zhu Zuyun's face was uncertain. Revenge? Maybe she had such an idea. Or maybe she didn't. Before awakening her martial soul, the family atmosphere in the Duke's mansion was still very good. But after awakening her martial soul, there was a drastic change. Everyone told her that she would kill her sister with her own hands in the future. At that time, Zhu Zuqing was not born yet, there was only Zhu Zuyu. She was very scared, afraid, but curious. She didn't have a sister, and she obviously had a younger brother. Why didn't she need to kill her younger brother? Her father, the Duke, told her personally that her younger brother was different. Why did the sisters kill each other, but the younger brother lived a peaceful life and could stay out of it? She had some inexplicable hatred in her heart. The fragrance of flowers filled the air, and Zhu Zuyun's eyes blurred for a while, and she rubbed her eyes. Discovered that Zhou Suifeng had left at some point, and the sky was already bright. Then she got up to wash up, called her 2 younger sisters, and after dinner, she trained normally. The Soul Master competition began. With Ning Yulin's guarantee, she and Zhu Yu joined Team 1 and were guaranteed to enter the finals. Zhu Qing joined Team 2 and fought in the preliminaries. The 3 sisters all reached the finals successfully. Under the leadership of Ning Yulin, they successfully defeated the team of Xingluo Empire and competed with the Spirit Hall, but they were defeated by the Angels of the Spirit Hall. Their identities were exposed. After returning to the Tiandu Empire, they were attacked by unidentified men in black for several months. They were all unsuccessful and were forced to retreat by Zhou Suifeng. But Xue Luoquan, who had become the emperor of the Tiandu Empire, was overwhelmed and could not bear the pressure of the Xingluo Empire to go to war, so he took the initiative to drive the 4 out of the country. Zhou Suifeng was seriously injured and fled with the 3 sisters. On the way, he was sometimes awake and sometimes unconscious. After escaping the pursuit, they settled down in a remote village in the far north. Zhou Suifeng was seriously injured and could not recover, and he was struggling every day. She looked at the man who was getting worse and worse, but did not take action. She just wanted to take her sisters away from now on and not care about the world. Zuqing was unwilling. Zhou Suifeng looked at Zhu Zuyun's one-man show under hypnosis with deep eyes. It seems that although Zhu Zuyun has no murderous intention or hatred towards him, she also has no feelings. In her cognition, is Zhu Zuqing like this? After a moment of hesitation, he changed the content of hypnosis. It was changed to the time when the 3 sisters were just brought out. The result was still similar. Zhu Zuyun still chose to take the 2 sisters away and did not kill Zhou Suifeng to avenge his family. Drive the martial soul and clear the pollen effect. Zhu Zuyun felt dizzy for a long time before she recovered. She stared at Zhou Suifeng in a daze, slowly reacting to what happened, her face turned pale. In her opinion, if she were Zhou Suifeng, there would be no need for the person who abandoned her at that time to stay. However, Zhou Suifeng smiled, in his eyes, this was just right. Running away? That's fine. Just don't betray. Anyway, the situation in hypnosis is impossible. Seriously injured and dying? Not to mention the future, right now, with Zhou Suifeng's ability, except for the three extremes and Bibi Dong, maybe a few worshippers, no one can put him in a dying situation. That's right. Zhu Zuyun shuddered, she subconsciously felt that Zhou Suifeng was speaking in a sarcastic way. She was so angry that she wanted to fight Zhou Suifeng to the death. But over the years, Zhou Suifeng has accumulated a lot of prestige in her heart, and after a few seconds, she let go of her anger. Nervous, uneasy, sitting there blankly, motionless. Like a puppet. Zhou Suifeng's hand fell on her shoulder, and she came back to her senses. I haven't had a massage for a long time. She breathed a sigh of relief. After staying in Zhu Zuyun's room for most of the night, she looked at the other two kittens. Zhou Suifeng went to find Ning Yulin again. The two left the academy, found a secluded place, and made a puppet. After confirming that Ning Yulin's soul power could replenish the energy of the puppet, Zhou Suifeng was relieved and prepared to leave. You really don't need our help. Ning Yulin was a little worried that Zhou Suifeng was planning to act alone. Don't die again accidentally. Zhou Suifeng just waved his hand. Take the puppet back to Xue Luoquan's mansion, and after getting ready, leave directly. A few days later, Xue Qinghe received the news that Xue Luoquan was poisoned and dying. His political acumen was not very high. He felt that something was wrong with this matter, but he couldn't think of it, so he asked the person who came to report the news. How is my brother? Bedridden, unconscious, unable to swallow, powerless. After the messenger left, Xue Qinghe was filled with sorrow. He couldn't understand why his younger brother died and his elder brother was dying all of a sudden. Second Prince, this matter is serious. Your Highness needs to return as soon as possible. No more time can be wasted on tracking down the murderer of the third prince. Why? Xue Qinghe was puzzled. We have already grasped the general goal. Wouldn't it be a waste of all our efforts if we go back now? Is this master pretending to be innocent or is he really an idiot? You are a prince. A prince has already died inexplicably, and you didn't notice anything wrong? The subordinates complained in their hearts, but they still did their duty. Seeing that he didn't understand, they simply reminded him directly. Second prince, think about it carefully. The third prince, who was originally the most valued by His Majesty, has died. Now if the eldest prince dies again, who will get the biggest benefit? Who will be the prince? Are you talking about the fourth brother? No, 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 the fourth brother is reckless and ignorant. Father should. Suddenly he came to his senses and looked at his subordinates in shock. You mean, father will suspect that I did what happened to the eldest brother and the third brother? It's okay, not too stupid, there is hope. That's it, second prince, we should hurry back. No matter whether the eldest prince is dead or alive, we must first confirm His Majesty's attitude, otherwise. No. Xue Qinghe objected. For now, the only way is to catch the murderer who murdered the third brother faster so that father can believe me. Subordinates. Believe in the sun. People are dead, what's the point of catching the murderer? With such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, wouldn't it be better to directly secure the position of the prince? I am really speechless. It's really disappointing to have such a master. Xingdu Forest is far away. Zhou Suifeng first went deep into the various underground environments of Sunset Forest to look for special soul beasts that were overlooked by previous people. Because of Xue Luoquan's poisoning, there was a storm in Tiandu City for a while, and it gradually subsided. Xue Beng keenly sensed something, and did not come to the academy. He was arranged by Xue Xing to hide somewhere unknown. Xue Qinghe rushed back with the murderer pushed out by Bibi Dong, and cried sincerely to Xue Ye, and Xue Ye temporarily believed him. The subordinates came to their senses and looked at their master in shock. What a retreat to advance. 149 Chapter 148 Weird. 149. Xingluo Empire. Deep inside the palace. In the Tiandu Royal Academy, a spirit suspected to be the Netherworld spirit cat was found, and it was also surnamed Zhu. It is speculated that it was the three daughters of the Netherworld Duke. The woman sitting behind the beaded curtain frowned and said coldly, "Cover it up a little." The person who knelt and reported left silently. The woman sighed, and her tone was very disappointed. How could you be so stupid, not changing your name, and joining Tiandu? What do you want to do? Time passed day by day. Soul hunting forest. Xiao Saner, believe in your master, it's right, this ghost vine is the most suitable second soul ring for you. Yu Xiaogang took Tang San and entered the soul hunting forest again. Thinking of what Flanders sent the letter described the performance of the man's blue-silver grass, and his heart was burning. After several studies, he self-righteously figured out the soul beast that man might absorb, and selected a ghost vine for his beloved disciple. According to the teacher's calculation, the ghost vine can make your blue-silver grass stronger, and it can also allow your martial soul to have the ability to split and parasitize, grow by devouring the enemy's soul power, and achieve the purpose of weakening. Okay, teacher, I believe it. Tang San's face was immersed, his eyes were steady, and he was cautious about the movements around him. He didn't forget that the teacher was almost poisoned to death last time he came here. Fortunately, everything went smoothly this time. Successfully absorbed a ghost vine. Teacher, why do I feel that absorbing the soul ring of this ghost vine seems to be much more comfortable than the soul ring of the mandragora snake before? Yu Xiaogang was stunned for a moment. Really? Seeing Tang San nod, he couldn't help but ponder, carefully asked Tang San about his feelings, and smiled. Nothing, probably the feeling of your level being upgraded and your meridians being opened up. Some spirit masters do have this feeling when absorbing spirit rings, usually when they absorb spirit rings that are highly compatible with their martial spirits. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaogang became even more proud. He felt that his speculation was right. Under his guidance, Xiao San will definitely become a unique strong man in the world. The Sunset Forest is not big, nor is it small. Zhou Suifeng searched for a long time and indeed found some rare soul beasts under the ground, but none of them suited his taste. According to their appearance and fighting performance, they are more suitable for sharp weapon spirits or beast spirits with sharp teeth and claws. Some of them are not unsuitable for blue-silver grass, but the age is too low. Leaving the underground, I climbed to the surface and looked around. I had not explored half of the Sunset Forest. I felt that I had no chance to go here, and there was no point in continuing to search. I threw a gold coin. Decided to go to the Star-Do Great Forest. There is the Dragon King there, and the three-eyed golden lion, the fortune beast whose birth and death are unknown. I feel that there is a higher probability of finding a soul beast that suits my taste. Returning to Tiandu City to rest for a while, the atmosphere in the city was very calm. I collected some information and felt a little strange. Xue Qinghe is not dead yet? Before being poisoned, Xue Luoquan handed the matter over to Zhao Gao. Although he made some mistakes in the matter of Xue Qinghe, he was more trusted by Xue Luoquan than others. Forget it, I'll come back and get involved after I find the soul beast. Fly up and head to the Xingda Great Forest in a straight line. College. Duguyan looked at Zhu Ziyun strangely, feeling that she seemed to be much happier than before. In the past, people always felt that she was immersed in an unwarranted atmosphere of depression. A kind of pressure that others could not know, could not see clearly and could not explain. What good thing happened to you? Zhu Ziyun smiled but said nothing. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Duguyan was a little curious, but it was not rude to ask. So they walked to the training ground together. There were already a few people in the field, and then others came one after another. A total of 11 people, the candidates for the Tiandu team in the original book. Ning Yulin replaced Yu Tianheng's position, plus the three sisters. Seeing that everyone was there, Ning Yulin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. After a brief self-introduction, Ning Yulin took out a stack of manuals and distributed them one by one. From now on, until the end of the competition, in addition to team training, you should try your best to practice according to the plan above. Who is the first team, who is the second team, or who is the substitute is not fixed. I will conduct regular assessments based on a comprehensive consideration of various conditions, but strength is definitely the most important. Other candidates will be added slowly later. No one was dissatisfied. Ning Yulin convinced all the people who were called over. Those who were good at strength competed with him in strength, those who were good at defense competed with him in defense, and he was only slightly inferior in speed. In addition to his status as the young master of Kai Bao, the genius of the young Soul King, the fiancé of the granddaughter of Poison Douluo, etc., no one dared to disobey. Don't you see that the three members of the education committee had to discuss in a gentle and soft voice when they spoke? Tukayan accidentally saw the contents of the booklet in Yelingling's hand and was puzzled. Did you write this? Isn't it the same as not saying it? You know her situation is special. Ning Yulan shrugged, but if Miss Ye can let me see the research history of your family, maybe I can make some more targeted suggestions. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to discuss it with my mother and other elders. The cherry lips moved slightly under the veil, and a cold voice came out. Ning Yulan waved his hand. If it weren't for the fact that the acacia heartbroken red was of great importance and the use of it required the joint decision of the 5 people, it would be fine to give it to Yelingling. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, the thing returned to the hands of the 5 people. Now it is taken by Zhou Suifeng and studied from time to time. They are all plants, and there may be something in common. I'm going to practice the 5 colors divine light for a while. You supervise them here first. By the way, don't forget to give those things to the 3 of them. Pulling Tukayan closer and whispering a few words, Ning Yulan left quickly. Tukayan rolled her eyes, wiped her wrist casually, and handed 3 jade bottles to the 3 sisters. They were all pills made from herbs grown in the Yuanyang Pot Valley. They can stimulate the body and meridians of the human body, assist in the refinement of soul power, and also contain a lot of energy. But it had no effect on the 5 people. After the body strengthened by the fairy grass, this shallow medicine, the substance has no stimulating effect at all. Not only medicine, but also some ordinary toxins will not work. Qian Rongxiu's level has little effect, and Lan secretly tried it. The physical fitness has improved slightly, but the soul power training is better than nothing. Blue-Silver Forest. Zhou Suifeng came to find the Blue-Silver King. He felt that the old guy had lived a long time and was knowledgeable. Maybe he knew where there were powerful soul beasts that had not been discovered. Old Dong Senior, do you know? Say your request. The Blue-Silver King remembered the kindness of sending the Emperor back before, tried to recall, and carefully provided some possible locations. Zhou Suifeng was very happy and turned around to go there. He paused and asked again. Do you know if there is any way to make the martial soul spiritual or even intelligent? If his martial soul could be like Luo Sanbao, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort to practice? According to the current ability, it can take off directly. It's a pity that the Blue-Silver King didn't know and didn't understand, and regretfully said that he knew nothing. He is a soul beast, not a soul master. He is not even aware of the process of his own spiritual intelligence. How can he understand the problems of human martial souls? It is rare to know some information about the Blue-Silver Grass martial soul. 150 Chapter 149 Good Stuff, Good Stuff. 150. Jila Jila. Thousands of kilometers deep in the Xingda Great Forest, the range of the activities of the 10,000-year soul beasts. The chirping of insects and birds, the harmonious ecological sound gradually faded away. The breeze floated, and the fresh forest smell and the smell of corruption filled the air, turning into a lingering miasma. No strangers allowed, there was little vitality. Crack! In the dim forest, a strange straw man stepped on the fallen leaves and moved towards an unknown direction. It was Zhou Suifeng wearing a blue-silver grass coat. Although he was not afraid of ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts, it was also a trouble to be entangled by them in a fight. He simply used his martial soul to drive some blue-silver grass, weaved it into clothes, and hung it on his body to cover up his breath. According to the old guy's information, there should have been a sky star vine here. However, judging from the current situation, it may have been taken down by a soul master. The smell of corruption is still heavy. If the sky star vine is still there, it should not be like this. That soul beast can absorb the light of the stars to practice, emit a sober smell, purify the environment, and assist some soul beasts with peaceful temperaments to practice. Drilled several caves, ran an underground river, and searched for several underground caves. No gains. Reached the surface again, thought for a moment and ran directly to the core area. I forgot that the sky blue bull python, which Yu Xiaogang called the Soul Beast King, is still alive, and it must have more information. The lakeside was calm and stable. No movement. Zhou Suifeng stood for a long time, and no matter how he stirred up the noise, the sky blue bull python pretended not to hear or see anything. And Zhou was afraid of alarming those things deeper, so he didn't dare to make any big noise. Oh, Xiao Wu and Er Ming are really miserable. Let's pretend to be dead. No, pretend to be a dead beast. I don't want to see if you can get out. No matter if it's a human or a beast, there is no room for struggle when the pain point is grasped. The azure bowl python finally appeared, standing upright, high in the sky, letting Zhou Suifeng look up at it. Human. Although I have an agreement with Sister Xiao Wu, I won't let you do whatever you want. It's up to you. As long as you don't get angry, we will let you three beasts reunite in the end. He replied casually. Anyway, Zhou Suifeng didn't plan to absorb the spirit ring of the bull-headed snake. Explain the purpose. You have been entrenched in this forest for many years. What are the spirit beasts that match the attributes of the blue-silver grass? The azure bull python looked at Zhou Suifeng silently, asking the spirit beast to recommend a spirit beast to you? Are you crazy or am I stupid? Hurry up. Zhou Suifeng frowned, impatient. Anyway, they may not be able to practice for 100,000 years, and even if they break through 100,000 years, they may not be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. Tell me their location, and I can save them from taking a few hundred years of detours. Is that so? The azure bull python was too lazy to listen, but worried about Xiao Wu, so he had to say something. At the same time, he also wanted to get rid of this guy as much as possible and practice as soon as possible. Maybe when Sister Xiao Wu appears again next time, he can rescue her. Several kinds of soul beasts were mentioned. The blue wave lily orchid is a soul beast that lives beside the earth vein and river. It has considerable vitality and strong mental power. The green spirit ancient vine has a tough body and stubborn vitality. The rainbow horn glazed seven mysterious deer has strong healing ability and strength, and the red heart demon tree has a strange swallowing ability. After getting accurate information, Zhou Suifeng turned and left. The azure bull python wanted to kill this guy with lightning, but could only watch him walk away. Just as he was about to sink back into the lake to practice, he found that the guy had run back again. I almost forgot. Zhou Suifeng muttered, and returned to the lake and shouted at it. I remember there is the gold of life in your lake, give me a few pieces. Our abilities are stronger, and your Xiaowu and your brother's souls will be easier to recover and resurrect. Gold of life? What is that? Seeing that it didn't seem to be faking it in its tone, Zhou Suifeng asked curiously. You don't know, it's in this lake, your strange body can break through 100,000 years, isn't it the effect of the gold of life? Isn't this lake called the Lake of Life? It's not quite right to call it a lake, it feels like it can be called an inland sea. From this side, the naked eye can't directly see the situation on the other side, it's very blurry. After saying this, it knew what Zhou Suifeng was talking about. The thing you are talking about may be deeper. It didn't dare to go over, it could feel a kind of pressure that seemed to be dominated in the depths, it felt like it was not a 100,000-year soul beast, but a mutant little snake that was less than 10 years old. Don't dare to go? Zhou Suifeng was also a little afraid, not sure whether the breath of the blue-silver grass could conceal the things inside. After thinking for a moment, he put on a bully posture. I don't care where it is, I just know it's in the lake. If you want your little sister Xiaowu and her brothers to have a better life, get some out for me, if you don't want to, then break up. The gold of life is probably the product of the Silver Dragon King's appearance on Douluo Star. The energy she dissipated formed the soul beast forest, and the environment closest to her also changed. If it weren't for Emperor Tian having a dragon scale that could shield the perception of the God Realm, the Lake of Life would have been wiped out by the God Realm. Even if it wasn't a product affected by the Silver Dragon King, it should be a product of the most nutritious and rich energy in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest that has condensed for tens of millions of years. Huo Yuhao, that guy, has been strengthened a lot with just a piece of gold as big as a carving knife. Even if the bull-headed snake only brought out a fist-sized piece, it would be of great significance to help the 5 people. Who knows, maybe it will usher in a new round of evolution of the martial soul. Dear Xiaowu and her brothers have fallen into the hands of others. No matter how scared the Tianjing Niu Ma is, he has to try. His heart was full of anger, but he didn't dare to show it in his eyes. He quietly sank into the lake without even a splash, and didn't know where he went. Near the lake, Zhou Suifeng's dog Suisu wanted to use the blue-silver grass to mimic a few fish to discuss the situation, but was afraid of alerting the enemy and hesitated. Hesitation will lead to defeat. Forcibly interrupting his hesitation, Zhou Suifeng did not give himself a chance to regret. He quickly dropped some inconspicuous aquatic animals woven from blue-silver grass, and then returned to his original position, waiting eagerly. Whether Ditian and other beasts noticed it or not, running away as soon as they got it was the best choice. Waited from afternoon to night. The sky was full of stars, and the bull-headed snake had no any news. Was it caught? Or was it deliberately trying to fool me? The blue-silver grass thrown into the lake was moving smoothly, but the speed was a little slow. Be patient and continue to wait. Waiting until you feel sleepy. Suddenly, the bull-headed snake shot out of the lake, threw some stones at Zhou Suifeng, and sank back into the lake again. Zhou Suifeng felt that its breathing was very heavy, and there seemed to be some desire in its eyes to reproduce. 151 Chapter 150 Gold of Living Beings, Blue-Silver True Body. 151. Never mind, Zhou Suifeng looked down at the scattered stones of different sizes. He locked onto one of them at a glance, squatted down and held it up with both hands, took a deep breath, and felt his whole body cheering, just like yesterday's stool. It was the size of 3 adult fists. It was more eye-catching than the highest-grade glass-type imperial green jadeite. Zhou Suifeng had an inexplicable desire to take a bite. But thinking about it, this thing can't be digested by eating it directly without the help of a demigod like Alex, he could only slowly explore and absorb it by himself. This thing is more valuable than the 10,000 years of black ice marrow. Evenly cut into 5 pieces and put into the soul guide. Then pick up those next to it, some are finger-sized, and some are pebbles. Not all of them are gold of life, but it seems to be enough to share with the women around him. The rest are strange minerals formed by the influence of gold of life. It should be suitable to be refined for forging. Maybe it can be called semi-finished gold of life. The information given by the bull-headed snake Tianqing Niamang, who wanders around all day, is far more accurate than that of the old man who stays at home, the Blue-Silver King. Zhou Suifeng easily found the first soul beast it mentioned. The age is right, the attributes are right, so what's the nonsense? Go straight on. I thought that the high-age soul beast with abundant vitality should be difficult to deal with. But after a little test with the blue-silver grass, I found that the other party was unexpectedly fragile. Hand in hand. But the residual soul was vibrating, and it was unexpectedly strong. But again, Zhou Suifeng himself was a pervert intolerance. Although it was very painful, for him. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. After enduring the residual soul vibration and the soul ring fusion, Zhou Suifeng worked hard to comprehend and tap the potential of his own martial soul. Comprehension of the true form of the martial soul. Empty your mind, embrace the origin and keep the unity. Think of yourself as that grass. In a trance, he saw dark green bamboo shoots, red big-headed oyster mushrooms, and dark blue big star anise. What the hell? He almost broke his concentration, and hurriedly stabilized his mind. In a trance, he returned to the time when he absorbed the first soul ring, and felt that his soul power expanded and melted bit by bit, and his martial soul was strengthened bit by bit. All the processes of absorbing soul rings were repeated. Before covering, after covering. It was no longer an imagination, he seemed to have really turned into a blue-silver grass. Suddenly, all the feelings disappeared in an instant. It was no longer an imagination. He felt that he had really become a weak blue-silver grass. Trying to grow, being stepped on by people, being eaten by beasts, dropping seeds and becoming a new grass. Come and go, spring breeze blows and it grows again. Life and death. Then Zhou Suifeng fell asleep. Zzz. It's not that he wants to sleep, it's just that it's so easy to sleep. It feels like returning to the innate state and returning to the fetal breath. Wrapped in damp water vapor, the sound of the underground river wakes people up. Zhou Suifeng suddenly opened his eyes, and a 3-foot divine light shot out in front of his eyes and dissipated into the air. He was stunned for a moment, frowned and checked himself. Surprised. I've really started the immortal cultivation chapter. A complete surprise. He thought he would have to wait for 10 or 8 years to fully understand those seemingly true things. Now, as long as he waits for Tianrui to share the martial soul, combined with the ability to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, even if there is no higher level immortal cultivation technique, even if he does not become a god, he can live to the end of time. If he is not killed. But who can kill all 5 people at the same time? Zhou Suifeng suddenly thought of a question. Among the 5 people, if someone died of old age, can he be resurrected? This matter seems difficult to verify. It is too far-fetched. Now the important thing is to test the ability of the martial soul body. He slept for such a long time, no, he felt so deeply, there should be something extraordinary. Martial soul body. The dark underground cave suddenly became bright. Clusters of blue-silver grass, unknown wild flowers, and strange mosses quickly grew on the bare riverside. The domain has been further improved. I wonder if it has reached the ability of Ayin to be reborn after 49 days. This cannot be verified. If he commits suicide now, he may be resurrected in less than 24 hours. In addition, the bonus and casting speed of the first 6 soul skills have been strengthened a lot. However, there are also new discoveries. In the state of the martial soul body, he can actively control the water element and the ability of the fire element. It was very strange. The water element was fine, he had absorbed spirit rings related to the water element, but the fire element. Redevelopment of the ice and fire immortal grass. Compared to the normal martial spirits with water and fire abilities, the ability effect and strength were somewhat inferior. But it was also icing on the cake, barely enough. It was better than nothing. Then he tried other abilities. Lotus blossoms at every step, invulnerable to all methods, giant statue of the Green Emperor. Very good and powerful, he was very satisfied. It's much shorter than expected. Do you want to find a spirit beast suitable for the golden feathered Luan bird? The first spirit rings covered by him and Tang Yin both started at 50,000 years, and the golden feathered Luan bird couldn't be too bad. The sun, fire attribute, perhaps plus a sacred attribute, a flying bird with the blood of the phoenix. If there is a spirit beast that combines all these conditions, it would be the perfect choice. But Enlan had Jian Rongxiu on his back, and Ning Yulin activated the 7 treasures glazed sect, but they didn't find anything. He looked alone, and the hope of finding it was slim. Walked out of the forest. Walking and thinking at the same time. Zhou Suifeng had some vague ideas that seemed to be true but were not. Is it possible to let the martial soul sense and find soul beasts by itself? The instinct of living things is to seek good fortune and avoid danger. If the instinct of the martial soul can be discovered, and it can automatically find the existence that can make oneself go further, it should work. But this step does not seem so easy to do. Go and try to draw some blood from Yu Xiaogang. The martial soul that has independent intelligence in the Douluo continent must have its own unique blood. You can try it. In fact, Zhou Suifeng felt that his blue-silver grass had almost done it. The state after using the first soul skill is similar to having intelligence. It can be cultivated by itself. The energy cultivated can be completely converted into Zhou Suifeng's soul power, which makes him equivalent to 2 people practicing together, but the duration is not very long. Although Luo Sanbao is worth trying, it is definitely not a route that can be achieved in a short time. Unconsciously, he walked to the range where the 100-year-old and 1000-year-old soul beasts appeared, and the movement around him gradually became noisy. But no beasts paid attention to Zhou, who was covered in the scent of blue-silver grass. It was just that some herbivorous soul beasts felt that the blue-silver grass that was inexplicably active was very fragrant and wanted to eat it, but they were knocked unconscious by Zhou Suifeng and left on the spot. Right. Standing on the avenue outside the soul hunting camp, Zhou Suifeng thought of a way to accurately distinguish soul beasts. Through the state of the 5 people's fusion, the state of the truth of heaven and earth in the eyes should be able to directly sense the degree of fit between the martial soul and the soul beast. 152.